Redemption in a Small Town. Book 12, Love in Harmony Valley Series. By Melinda Curtis. What's the emergency? Sheriff Nate Landry, fresh from chasing chickens at Clara Barra's house, took a seat on a creaky wooden pew in the back of the church. Spring Festival meltdown? The emergency is next, Flynn Harris said in a hushed voice so as not to wake baby Ian in his arms. Nate's entrance met with turned heads, warm smiles and nods of recognition. The Harmony Valley Town Council was in session, better attended than some small-town basketball games. The meetings were held in the historic, steepled church downtown, being led from folding tables and chairs set up on the pulpit. That was the way of life in the remote northeastern corner of Sonoma County, casual, a bit of making do and a bit impromptu. Flynn managed to brush reddish-brown hair from his eyes with his shoulder without disrupting his newborn's sleep. The emergency is Doris Schlotsky. At mention of the woman's name, a little black rain cloud formed above Nate. He hated that rain cloud. As the only lawman in town, Nate prided himself on figuring out what made each resident tick. Doris Schlotsky. She'd moved here 4 months ago and was a conundrum. About 3 months ago, Nate had issued Doris citations for violating both the noise and pet ordinances. She bred chihuahuas and her 10 adult dogs barked 24/7. She'd argued that they were only small dogs and quieter than a neighbor's St. Bernard, which to be fair was a true statement, but big, old Bernie only barked at the Amazon delivery truck. A few weeks after that he'd issued Doris a citation for permanently parking her never-used fishing boat on the street. She'd argued that her driveway wasn't wide enough for both her car and the boat. Just last week, he'd pulled Doris over for speeding. She'd argued that the speed limit hadn't been updated in 50 years and was therefore invalid. Nate was still trying to determine what made Doris tick, but he was done arguing. He bet Doris wasn't. He bet she was here to argue about speed limits or public right-of-way or pet regulations. Ian squirmed, rolling his head until the blue puppy blanket dropped unnoticed from his head and over Flynn's arm. The door behind them opened, bringing a nip of evening air. Harmony Valley was near enough to the Pacific Ocean to be cooled nightly by ocean breezes and thick fog. Nate tucked the baby blanket snugly around the tufts of red-brown hair on Ian's head. Footsteps and whispers from the newcomers were covered by Mayor Larry recording a quorum on a request to rezone some property in the south part of town. The pew behind them groaned as someone sat down. At the front of the church, heads turned to see who'd entered. Inquisitive stares neighbors followed. Nate began to turn to see who had come in when Flynn nudged him and said, "Here we go." Next on the agenda, Mayor Larry squinted at his notes through black rectangular reading glasses. Sheriff elections? Abruptly, everyone faced forward, perhaps as shocked by the agenda item as Nate was. The little black rain cloud above Nate's head thickened. Doris wasn't here to talk about speed limits or public right-of-way or pet regulations. She's here to talk about me. Nate leaned closer to Flynn, keeping his voice down. We don't have sheriff elections. He'd come to Harmony Valley nearly 3 years ago because the town was plain and simple. He'd been hired, plain and simple. He'd renewed his contract, plain and simple. Less than 200 residents lived in town, most of them pleasant, law-abiding, elderly. Plain and simple. At least, until Doris had returned to the area, breathing fire. Doris approached the speaker podium like she was going to bulldoze it. She was shaped like a fireplug, short, compact, the promise of energy behind every step. Her gray hair didn't dare curl or frizz, not even in the fog. Barely an inch long, it stood on end. She was a fireplug, all right. Only instead of spouting water, Doris spouted words. That woman could out-debate a presidential candidate. Nate sucked back a grin. She hadn't been able to talk her way out of those citations. Something bumped the back of Nate's pew just as Doris began to speak. Mr. Mayor, Nate's grin slipped free by half, poking holes in his rain cloud. Mr. Mayor? Everyone called him Mayor Larry, at the mayor's request. The aging hippie and tie-dye business entrepreneur was unorthodox, from his long gray ponytail to his tie-dyed attire and his penchant for naked yoga down by the river, a practice folks respected and avoided. Doris addressed those on the dais. Madams councilwomen. Nate's war to contain the grin became more challenging. The 3 councilwomen weren't into formalities either. Ladies and gentlemen, Doris continued in her high-pitched, grating voice. We should be proud of many things in our community. The wonderful festivals we have. The resurgence of new businesses. And the low crime rate. But that isn't good enough. Not good enough? The little black rain cloud sucked the oxygen from the old church. In this age of police misconduct, the people need a voice. Doris had a death grip on the podium. Nate thought it might be his death she planned. Can't see, came a little voice from behind Nate. That innocent voice. It broke through the cloud. Clop clump. It sounded like the tyke stood on the next pew back. That better, Juju. Doris wasn't only upsetting Nate. On the pulpit, the town council murmured and shifted in their seats. Those in pews in front of Nate exchanged significant glances and whispered commentary. The people have a voice, Doris. Councilwoman Agnes Villanova drew the microphone she shared with the other councilwomen closer. Residents vote for representatives of our town. Your representatives then vote on issues of health, well-being and safety. Why, just this last year your town council hired 2 firefighters and renewed the sheriff's contract. Short, spunky Agnes ran the town from her seat to the mayor's right. Next to her sat Rose Cassia. Rose looked like a retired ballerina with her thin frame and her crisp white chignon. She might have pulled off New York sophistication if she didn't tap dance her way into rooms. At the end of the table sat Mildred Parsons. Mildred could barely see, despite her thick lenses. She was made of soft angles, from the snow-white curls in her short hair to her plump frame. Nate loved those old ladies. They chased away his storm clouds. Beg pardon, Madam Councilwoman. The smirk in Doris's voice carried to the back of the church without her having to turn around. But I was talking about removing a layer of politics from the process. A layer of politics? Sprightly Agnes had the heart of a saint and silver hair as short as Doris's, except Agnes's hair relaxed on her head. Are you questioning our dedication to this town? Are you questioning our ethics? The crowd murmured in disapproval. The mayor and town council had been serving for decades. They were wise. They were beloved. They always ran unopposed. Nate drew a calming breath. Whatever agenda Doris had, the town council would thwart it. What I'm saying is clear enough that everyone in this room understands, Doris said with the pomp of the self-important. Everyone but you. In the midst of horrified gasps, a small hand landed on Nate's shoulder. Hi. Hot breath gusted in Nate's ear. Nate glanced over his shoulder into a pair of large gray eyes framed by a dark mop of hair. He'd never seen the toddler before, but the boy was cute and most likely the reason for the curious stares a few minutes ago. Across the aisle, old man Takata beamed at the tyke and tapped the shoulder of his neighbor Snarky Sam, who owned the antique/used goods store on Main Street. Sam's smiles were rare. And yet he gave the kid a toothy grin. The little boy touched his forehead to Nate's and repeated, "Hi." "Hey," Nate said softly, unable to resist returning the boy's impish smile. "Be careful." Feminine hands curled around the boy's torso and drew him back. Nate began to twist around to see who the hands belonged to when Flynn spoke again, halting him. "Do you think Doris would be more respectful of you if you wore a uniform?" Even in a whisper, Flynn sounded like he was enjoying this more than Nate. Of course, Flynn wasn't the sheriff. He was part owner of a winery. "I don't need a uniform," Nate whispered back, not enjoying this at all. He'd rather be chasing chickens. "I have a star on my truck and a badge in my pocket." Doris wasn't the whispering type. In fact, she was practically shouting now. "I'm saying that we the people and only we the people should decide who serves our community. Otherwise, we'll be stuck with a sheriff." Without turning, Doris pointed behind her, toward Nate, who badgers our residents, berates citizens for their lifestyle choices and bullies the elderly with citations and tickets they can't afford to pay. "Freaky," Flynn said louder, causing the baby to stir and loosen the blanket again. "It's like you and Doris are psychically connected. She knew exactly where you were sitting. She saw me come in." Nate could solve that mystery more easily than the one involving what made Doris so bitter. She can't be this upset over tickets. Doris held up a sheaf of papers. I have here 20 signed reports from residents about Sheriff Landry's behavior. Nate didn't think he'd given out 20 tickets in the past year. 20 reports stating that Sheriff Landry gave them warnings rather than a citation with a fee attached. Whereas Doris, had worked herself into huff and puff mode. Whereas I have received 3 citations in the past 3 months. I demand we let the people decide who protects us. I demand we fire the sheriff and hold an election. She dropped the stack of papers on the podium like a rapper dropped a mic at the end of a show. Except she kept talking. I demand. In my defense, Nate said to Flynn, tucking Ian's blue blanket more securely around his tiny shoulders, the only way to handle Doris is to give her a ticket and drive away. Now Doris, Mayor Larry made a rare appearance in an argument. Normally, he delegated trouble to the town council so he could remain as neutral as Switzerland. These are serious allegations. Please approach with your notes so we may look them over. Claude Clump. Claude Clump. The kid behind Nate was on the move again. Notes? Doris snatched up the papers again, clutching them to her chest. This is my evidence. Claude Clump. Claude Clump. The noise was drawing attention. The gray-haired residents of Harmony Valley had probably never done the wave at a sports stadium. But their heads turned in the same ripple effect to stare Nate's way, starting from the back of the church and moving forward. And as they looked past Nate, grins and coos rippled through the assembled. The little hand returned to Nate's shoulder, followed by a hot-breathed, "Hi." When Nate turned his head, he received another gentle forehead bump. "You're an awesome little dude." Nate ruffled the boy's hair. The boy's gray eyes widened in delight. "I Duke." He tapped his skinny chest and grinned. The majority of the assembled chuckled. The majority being over age 65 and being grandparents or great-grandparents who appreciated precocious children. Behind Nate, someone emitted a heavy sigh. Feminine hands drew the toddler out of view once more. For years, Doris half glanced behind her as if sensing she was losing her audience. "You four have ruled Harmony Valley." "Well, no more. The people want to be heard. The people want a say. The people want to vote for a sheriff of our own choosing." Campaign for sheriff? Nate sat back against the pew. He wasn't the handshaking, promise-making, run-for-office type. Now, Doris, Mayor Larry hated discord and looked as if he was ready to break Robert's rules of order and escape out the back. He started again. "Now, Doris. Don't you now Doris me. I want action and I want it now." She slipped up there, Flynn noted. She said I. The people, Doris quickly self-corrected. The people want action now. "I'm going to remind the speaker," Mayor Larry said carefully, "that there is a review process written in the town bylaws, by you." Doris scoffed. The mayor tilted his head down and stared at Doris over the rim of his rectangular readers. Written by the town council over 70 years ago. "Hi!" Duke shouted, completely stealing the limelight and bringing some much-needed laughter to the proceedings. Doris spun, so upset at being upstaged that her short hair seemed to tilt forward and take aim at the upstager. The few residents not enamored of little Duke straightened and quieted like school children caught misbehaving. The rest kept on smiling and scrunching their faces in funny ways designed to encourage the boy, not calm him down. Duke really was a cute kid. Not even Doris was immune to his charms. Her expression seemed to soften. "We should wrap this up so we can all meet that adorable young man in the back." Agnes spoke into the microphone. "These are all good points, Doris." Therefore, Agnes waited until Doris faced her again. "I move we hold a sheriff's election as soon as possible. Say, this week, so as not to hinder our spring festival plans." Voices disappeared beneath a rush of sound in Nate's ears, as if he was passing a semi-truck on the highway with his windows down. His position was an inconvenience to the spring festival? His livelihood? His future? The assembled were just as shocked as Nate. The church had fallen into a stunned silence. There wasn't so much as a peep from Doris or Duke. During the lull, Agnes elbowed Rose. Rose looked as confused as Nate felt. Mildred, who had more than a slight resemblance to Mrs. Claus, pushed her thick lenses higher up her nose and sighed. I suppose. I second. Anticipating peace, the mayor beamed at the council. All in favor? All 3 town councilwomen said, aye. Motion passed. The mayor closed out the meeting. An election? Nate's plain and simple world was suddenly not so plain and simple. Don't sweat it. Flynn stared down at Ian with a whole lot of love in his eyes. You signed a new contract and you're the only qualified candidate in town. In a week, you'll win by a landslide. Nate's future was out of his control. He didn't think he'd sleep for a week. Duke. The little dude gripped Nate's shoulder. The woman's hands drew him back. Juju, the boy scolded. In the past 18 months or so, there'd been an influx of younger residents to Harmony Valley and a baby boom. Nate turned more fully in his seat to see who held his new friend. Familiar gray eyes collided with his. The storm cloud returned. And flashed with lightning. Hello, Nate. Julie Smith put nearly 3 years of disdain and disappointment in those 2 words. Julie. Nate shot to his feet, steady as always, guarded as always. If Nate was the sheriff, he was off duty. He wore a brown checkered shirt and blue jeans, not a service uniform. Duke was balanced on Julie's thighs, his small hard-soled sneakers digging in for purchase as he reached for Nate once more. Couldn't Duke loathe Nate as much as I do? Couldn't Nate look as if the past few years had been one big heartbreak? No on both counts. Duke's fingers flexed as he reached for Nate. And Nate? It was annoying how good he looked. His black hair might have been in need of a trim and his chin shadowed with stubble, but his teeth hadn't fallen out, his broad shoulders weren't bullet-ridden and, worst of all, he didn't look sleep-deprived. The mayor and town council were still on the pulpit surrounded by animated residents with loud voices. Chaos had arrived in Harmony Valley, just not the way Julie had envisioned it. The man next to Nate came to his feet. He wore a wedding ring, held a swaddled newborn, had spit up on the shoulder of his yellow polo and new dad bags under his eyes. Julie gave him a sympathetic smile. Duke despised naps and could be a restless sleeper at night. Not as restless as Julie lately, but still. The man with the baby cleared his throat, shaking Nate out of tall, dark and stunned mode. Flynn, Nate said slowly. This is Julie, my. And there it was. That awkwardness Julie had been waiting years for. She pounced. I'm the sister of Nate's ex-fiancé, Flynn slid a questioning look Nate's way. Her moment had arrived. Julie stood, scooping Duke to her hip with her left arm. Didn't Nate tell you he was engaged? He left my sister at the altar. That wasn't all he'd left, but Julie didn't want to waste all her ammunition on the first volley. Flynn didn't look as shocked as she'd hoped. She blamed Nate. He inspired loyalty wherever he went. Even after being dumped, April had forbidden Julie to confront him. But that ban had been lifted. Now it was open season on the sheriff. Duke toppled forward, letting his full weight drop between Julie and Nate, unexpectedly shifting Julie's center of gravity. She slurped in air like it came through a clogged milkshake straw. The stitches beneath her right collarbone pulled sharply, tugging at nerves that quivered up and down her neck and shoulder. Mom was right. The doctor was right. It is too soon. And too late to back out now. Julie drew on years of resentment, drew Duke back and drew down her chin against the pain. She was here for justice. She was here to make Nate suffer. Surely that wouldn't take long. Nate hadn't been shamed by her announcement that he'd backed out of a wedding. He didn't scowl or frown. He didn't put his hands on his hips and try to stare Julie down. She'd forgotten he was a man of few words. Julie was itching for words. Fighting words. My sister, April, defeated cancer, and the idea that it might return gave Nate cold feet. She glared at Nate, daring him to contradict her. Not exactly, Nate said in a gruff voice, not riled enough to fully engage in battle. Julie drew a breath to continue her assault, only to be interrupted. What a pleasure to see a new babe in our neck of the woods. It was the miniature old lady from the town council, the one with the relaxed, pixie-cut silver hair. She bestowed Duke and Julie with a friendly smile, and then gave Nate the kind of smile grandmothers bestowed on favored grandkids, before turning that smile on Flynn. "Can the council borrow you?" Flynn edged past Nate, who was staring at the ceiling as if searching for divine intervention. Julie hoped April wasn't smiling down on him. Her younger sister had always been the forgiving type. "But not me." Before Julie could resume their sparring match, an elderly woman with unnaturally black hair and a severe widow's peak stood behind Julie and ruffled Duke's hair. "Who is this adorable young man?" "I Duke," Julie's nephew repeated, thrusting his shoulders back. He loved attention. "More importantly, who are you?" A pale elderly woman wheeled an oxygen tank to Julie's pew and adjusted the cannula in her nose. "Oh, heavens, no. That isn't the important question. The important question is, are you here to stay?" This from a rotund gentleman waggling a smile and bushy white brows. At least 10 elderly folk clustered around Julie's pew, clogging the aisle. They leaned on walkers and canes and the pew itself, waiting for Julie's answer. "Is this how we treat visitors to Harmony Valley?" Nate asked them in a voice infused with patience. For a moment, no one answered. And then someone said, "Yes," which made the group laugh. "Her name is Julie," Nate said, still in patience mode. "And you can ask her questions some other time. Now, does everyone have a ride home?" They dutifully nodded and pointed to their rides or volunteered to take others home. Amid the subsequent shuffle toward the door, Julie studied Nate some more, trying to figure out how he won everyone over. He had that ramrod-stiff posture that signified confidence and a history of military service. His black hair was parted to the side where a cowlick prevented the hair over his forehead from lying flat. His brown eyes were serious more often than not, and when others were grinning, he only allowed a half smile. He was bottled up and wound tight, keeping his emotions close to his chest. Even after he'd met April. Which was weird. Everyone had loved April. She handed out smiles the way sample ladies handed out free food at Costco. She'd been the kid least likely to get in a fight and most likely to shed tears over sappy television commercials. She'd grown up to be a kindergarten teacher, of course. And she'd taught dance and tumbling to little ones for the recreation department. She was the opposite of Nate, who'd been a sniper in the Middle East, and Julie, who was now a sniper on Sacramento's SWAT team. Julie eased her aching shoulder back, ignoring the growing feeling of exhaustion. She nodded toward the podium. "Stirring up trouble, I see." "Trouble always has a way of finding me," Nate said with a half smile. Julie's aim was off. Nothing was ruffling Nate. Nothing was satisfying her need for revenge. She'd have to hunker down for the long haul. She'd never been good at the long game, at chess or Monopoly. This time, the stakes were higher than bragging rights or a pile of paper money. This time, she had to be the patient one. "Want mama." Duke collapsed against Julie's shoulder, his forehead pile driving into the only tender spot on her body. Her sharp intake of breath caused Nate to dip his head and stare at her more closely. She smoothed her expression into her game face, determined that he only see what she wanted him to see, a strong woman who despised him. "You got married." Nate's gaze was gentle. She didn't want his gentleness. She wanted his anger. She wanted to argue and shout and have him argue and shout back. "You think I'm married because..." A small crease appeared between Nate's brows, only for a moment. "Well, this little guy." A surge of satisfaction shored up sagging dreams of revenge. "You think a woman has to be married to have a child?" The crease returned, deeper this time. "You're a cop. Female cops don't." "You're a police officer," asked the woman who'd been putting up a stink at the podium. She'd stopped at Julie's pew. Doris didn't smile. She didn't coo over Duke. She eyed the pair like a cattle rancher at a bull auction. Julie didn't put much stock in the woman's claims. Nate was many things, but he was a good cop. And Julie wasn't keen on being sized up. But she wasn't here to cause a ruckus about it either, so she said, "Yes, ma'am," and ground her teeth at the interruption in her attempted takedown of Nate the Unflappable. The woman stored that information with a brisk nod, and then moved toward the door. "Mama." Duke crooned softly. Nate glanced around, perhaps catching on to where this was going, perhaps assessing how much privacy they had. Or how much they'd need. The more public his humiliation, the better. "I'm not married." Julie's smile felt triumphant. And Duke isn't my child. Chapter 2. And Duke isn't my child. The bottom dropped out of Nate's world and his stomach plunged to the center of the earth. He washed a hand over his face and planted his feet more firmly on the church planks. Whose child is he? Look at him. Nate had been looking at Julie, at the delicate lines of her face and the stubborn tilt to her chin. She dressed as if she was prepared for a SWAT maneuver, a long-sleeved dark blue utility shirt, belted black utility pants and sturdy boots. But she held a toddler. She should have been wearing faded blue jeans and a soft t-shirt. Her blonde hair should have had bounce, not hung limply to her shoulders. The skin on her face should have glowed, not been washed out. And the bags under her eyes. Had she spent too many nights on duty? Look at him, Julie commanded. Nate obeyed. A roaring filled his ears. And his heart began to thump faster than it had at the sight of Julie. The little boy had the Smith's gray eyes and wide smiling mouth. Like most kids his age, he had thin, lanky legs. His sprouted from a pair of khaki shorts. The friendly sparkle to his eyes was all Smith. But the dark, unruly hair was hard to mistake as anything other than a Landry gift. And as for those ears, Nate tugged one of his own. The kid would grow into them. The kid. My kid. Nate felt as if he'd been shoved from behind, a blow that threatened to topple him. The only things holding him upright were the curled toes in his boots. You're saying he's mine, he whispered. I'm saying he's April's. If Julie had been born a man, she'd have been a fighter. Her chin jutted, daring him to take a swing, to pick a fight, to defend himself for leaving April at the altar when she'd obviously been pregnant with his child. Take a swing? He could barely draw a breath. How old are you, Duke? The boy, his son, held up 2 fingers. Nate breathed in. Breathed out. Fought a torrent of emotion, guilt, joy, anger, that further weakened his knees. The guilt. Guilt was familiar. It rode in his back pocket every day, like his wallet. He had a past, one not suited to fatherhood. Then joy. Joy was a rare emotion for him. It tried to dance through his veins with the virility of being a father. But he wasn't a dancer. And the anger. It was anger that plowed past guilt and joy. Anger that marched behind his eyes with pounding steps, prickled his skin and straightened his backbone. The chemo sent April into early menopause. The doctor said she'd never have children. The doctor had said no birth control was necessary. A miracle. So smug. Julie had been waiting for this. It's been 3 years. News of miracles usually traveled faster than that. Every step he'd taken. Every vow he'd made. Nate set his feet in a wider stance, straddling the abyss filled with shattered expectations. It was all he could do not to shout, not to shake the back of the pew, not to reject fatherhood because he'd never aspired to the job. Where's April? Why didn't she say anything? April didn't want you to know until, Julie's jaw clenched and for the first time since he turned around, there was a crack in her bravado. April passed away 3 months ago. Nate's heart plunged to the floor and into the tilting abyss that had sucked normal from his world. No one had told him that either. And by no one, he meant Julie. I'm sorry about April. She'd been in remission on their wedding day. Was it? Yes, a brain tumor. Yes, cancer. Julie swallowed, squeezing his son as if the boy was a beloved teddy bear. It wasn't easy. But she'd been there. Of that, Nate was certain. While he hadn't been. Not for April. Not for Julie. Not for his son, who'd asked for his mother a few minutes ago. Nate washed a hand over his face again, staring at Duke. You should have told me. April should have told me. Why are you so upset? You always said you didn't want kids. The fight was back in Julie's tone and the flash in her gray eyes. Besides, you lost the right of parenthood when you jilted April. Nate's hands fisted at his sides. A man has a right to know. Why? You said you don't want. No mad words. Duke put his small hand over Julie's mouth. Nate and Julie's gazes locked. No mad words. It was something April used to say when Julie's good-natured bickering with anyone turned into hot debates. Nate shoved his hands in his back pockets. Why are you here? Why did you come? Why now? Julie's mouth formed the kind of hard line that made speeders like Doris sweat. April. Wanted you to have custody, but I have the right to challenge if I can prove you're unfit to be his father, which is where the daddy test comes in. A test. One he didn't have to pass. Nate should feel relief. He should thank Julie for the information, reiterate his position about children and tell her to keep his son safe. He'd send monthly checks for Duke's care, for birthdays and holidays. In the once bumpy road that was his life, this could be smoothed over with the right words. The right words didn't come to mind. Nate leaned forward, hands moving to grip the back of the pew. My parental rights won't be judged by a bitter sister-in-law. I was never your sister-in-law. She turned slightly, putting herself between father and son. And I have every right to judge you. You were my friend. I trusted you with my sister's heart. He wanted to say that was her mistake, but it hadn't been. It had been his. He and Julie had been in the same class at the police academy and had been hired by the same police force. She was attractive and smart, but off limits since they were both focused on their careers. Besides, a woman like Julie would want to have kids and Nate had sworn the opposite. They'd hung out off duty with a group of law enforcement friends. She had a formidable presence and had become a cop because her father was a fallen highway patrolman. She put 100% into everything she did, whether it was a game of poker or pulling over a speeder. He liked that she did what was right and stood behind her decisions. And then one day he'd been at a backyard barbecue with a bunch of their friends. He'd heard Julie laugh. He'd looked up to find Julie towing a delicate blonde across the lawn to meet him. This is my sister, April. I made you 2 dinner reservations at a restaurant on the river. Don't argue. Ignore my sister, April said in a voice as easygoing as sugar on toast. I've been doing it for years. And then April had looked up at Nate with Julie's gray eyes and Julie's wide smile. Only she wasn't Julie. He didn't work with her. And April had won a bout with cancer but wouldn't be able to have children. Oh, I don't know. He'd given April a soft half smile. I think your sister is onto something. Here's how it's going to go, Julie said firmly, trying not to flinch when Duke dropped his head to her injured shoulder again. I'm taking a couple of weeks off to see what kind of dad you'll be. That was a bluff. She wanted Nate to sign over custody of Duke to her tonight. The papers were in her backpack. A couple of weeks? Nate's dark gaze drilled for the truth. How did you get that much time off? It's a combination of bereavement and vacation time, she lied. Why wasn't he focusing on what was important? Why wasn't he squirming out of being a dad? I've booked a room at the bed and breakfast in town. For one night. When she'd walked into the church, she'd doubted she'd need to stay at all. Nate drew back as if he'd gotten a whiff of a dirty diaper. Why don't you stay with me? With, Nate's offer jammed words in her throat. He should have been saying there was no reason to stay. That he didn't want to be a dad. Not a chance. Bunk with the enemy? Duke yawned. It was nearly 8 o'clock, past his bedtime. Julie was spent, too, more energy draining every minute. Nate placed a tentative hand on Duke's wild curls. He's really. I can't believe it. Up. Duke, being April's kid and having never met a stranger he didn't like, reached for Nate and fell forward in that all-in way of his. He'd leave with the mailman if Julie didn't watch out. He'd leave with Nate if Julie didn't watch out. Nate caught him, placing Duke on his hip as if he'd been carrying rug rats around all his life. The town council, mayor and Flynn spoke softly on the pulpit. The last of the attendees filed out the door with friendly smiles their way. Julie's hopes for a deep stab of revenge and a tidy wrap-up of loose ends went out with them. I tall. Duke gazed around, yawning. He dropped his head to Nate's shoulder and closed his eyes. Nate stood very still. His lips were pursed, but his jaw worked, as if he was wrestling with words that wanted to be given voice. Julie gave him time to reject the little boy in his arms, time to stand by his rote words from years gone by. Seconds ticked by and still nothing. Give me his jacket, Nate said finally, settling Duke closer. I'll walk you out. Chapter 3. You didn't have to follow us over. Julie's tone was as nippy as the evening air. She stood next to her red SUV at the Lambridge bed and breakfast. Nate deserved the cold shoulder for the choices he'd made regarding April. Deserved, yes. Enjoyed, no. This was not how he'd envisioned seeing Julie again. Oh, he'd imagined her trying to rip him a new one. And he'd imagined himself standing and taking it. But a kid. It wasn't that he didn't like kids or didn't spend time around them. In fact, he just returned from a weekend with his sister, Molly, and her toddler. But one of his own? The answer should be, no, thanks. And yet. He hesitated. Julie opened the SUV's back door and undid the straps on his son's car safety seat. Nate wanted her to hurry. He wanted to have his son in his arms once more. It made no sense. He wasn't like Molly or even Flynn. He hadn't longed for a child. He stared up at the stately forest green Victorian that was the bed and breakfast, and Harmony Valley's only hotel. Have you checked in yet? No. Unable to wait any longer, Nate edged Julie aside and picked up Duke. Want bed? Short, sturdy arms wrapped around Nate's neck. Nate hugged him closer, drinking in the smell of toddler, sweat and dirty clothes, and the essence of his son. Julie had moved to the rear of the red SUV. She unloaded an open bag of diapers with a tub of wipes stuffed in it. A dinosaur print bedroll came next, followed by a duffel bag and a backpack. She closed the hatch, groaning almost as much as the hinges on the hatch. Was she recovering from the flu? That would explain the looks and sounds of exhaustion. Let me carry those, Nate offered. No, Julie snapped, but it was a weary snap. Juju. Duke leaned toward her, small arms outstretched, near tears. Want bed? Soon. Julie slung the duffel over a shoulder, a sharp intake of breath, held the bedroll under an arm, a wince, and clutched the bag of diapers in her hand, looking like she might topple. Let me help you. Nate lowered Duke to the ground and snagged the backpack. Wailing, the toddler staggered dramatically to Julie and latched onto her leg. Duke. Julie looked like she wanted to wail, too. Without a word, Nate took the duffel, bedroll and diaper bag from her. The front door opened. Leona Lambridge, the original proprietor of the bed and breakfast, stood in the doorway. Her thin-bladed features were sharper than surgical knives. She wore a simple navy dress that cast the gray in her tightly bound hair in eerie blue. She stared at them, an overloaded sheriff, a spent-looking aunt and a hysterical child, clasping her hands as if it helped her withhold verbal judgment. Leona wasn't a people person. Why she'd opened a bed and breakfast was a mystery to Nate. Julie knelt, gathered Duke with her left arm and muttered, "The music from Psycho is playing in my head. Cop humor. Meant to diffuse stress. Pay no attention to my grandmother." Reggie, Leona's granddaughter, edged past the old woman and hurried down the stairs to greet them. "I'm running the Lambridge B&B now." Poor Reggie. She had to be working her fingers to the bone. She looked thin and haggard. Her long brown hair listless and her pert nose less than pert. "She'll run it until something better comes along," Leona quipped. "She's left me once already. Your patrons missed me when I was gone." Reggie took the diaper bag from Nate and smiled hard at Julie. "She's friendlier than she'd like you to believe." Having known Leona a few years, Nate withheld comment. Reggie frowned at Nate when he didn't back her up. "Grandmother has friends in town. She's retired. It's not like I'm going to force her out of the house to make ends meet." "Oh, she forces me, all right. In hopes I'll take back my ex-husband." Leona retreated into the foyer where her hair seemed less blue and her countenance less sharp. "Or join one of Harmony Valley's many causes." "Too much information for our guests," Reggie muttered. "My offer of a place to stay still stands," Nate said to Julie. He had a studio apartment above the sheriff's office. "I'll face the music of my own making, thank you." Lugging Duke, Julie followed Reggie up the porch steps but at a much more measured pace. "You'd best do the same." Nate noted Julie's uneven breathing as she ascended the stairs. Her rigid posture and the tender way she held Duke. What had torn her apart? Cancer? Like her sister? She'd been favoring her left shoulder. Breast cancer? Nate bounded up the stairs, suddenly afraid Julie might collapse, and no one would be there to save her from harm. "I could like Ms. Smith." Leona gave Julie a knowing smile. "She's a match for you, Sheriff." But, Leona tilted her head and filled her expression with cheerful remorse, the reservation was for one adult. "We run a respectable establishment. Come no farther, Sheriff. Casa Landry has room for both of you, Jules." If Nate slept downstairs on the cot in the jail cell. "Poaching my business." Reggie sked and tried to look like there was much business to poach. "Bad form, Sheriff." "Want bed," Duke crooned. "As soon as we check in, little man." But Julie didn't move toward the door in her usual Taquino prisoner style. She blew out a labored breath and planted her boots on the porch as if it was an accomplishment just to make it that far. "Reservation for Smith. Reggie needs your credit card." Leona tried to smile, although it made her look as if she was having indigestion. She gestured toward Duke. "I need your assurance that your party won't disrupt other guests." By other guests, she means herself. Reggie softened the remark with a more natural smile. "Thankfully, without her hearing aids she can only hear you if you shout." Julie was a woman of action, but she was loitering on the porch as if this was a social call and she wasn't swaying with fatigue. Concern knotted in his gut. Excuse me. A man's voice reached them from the sidewalk. Is this the Lambridge bed and breakfast? It is. Reggie shoved the diaper bag into Nate's chest. Grandmother, show the Smiths to their room. Yes. Show us now, Nate said firmly, commandingly, daring Leona to stop him from helping Julie and his son upstairs. When Julie was a kid, she'd had boundless energy. It was as if she'd gotten her share of energy, plus April's. April had asthma. April had painful growth spurts. April had flat feet, poor eyesight, lactose intolerance, skin that burned, toes prone to warts. You name it, April suffered through it. Not with Julie's spunk, but with a gentle smile and a well-meaning joke. 5 days ago, Julie had been shot in the soft flesh near her shoulder. She'd lost a lot of blood. Standing and carrying Duke. Fighting with Nate. Being out of bed. How quickly it all drained Julie's reserves. She wanted to collapse on the small, antique chair just inside the front door. She didn't want to carry her nephew and follow the Bride of Frankenstein up the stairs to a bedroom. Seriously. Leona was a dead ringer for the black and white film icon. Give her a couple of neck bolts, tease up her hair, and she'd be ready for Halloween. Leona was out of place in the house, which was beautiful and serene. It was like stepping back in time. Bead board. Wood floors. Old fixtures. Antique furniture. All lovingly cared for. By Reggie, no doubt. I'm curious. Nate stared toward Reggie and the man on the sidewalk. And then he turned to look at Leona. Are you really singing in Rose's production of Annie for the Spring Festival? I am. There was a shift in Leona's posture, a preening. Rose said no one else could play Miss Hannigan. Nate's half-smile twitched. He adjusted his hold on the items he carried for Julie. Can you give us a sample? I don't do requests. With a toss of her head, Leona led them with short, precise steps that made the creaking stairs wail as plaintively as Duke had outside. The music from Psycho played once more in Julie's head, but this time she was smiling as she climbed. Nate knows how to handle Frankenstein's bride. I should ask him for pointers. Julie bit her lip. There would be no fraternizing with the enemy. The pain meds are making me loopy. Or they would be if I'd taken the pain meds. When they reached the second floor, Leona gestured to an open door. This is your bathroom. It was completely tiled and completely white. Not the best choice for the dirt little boys tended to bring inside. Blessedly, a few steps later they were at a bedroom. The four-poster bed was huge, and the room was still large enough for a taekwondo match. Julie sat Duke down on the bed. Only the presence of Nate kept her from collapsing next to him. She played sports in high school and trained in martial arts. She knew how to play through pain and discomfort. But exhaustion, blood loss. This was different. Breakfast is from 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Leona raised her eyebrows at Nate. Visiting hours end at 9 p.m. Nate dropped Julie's duffel on the chair near the cherry desk, placing the rest of her things around it on the floor, including the backpack with the custody papers. That gives me 10 minutes. Leona checked her slim gold watch. 9. A smile snuck past Julie's defenses again. Maybe she and Leona would get along after all. They had a common foe in Nate. Leona gave Julie what might have been a charitable smile. Credit card? When she had it, Leona left. Her heels clacked briskly against the hardwood as she withdrew. Nate picked up Duke's dinosaur bedroll and shook it out on top of the bed, surrounding it with pillows. Don't let Leona get under your skin. She senses weakness like a wolf smells blood. I could take her, Julie joked, unable to take her eyes off Nate. She'd forgotten how nice he could be. He was supposed to be a jerk when she told him about Duke. He was supposed to reject Duke as his. He was supposed to be angry and insensitive. Julie could deal with angry, insensitive jerks all day long. It was the nice guys who undid her. She needed her anger, if only for 9 more minutes. Don't think I'm going to hand Duke over to you and walk away. You still have to prove you'll be a good father. Says who? There was some of the anger Julie sought. A spark in dark eyes. A set to his strong jaw. His reaction energized her. It was April's last wish. Want bed, Duke crooned, crawling toward the bedroll. Nate stared at his son with wonder in his eyes. No anger. No rejection. What she saw there. It could have been the beginnings of love. Julie turned away. She should change Duke's diaper and brush his teeth. She should go downstairs and sign the check-in paperwork. She should get a key to her room. She shouldn't be thinking that Nate's reaction to Duke made him dad-worthy. She checked her cell phone. 7 more minutes. She heard Nate remove Duke's shoes. Heard him tuck Duke into the bedroll. Heard him whisper, "Sweet dreams." Nice. Nate had always been nice. Nice to those he worked with. Nice to those who obeyed the law. Nice. Until the day he'd asked to speak to April alone in the church vestibule. Until the week after that when he'd quit the Sacramento PD and moved away. Until he wasn't by April's side as she wasted away and whispered her last wishes. How could a man who was so upstanding at work be so unreliable in his personal life? Julie drew a labored breath. "We need to talk." Nate was behind her, being civil. This wasn't a civil situation. Julie turned on legs as stiff and unyielding as green 2x4s. "We'll talk tomorrow." He studied her the way they'd been trained at the academy, looking for signs of stress or emotional imbalance. She forced her lips to make the journey upward towards superiority. "Tomorrow." After a moment, he nodded. "Breakfast." "El Rosal." "I'm buying. We have a free breakfast here." Needing something to do, she dug out a diaper from the bag, as if she was going to be a stellar caregiver and wake up Duke to change him. Nada on that. The little man was hell on wheels when he woke up too soon. Nate's gaze turned as soft as one of Duke's baby blankets. "It's good to see you, Jules." "Don't call me that, Landry." He gave her a rueful half-smile, glanced at Duke one last time and then left. She listened to his footsteps recede. She listened to the downstairs door open and close. She listened to him drive away. Nate thought of himself as a good guy. And good guys sometimes did an about-face and came back to check on someone they thought was in need. Only when Julie was positive Nate had left did she sink to the floor, resting her back against the footboard. She texted her mother to tell her they'd arrived safely, assuring her she was all right. What a liar she'd become. Leona appeared in the doorway, her eyes slanted with disapproval. "Are you sleeping on the floor?" "No. I'm about to do my exercises for my back." It wasn't a lie if she was joking, right? "You can leave the key on the dresser with my receipt." "You don't need a key." Leona placed a handwritten receipt on the dresser with Julie's credit card. "We don't have locks." She closed the door behind her. "No key," Julie murmured. "No privacy. No way to lock Duke in here with her to prevent him wandering if he awoke at midnight. No painkillers. No revenge. No signed custody agreement. What a bust of a day." Julie unbuttoned her shirt, drawing it carefully over her injured shoulder. Blood trickled from her collarbone. She peeled the bandage off, opened the diaper and shoved it under her bra strap. She'd sit a few more minutes to gather her strength. And then she'd take her med kit into the bathroom, being careful not to bleed all over those white tiles. Just a few more minutes. Chapter 4. After leaving the bed and breakfast, Nate drove around town, ostensibly to make his nightly rounds. But it was more than worry for the town that kept him from bed. His mind was as jumbled as a box of well-used Scrabble tiles. As if being blindsided by Doris wasn't bad enough. "I'm a father." And April was dead. He'd need to visit her grave and pay his respects, maybe make a donation to a cancer-related charity. "I'm a father." And Julie looked like she'd been run over by a bus. He'd need to contact a few of their mutual friends on the force and find out how bad her cancer was. He didn't want to repeat the mistake he'd made with April. But that mistake hadn't been one-sided. April had had a lot to say on their wedding day and she'd known. "I'm a father." As were many of his friends in Harmony Valley. But unlike them, he didn't know his son's middle name. He didn't know what he'd looked like as a baby. He didn't even know his son's birth date. Birthdays meant a lot to kids. They tended to remember birthdays as they got older. Nate had been given a gun for his 8th birthday. It was a wreck of a weapon. The stock was duct taped. The barrel scraped and the sight bent forward as if someone had used it for a cane. But it was a real rifle, not a BB gun like Matthew Freitas had gotten for his 8th birthday. "Time you start acting like a man," his father had said in a voice that boomed in their small kitchen. He'd stared at his wife making pancakes for Nate's birthday breakfast with an arrogant grin. Duck hunting season is coming up. Nate longed to go duck hunting. They lived in Willows, California, where everyone hunted. It was practically a law. "Bring your gun. Let's go shoot." There was a sly note to Dad's voice that Nate didn't understand. Not that he cared. He'd played shooting video games at Tony Arno's house down the block. Nate was a good shot. Wait until he showed Dad. No, Mom sounded a little panicked, like she did when she didn't have dinner ready, and Dad pulled into the driveway. She came to stand behind Nate, drawing him to her with fingers that dug through to bone. His little sister's eyes were big. She tugged at the skirt of her Sunday school dress. Nate bet Molly was jealous. She never got to do anything with Dad. But Nate was 8. He was a man now. That meant Dad would take him hunting. There'd be no more cleaning toilets for Nate. No more dishes. No more dusting. No more butt-stinging whoopings. Dad glowered at the women in the household. The boy is coming with me. Nate had naively stepped forward. Someone stepped into the beam of Nate's headlights and then leaped back. Nate slammed on his brakes. The truck shuddered to a halt, but Nate's limbs continued to quake. A slender black man stood on the sidewalk in a bathrobe, shuffling his bunny-slippered feet. He rammed the truck in park and jumped out, bellowing, "Terrence. What are you doing out here?" "Evening, Nate." The tall, elderly man shoved his hands into his burgundy terry cloth pockets. "You didn't have to stop so quickly." "Of course, I had to stop." Nate was yelling. He never yelled. Blame it on the night he'd had. He took a deep breath, lowering his voice. "You're walking around in your bathrobe and slippers. Policing Harmony Valley wasn't about controlling crime. It was about keeping the peace. And peace required patience. But the patience Nate usually had in deep reserve was at drought levels. "I can't do it, Sheriff." Terrence's breath hitched and his shoulders shook. His elongated facial features were accented by sad salt and pepper brows and sparse chin stubble. "I can't go to sleep without Robin in bed with me." Nate heaved a sigh. Terrence had recently lost his wife of 50 years. But this was the 3rd time in a month he'd found Terrence walking around in his pajamas. The old man had been watching the sun rise from the top of Parish Hill when Nate drove by to check on reports of gunshots up there. Terrence had been watching the river pass by from the Harmony Valley Bridge during Nate's morning jog. And now, a porch light came on at the house on the corner. If anyone saw Terrence in his pajamas, Nate would have to do more than chastise him and make sure he got home safe. Doris would want him to issue a citation for indecent exposure. Agnes would want him to take Terrence to the hospital for observation, which might result in pills being prescribed. Pills Terrence wouldn't take, because the antidepressants and sleeping pills his doctor had given him after Robin's death sat unused in his medicine cabinet. "Get in the truck and I'll drive you home," Nate said, infusing his tone with compassion. He'd get the older man something to eat and stay at his place until Terrence dozed off. Terrence shook his head in a trembly fashion. The robe was worn and did little to keep out the cold. He was shivering all over. Nate stood between Terrence and the porch, hopefully blocking the view of anyone peering out the front window. But they could come out at any time. He swept Terrence toward the truck with both hands on his shoulders. "If you're going to walk outside, you need to walk with all your clothes on. Now, get in." Except to shiver, Terrence didn't budge. "I'm dressed for bed because I tried to sleep, and I couldn't." The mournful sound in his voice echoed on the empty street. "I always thought I'd go first. I should have spoiled her more. I should have told her I loved her more. I should have." "Get in the truck." Nate opened the door. "Turn those feet around and get in." "Are you arresting me?" Even the bunny ears on his slippers seemed to be shivering now. "More importantly, are you making fun of Robin's slippers?" He was. Some levity was called for, otherwise he'd never get Terrence off the street. Nate put his hands on the older man's shoulders and gently turned him around. "You're telling me your feet are the same size as Robin's?" Robin had long, elegant feet. Terrence moved slowly toward the truck. "I feel closer to her when I wear her slippers." Locks turned in a door behind them. Out of time, Nate hustled Terrence into the truck. "Sheriff? Is that you?" Lilac Miller wore a pink silk bathrobe, kitten heels, and what looked like a shower cap. "Yes, ma'am." Nate walked in front of the headlights so she could see him. "Sorry about the noise. A cat ran out in front of me." He got in the truck, hoping Lilac hadn't seen his passenger. "I saw Lilac driving Doris to the market this morning out by the highway." Terrence's knobby knees bumped against the old metal dash. Nate bit back a curse, adding Lilac to his to-do list tomorrow. She was dangerous on the road and had promised him she wouldn't drive unless it was an emergency. But if she was hanging out with Doris? "Thanks for telling me." Terrence squirmed in his seat. "I don't want to go home alone. You can sleep in the jail cell tonight. But first, we're getting you some clothes." The smoke grenade made it impossible to see in the house. Julie's breath sounded hollow within her mask. Her throat felt dry. And her nerves. Adrenaline pumped through her. This was Julie's first time running point for the SWAT team. She couldn't afford any errors. Julie gripped her weapon more firmly, finger on the trigger. A woman emerged in the smoke-filled hallway, awkwardly balancing both a crying baby and a weapon in her arms. And that automatic weapon. It's trained on me. Police. Drop your weapon. Julie shouted, but instinct had her pulling the trigger. The gun barrel pointed at her flared. Something hit her shoulder, or someone pulled her back. The smoke closed in. Julie couldn't see. She didn't know. The baby. She could hear its cries. Her breath rasped. Her throat burned. She was hot. She was cold. She was hot and cold and being dragged to safety. Except. Suddenly, she wasn't safe. You killed me. The woman closed the distance between them, pressing the muzzle of her gun into Julie's chest. Her face was gray, and her eyes were red. Julie wanted to run, but her legs were sinking into the floor. She wanted to fight, but someone was holding her arms at her side. In desperation, she fired again, fighting for her life, fighting the arms that bound her. Suddenly, it was April who held Julie. April, who crumpled to the linoleum, her mouth moving as she tried to speak one word, forgive. No. Julie sat up, shaking and sweating. She'd fallen asleep on the floor of the bed and breakfast. The bedside light was still on, but the chill of the evening had seeped into the bedroom. Into her. Helpless. She felt so helpless. And sleep-deprived. She hadn't been able to sleep properly since she'd been released from the hospital. Not since she'd stopped taking the pain pills. But if she took them, she couldn't drive or care for Duke. It took several minutes for the shakes to subside. Several more for her to trust her legs to hold her. But peace of mind? That remained elusive. Juju. A whisper. A tug on the quilt. Julie cracked her eyes open. She felt like sun-dried roadkill. Her eyes were gritty. Her mouth dry. And her head, it felt as if her skull had been stuffed with heavy mountain clay. She wanted to roll over and stay beneath the covers. But there was her nephew. His black hair in a rumpled half mohawk and his mouth set in his welcome to morning grumpy line. Cheerful. She had to channel April and be cheerful. Want to snuggle, little man? No. Want milk? He tugged harder on the quilt. Juju. Julie squinted at her watch. It was 7:30, late for Duke. Okay. Okay. She ran through the list. Shower. Clean teeth. Clean diaper. Clean dressing. Clean clothes. Could she distract a 2-year-old for an hour until Leona's official breakfast time? Juju. Okay, I'm moving. Julie folded her right arm to her chest and rolled slowly to an upright position. Duke didn't look any better when she was upright. He was still rumpled and grumpy. She caught her reflection in the mirror hanging above the desk. She didn't look much better. She looked ready to audition for a role as a zombie, dark circles under her eyes, hollow cheeks, hair in loopy tangles. I hope we see Leona on the way to the bathroom. She could use a good scare. 30 minutes later, Julie and Duke were dressed in jeans, sneakers, and thick black hoodies. Julie carried a backpack with toddler supplies and the custody contract she wanted Nate to sign. He'd thrown her a curveball last night by not rejecting Duke outright. In all the years she'd known Nate, he'd always said he didn't want kids. He couldn't change his mind now. She wouldn't let him. If he didn't sign today, she'd put the daddy test into play. Me walk. Me walk. Duke ran to the staircase. Wait. Julie dashed after him, shouldering the backpack. Hold my hand. Together, they took the stairs one at a time. When they reached the foyer, they peeked into the empty living room. Sunlight streamed across the antique wood-trimmed couch, a delicate coffee table, a Boston fern and an antique rocking horse. The wood floors gleamed. There wasn't a dust mote in sight. Breakfast is at 8:30, Reggie said cheerfully from the dining room. There's coffee, milk and juice on the sideboard. Milk would be fantastic. Julie tugged Duke's blue sippy cup from her backpack. Why do you say breakfast is at 8:30, Regina, when you don't mean it? Leona stood at the end of the foyer beneath the stairs. Dark green sheath, low black heels, pearls at her neck, hands clasped at her waist and looking as if she didn't want to let on she smelled something unpleasant. Julie gave a tentative sniff to make sure Duke wasn't fragrant. He wasn't, before slipping into the dining room to fill Duke's cup. It's hard to believe grandmother's first review of the bed and breakfast was positive, Reggie deadpanned, wiping the dining room table as if she only had a few seconds left to clean. Customer service isn't her forte. Chad Healy appreciates good repartee. Leona entered the dining room, stiff as starch. The art of conversation is dying, being replaced by the internet and those hashtags you always mumble about. Reggie stopped cleaning and grinned, a real, live, genuine smile directed at her grandmother. Did you joke with your father when the telegraph became obsolete? Leona didn't answer, but the corner of her lip twitched. Those two may go at it, but they clearly enjoyed their banter. How about great-grandpa's horse and buggy? Reggie leaned on the table, coming in for the proverbial kill, her tone gleeful. His gas lamps? She faltered and glanced at Julie for help. Julie drew a blank, having been tagged to play before she knew she was part of Reggie's team. You petty. Duke grinned up at Leona. He wrapped his arms around her spindly leg and gave her a hug. Leona stared down at Duke. Almost of its own volition, her hand drifted to the top of his head and gave him a pat. Duke released her, still grinning. Petty you. He reached out and patted her bottom. And then he caught sight of his sippy cup and ran to Julie. Milk. Leona's cheeks were redder than a ripe strawberry. She walked woodenly out of the room. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. Reggie stared at Duke in awe. The Ice Queen melted. Honestly, I don't think she touched me when I was growing up. Julie felt compelled to come to Leona's defense. I'm sure she must have. Nope. Reggie shook her head. She was. Well, that's not important. It's been a challenge being here and your son gave me hope. Reggie turned mahogany eyes filled with tears Julie's way. Thank you. A man appeared in the dining room doorway. Am I too early for breakfast? No, Reggie clutched her cleaning rag. Not at all. I just need to put it in the oven and, she composed herself. Why don't you have a cup of coffee while you wait? Get to know our other guests and, make yourself at home. Julie sighed. A cup of coffee sounded like heaven. Duke stopped sucking down milk and tugged on Julie's hand. Out, Juju. Go out. Can't I have my coffee first? Julie's gaze drifted to the stack of mugs by the coffee carafe. Peas. Duke hugged Julie's leg and gazed up at her with April's gray eyes. Go peas. Julie was a sucker for that sweet face. A cup of coffee would have to wait. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. She'd take Nate up on his offer of breakfast. She'd start him on the daddy test. That'd make him squirm. That idea perked her up. A few minutes later, Julie pushed Duke through the foggy streets toward the town square in a blue umbrella stroller she'd retrieved from her SUV, admiring the yellow daffodils and purple pansies. She moved slowly. Duke was a solid 2-year-old. Pushing him wasn't easy. Back in the day, as an older sister, she'd pushed April in her stroller. She'd whined, of course. People like you and me have to take care of others, Dad had said in response to Julie's complaints. As a highway patrolman, he'd been adamant about duty and responsibility. He'd been her strongest supporter when she'd wanted to try out for Little League baseball instead of softball. He'd argued her case with the school board when she wanted to pitch for her high school baseball team. But in return, he'd made her volunteer for every charity that needed an extra pair of hands. He'd insisted she babysit April and help her with her homework. He'd nourished her competitive streak and her sense of responsibility. A burden and a curse, she'd once told Nate. Thinking about how close she and Nate had been made her tense. And tensing made her wound ache. And her aching wound reignited her need for justice. Tree. Duke interrupted her thoughts and his milk consumption, pointing to a large fir tree. A yellow tow truck drove past. The driver waved at Duke. Truck. Duke turned in his seat to grin up at Julie, eyes so like April's that her breath caught. She forgot about vendettas, twinging gunshot wounds, and the past. She let her chest fill with the blissful sight of the gift April had left the world. Do you know how much your mama loved you? Duke's grin deepened and he spread his little arms wide. This much. He sat back in the stroller and pointed to the town square, which was all grass except for one large oak tree. And then he pointed to the left, to a blue pickup with a gold star on the door in front of a Mexican restaurant called El Rosal. Truck. Yep. Nate's truck. Julie's steps slowed even further. El Rosal was a colorful restaurant with outdoor dining fenced in by a low wrought iron fence. On the same side of the street a few doors down was Martin's Bakery. Both seemed to be doing a brisk morning business. Nate sat at an outdoor table with a thin, elderly black man. The sheriff wore a blue checkered shirt beneath a navy sleeveless jacket. He gave his dining companion that half smile she knew so well. Only it wasn't the same half smile of old. Not the one he used to send Julie's way, the one that said he couldn't trust himself to release his feelings. This one said he liked the man across from him and he was comfortable letting his companion know it. Julie's throat ached with the feeling of loss. It shouldn't. She'd lost Nate as a friend the day he'd left April. But looking at him now, at that open book smile, she wondered if their friendship had been one-sided. "You're early." Nate pushed back his chair and hurried to meet them on the sidewalk, the contained half-smile giving nothing away. He bent down near Duke's level. "How are you today, buddy?" "Great." Duke thrust his cup in the air. Julie's gaze stumbled over Nate. No uniform. No gun belt. She had no idea who he was anymore. Nate's scruffy dining companion appeared at his side. He wore a wrinkled orange t-shirt and a dirty green zippered sweatshirt. He had Bachelor written all over him. "I'm Terrence." He slanted a frown Nate's way. "Next time you put me in jail for the night, I'd like breakfast in bed." He walked slowly away, as if he had nowhere to go. "What did you arrest him for?" Julie asked. Nate's gaze followed the old man. "Annoying me." There was the dry humor she remembered. "And that's against the law?" "In my town, yes." Nate's gaze focused on Julie and the lines around his dark eyes deepened. "You should reconsider your accommodations and stay with me." "No, thanks." Terrence didn't look all that rested. "Neither do you." Julie glanced past Nate to the bakery sign, a little of her confidence returning. She knew how to deal with this Nate, be firm. "I see you're tempted by the bakery," Nate said, moving closer to Julie. "On the one hand, Martin's will have those pastries you're craving." Nate pushed the stroller to his table. "On the other hand, El Rosal has bacon." From his seat in the stroller, Duke gasped. "Bacon?" "Yep, bacon," Nate confirmed. "Are you trying to tell me what's best for Duke and me?" Julie felt overheated in her thick black hoodie. She was sure it was because she resented Nate's humor, his calm, his command. Why hadn't the news of being a father broken all that? "They have good coffee here, Jules," Nate said in a soft voice that contradicted the warning in his eyes. "And apple fritters." She hated that he knew her so well. She also hated that so few words softened her resolve, coffee and apple fritters. Nate knew how to change her mood, caffeine and sweets. "Bacon?" Duke scanned several nearby tables for his culinary prize. "We'll order you bacon while Juju takes a rest at the table." Nate unbuckled Duke and carried him inside. Into his life and away from hers. Gone was the heat of battle. Now Julie felt cold. Not the cold terror like she'd been shot, but the vein-freezing cold she'd felt when April had drifted off in death. The alone kind of cold. Her toes stung with it. She took a seat beneath a tall, propane heater. The patrons outside were mostly elderly. A few people looked at her curiously. "You're staying at the Lambridge bed and breakfast." The mayor came to stand next to Julie's table. He was wearing tie-dye again today. His sweatshirt was a wild mix of purple and green. "Welcome to Harmony Valley. Whatever brings you to town," he paused to see if she'd explain why she'd come. When she didn't, he continued, "We hope you enjoy your stay and perhaps settle here permanently." The patrons at other tables beamed at Julie. "Oh, no. I'm not staying." Julie put her hands on the table, as if to cradle the coffee cup that wasn't there. The mayor was nothing if not the town's salesman. "Don't judge so quickly. How many towns can boast affordable living, a winery and views like this?" He pointed to a fog-shrouded mountain towering over the trees. "I'm sure it's beautiful when the fog burns off," Julie allowed, lacing her fingers together. The mayor pointed at her with both index fingers and backed away. "I won't give up on you." "I can respect that." Julie nodded politely. She couldn't see Nate inside. She couldn't see a waitress with a carafe of coffee. She was out of her element here and in her own skin. Her head felt heavy enough from lack of sleep to fall off her shoulders, and there was a knot tightening beneath her right shoulder blade, about the place where Nate had stabbed her in the back years ago. When they were rookies on the Sacramento police force, Julie had had to prove she was tough enough to fit in. Nate fit in just by putting on the uniform. They'd been working the same shift when they'd received a domestic abuse call. Julie pulled up to the house just after Nate did. It was the first time they'd responded to a call together. The first time Julie had been on a domestic abuse call. The call looked bad from the get-go. Run-down neighborhood. Dingy white house. Dirt where a lawn should be. The crack by the front door handle indicated it had been kicked in at least once before. It wasn't the kind of place you send a patrol officer alone. I'll take point. Nate's hand had been on his holster as he knocked on the front door. Police. Open up. Inside the house, a gun went off. A woman screamed. Nate drew his gun and kicked down the door before Julie could report shots fired and request backup. After Julie did that, she drew her weapon and followed. Landry. Julie tried to control the slight shake to her hands. There were sounds of a scuffle deep inside the house. At the end of the hall, a woman appeared. Julie flinched, nearly shooting her. The woman was unarmed, her face bruised and bloodied. She carried a toddler with a red welt on his cheek. They were both crying. Holy moly. Julie's legs had felt as if she'd run the police academy obstacle course one too many times. She'd trained for worst-case scenarios, but Julie had never been in a situation like this before. Get out, Julie had ordered the woman, keeping her weapon and her eyes trained on the end of the hallway as the woman escaped past her. Landry. Answer me. Something hit a wall, shaking the entire house. And then there was a thud. Julie turned the corner of the hall and looked into the master bedroom. Nate sat on top of a panting shirtless man, cuffing his hands behind his back. He stared up at Julie, breathing heavily, one eye swelling and his lip bloody. 2 handguns were on the carpet near the door. Read him his rights. Later, as they'd worked on the report at the station, Julie put a hand on Nate's arm. That was stupid, running in there like that. He had a gun. He could've. His wife didn't think it was stupid since he was pistol whipping her. There was a dangerous edge to Nate's voice that Julie had never heard before. Do you know them? Julie finally voiced her suspicion. Is this personal? I've seen abuse before. Nate's jaw ticked. It's worth taking a bullet to save someone. He hit that woman and, his voice roughened, that little boy. Nate stared at her, but he didn't seem to see Julie. She'd wanted him to. She wanted him to confide in her. But he said nothing for several long seconds. Agonizing moments she waded through. Jules. Do you know what it's like to feel helpless and trapped? Nate did see her then. And behind his gaze was something so bleak, Julie almost couldn't bear it. Your options are taken away. Your spontaneity. Your personality. You can't show anything. And your freedom, his gaze turned distant again. It's like a storm comes in with dark, heavy clouds, and you have no shelter, no choice but to weather the storm. Nate. I'm so sorry. Was this why he never talked about his family? Because he'd been abused? Sorry. Nate had sat back in his chair, suddenly completely in the present and completely angry. I was talking about the victims. He stood and went to get a cup of coffee. She hadn't believed him. But what she did believe was that Nate took his work to heart. And she'd respected him for that. Heck, she'd practically worshipped the ground he walked on. Inside El Rosal, a waiter entered the main dining room through the swinging kitchen door. He held the door for Nate, who carried Duke and a large mug of steaming coffee. Duke clutched a piece of bacon in each hand. The waiter opened the main restaurant door for Nate, and then followed him to the table. He had a swarthy complexion, thick black hair and a killer smile that probably netted him lots of tips. If he'd brought a coffee pot, Julie might have tipped him well, too. Instead, she sighed and held up the sippy cup. First things first. Nate set the steaming mug in front of Julie and sat down across from her, settling a happy, bacon-eating Duke in his lap. Julie's lap felt empty. It was small consolation that Nate suddenly looked as if he'd been taken over by aliens and was just now realizing he had a small boy with him. Truck. Duke grinned, pointing at Nate's Ford. Truck, Nate echoed. The waiter leaned both hands on the edge of the table and beamed at Julie. He'd pinned his name tag, Arturo, upside down. Sheriff Nate wanted to order you the empanada, which he mistakenly calls an apple fritter. He also wanted to order pancakes and eggs for his little sidekick. Arturo's gently rolling consonants fell out of his smiling mouth like the cheery notes of a pop song's chorus. But my mama won't accept the order until you confirm it. She says we don't know you, but we know how bossy Sheriff Nate is. He plucked the sippy cup from her hand. Milk or juice? Milk. And just this once we'll go with the sheriff's order. She gave Nate a stern look and then mainlined the coffee. I know the difference between an apple fritter and an empanada, Nate grumbled. The key to happiness is to establish expectations. Arturo moved to a stack of wooden high chairs. Both in dining and in relationships. He carried one to the table, and then left them. Pay no attention to the talking fortune cookie. Nate deposited Duke in the high chair like a pro. At Julie's questioning glance, he gave her the tight half-smile. My sister has a 20-month-old little girl and I'm one of the few people trusted to babysit Camille. Deep down, something inside Julie gave a plaintive cry of foul. She wanted Nate to be all thumbs with Duke, to generate disinterest and temper tantrums. Nothing was going right in Harmony Valley. Arturo returned with the sippy cup, placing it in front of Duke. Milk. Milk. Duke dropped bacon bits on the table and reached for the cup, only to stop mid-grab and stare at his hands, flexing his fingers. "I dirty." Before Julie could set her coffee down, Nate was wiping her nephew's hands with a napkin. "Okay, I get it," Julie groused. "You have experience with little kids." "Drat and darn. Why didn't you tell me last night?" Nate met her gaze squarely. "Why didn't you tell me you'd been shot?" She sat back, resisting the urge to touch her shoulder. "He must have called someone from the force." "Why would I? We don't work together. We're not partners, friends, or in-laws." He ignored her boundary setting. In fact, he steamrolled over her defenses. "You look like death on ice. I thought you were dying of cancer." Julie clung to her coffee cup and held her tongue. "You're not taking time off to grieve. You're taking time off to heal and awaiting an internal investigation into the shooting." Something passed over Nate's face, a bleakness so fleeting, she couldn't catch its meaning. "I heard it was your first." Her first kill, he meant. Sweat traced the band of her bra. Only because the fleece of her hoodie was too thick and the heater above her too warm. Her toes were still cold. "Don't talk about it as if I was hunting deer." Julie stared into her mug while Duke slurped his milk and blackbirds twittered and the morning fog dissipated, and life went on happily for other people. Chapter 5. Julie wasn't dying. The relief when Nate had received the return text message this morning from Captain Bradford at Sacramento PD had lifted a weight off his shoulders. He hadn't realized how stressed out he'd been until he'd nearly run out to meet her in front of El Rosal. Only her scowl had slowed his steps and kept him from wrapping his arms around her. Only her scowl and April's assumption on their wedding day that he'd loved Julie more than he'd loved his bride-to-be. Love Julie. Nate didn't know how to love someone. Love was something you learned by example from your parents, your family, your close friends. His parents. That wasn't love. And Nate kept everyone else at a distance. And so, he'd brushed aside foolish emotions, stopped in his tracks and looked at Julie closely. Blood loss and trauma from being shot took a toll on a body. He'd expected Julie to look rested this morning. But this. She looked worse. Pasty complexion. Dark circles under her eyes. Mouth thinned with tension. Perhaps his son was partly to blame. Nate's niece was a good sleeper, but that didn't mean Duke was. He knew from his sister that being a sole caregiver was draining. Julie didn't have much energy left to drain. So he'd plucked Duke from the stroller and taken him to the kitchen to give Julie some relief. But when he'd returned, Julie had looked more haunted than before. The midweek breakfast crowd at El Rosal was at its peak. People were starting their days with a hearty meal. Nate had a long to-do list, rounds to make, people to check up on. It would all have to wait. Unless there was an emergency, Julie was his priority, along with Duke. Nate's glance fell on his son. The boy had felt right in his arms when he'd carried him back to the kitchen. Long ago he'd decided not to be a father. Fatherhood should be a choice. Last night, he'd vowed to explain to Julie why he couldn't be a father. And he would, soon. First, he had to ease Julie's suffering. "You aren't sleeping." Nate could relate. He hadn't slept much last night either. "You have to talk to someone about the shooting." Taking a life was taboo. Breaking a taboo could rattle even the strongest person. "I sleep fine." Julie scowled, but the effect was ruined by the light breeze pushing wisps of blonde hair across vacant eyes. "You can talk to me," Nate persisted. "Just like you used to." When they'd worked together, she'd unloaded emotions with him like she unloaded bullets at the shooting range. It was part of her venting process. She'd talk and he'd listen. Today, she let silence be her answer. Nate wanted to lean across the narrow table, slip his hand to the nape of her neck and make her stop hiding, stop bottling up her emotions, and tell him about it. About April. About the shooting. About her feelings for him. Nate rocked back in his seat. No, no, no. Julie was as off-limits as fatherhood. Bakan. Duke picked up another piece, grinning at Julie. She stopped glaring at Nate and grinned back at Duke. He'd seen a grin similar to Julie's often on his sister's face when she gazed at her daughter Camille. You want to keep him. Anyone with a heart would. Julie spoke as if she believed Nate had no heart. He pressed his lips together. Julie didn't understand his childhood hadn't been carefree and loving, as hers had been. He enjoyed children, but he was satisfied enjoying other people's children. But that didn't mean he was ready to sign over his parental rights to Julie. If he did, she'd leave. She'd go home and pretend to be fine when the life she'd taken while on duty would be eating her inside. Flynn entered the patio wearing faded blue jeans and a ratty, stained t-shirt. He was a dot-com millionaire who dressed like a construction worker. Since he'd become a father, he'd been dressing like an out-of-work construction worker. He'd worn that same ratty t-shirt 2 days ago. Flynn didn't quite meet Nate's gaze. Do you have something for me? Nate handed a thick envelope that had been sitting on the empty chair beside him to Flynn. Those are all the citations for the past 6 months. Flynn had requested them last night. He was helping the town council investigate Nate's job performance. Flynn nodded his thanks and wove his way between tables to where the mayor sat in the corner. Mayor Larry wore black yoga pants, an oversized, tie-dyed sweatshirt, and the false smile of a lifelong politician. He held Nate's future in his hands. And not in a tight clasp either. Would the mayor back him in the race? The breeze shifted, blowing cold air in Nate's face. They'll be talking about you. Julie set down her mug, restored enough with caffeine and a change in topic to take a poke at him. It was a weak poke. I'm a sheriff, not an administrator. Nate might be powerless about his career, but he could do something to help Julie's by getting her to open up and begin the journey to healing. Sheriff Nate. It was Agnes. The short town councilwoman carried a coffee cup from Martin's and a pastry bag that Julie eyed with envy. I meant to ask for an introduction last night. Who's your friend? Nate introduced Julie and Duke. He was going to stop at names, but impulsively, he added. Duke is my son. Duke, the boy said proudly, scratching his head and dragging his hair over the Landry ears. You nay. He pointed at Nate. Unexpectedly, happiness buoyed Nate's cheeks, trying to lift them into a smile. Duke's words seemed to have the opposite effect on Julie. She was frowning. I see the resemblance now. He's adorable. Agnes gave Julie a kind, if shrewd, look. Sheriff, I hadn't realized you'd been married before. He wasn't. He knocked up my sister and jilted her. The frown vanished and Julie's face bloomed with a smile. That smile, that spark in her eyes. It almost made the awkwardness of his past worth telling. To be fair, Nate said flatly, the way he gave testimony on the witness stand. April didn't tell me she was pregnant. And didn't that still sting? Do you mind if I use the town phone tree to spread the word? Agnes tapped Julie's shoulder with the back of her hand as if sharing a joke. I'd like to say I'm pulling your leg, but we love gossip as much as we love our sheriff. She gave Nate a fond smile. Well, off to my meeting. She joined Flynn and the mayor but fiddled with her phone before engaging in conversation. The phone tree. Julie had no idea what she was in for. Nate felt compelled to warn her. By noon, everyone will know your name. But half the population will have gotten the story wrong. They'll say I jilted you, and that Duke is our son. Our son. His gaze stuck on Julie's gray eyes. I'll gladly correct them. Julie beamed, enjoying that idea. A feeling long buried in Nate's chest climbed into his throat. He didn't have a word for that feeling. April had tried to call it love. But love for Julie? Love for her mercurial moods and her broad smile? For her dedication to her career, her need for justice and her big heart, slightly naive view of the world? He appreciated all those things about her. He'd missed all those things about her. But love? If he truly loved her, how could he have lived without her for more than 2 years? Arturo appeared with Duke's sippy cup refill and 3 plates of food. Oh. Duke clapped his hands when he saw his pancake and eggs. Arturo set Julie's plate down last. I had the kitchen add cinnamon glaze to your empanada. Julie's eyes lit up. Arturo, your wife is one lucky woman. I'm not married. Arturo clucked his tongue and gave her an appreciative once-over. And neither are you. She's not interested, Nate growled, feeling proprietary. He buttered Duke's pancakes to keep from growling further at his friend. Who says I'm not interested? Julie gave Arturo a calculated smile. Don't speak for me, Nate. This is why I'm single. I don't like arguments. Arturo laughed and moved to the next table. That's not why he's single. Nate narrowed his eyes. He thinks of himself as a ladies' man. The ladies love me, Arturo tossed over his shoulder. Ladies over 65, Nate said, qualifying and loading his fork. Ladies who tip well. Julie said nothing. Her attention had dropped to her plate and eating. She'd never been much good at multitasking. There was a lull in both conversation and argument while they dug into their food. Several minutes later, Duke was slowing down on his pancake, eating with his fingers, and getting nearly as much in his mouth as on his face, hands, and sweatshirt. Meanwhile, Julie was perking up. The empanada was nearly gone. Her coffee cup had been refilled again. But sugar and caffeine couldn't erase the look of exhaustion on her face. She needed someone to care for her. Fat chance of her letting it be him. Nate cleared his throat. What was April's criteria for my gaining custody? Julie pinned him with an intense gaze. She called it the daddy test. Just hearing the name made him uneasy. I take it April made the test up. She did. Julie nodded, a mix of superiority and satisfaction in her eyes. She didn't expect him to pass. The quickest way out of fatherhood was to fail. Little Duke was awesome and deserved a loving home with someone who knew how to provide it for him. Julie had already offered. She'd do an excellent job. So, it made no sense that Nate said, your test won't hold up in a court of law. I know. Color appeared in her cheeks. Arguing with him seemed to do that to her. But I also know you won't push the issue. We were friends once. You'll wait to hear my evaluation. He shouldn't. And he wouldn't have. Except, the longer it took Julie to assess him, the longer she'd stay in Harmony Valley. Worst case, she'd have a chance here to find some peace from the shooting. If I agree, you have to stay for a month. She frowned. I don't have to agree to anything. You can stay until the doctor clears you for duty. He could make amends to April if he helped Julie get through this. Troubled and injured as Julie was, she couldn't properly care for Duke or herself. The doctor will clear me for a desk job sooner if I pass my psych eval. Her frown deepened to a scowl. She knew she wouldn't pass anytime soon. Besides, I can't afford to stay here a month. You could stay with me for free. Before she made a decision, Nate's phone chirped and vibrated. In the distance, a siren split the spring air. I have to go. Nate stood, hesitating as he looked down at his son, suddenly loath to leave. He stroked Duke's unruly black curls and said, be good. And then Nate looked at Julie. You, too. She scoffed. Nate left some bills on the table. Men and women of all ages were coming out of Martins and El Rosal. The volunteer firefighters were mobilizing, as were the looky-loose. Nate needed to lead the pack, not trail behind. We'll talk later, he said to Julie, who looked like she was eager to join in on a good emergency call. If it was excitement she was missing, she wouldn't find it in Harmony Valley. Nate got into his truck and checked his phone for the address, but it was just as easy to follow the volunteers and spectators up the switchbacks to the top of Parish Hill. Having arrived at a thinly graveled, rutted driveway belonging to a crotchety old man, some turned around when they saw the sign, "Trespassers will be shot." Rutgar wasn't known for exaggeration. Nate parked his truck along the two-lane road. He walked to the rear of the property with Gage, the town vet and volunteer firefighter. Harmony Valley Fire was comprised of 2 full-time employees and about 15 volunteers, who showed up for everything from medical emergencies, car accidents, and fires. What's this I hear about you being a dad? Gage wasn't as tall as Nate, but they had the same long-legged stride. Nate knew gossip in Harmony Valley traveled fast. But this was light speed. Just found out he existed last night. He's 2. That must have been a shock. Gage spared Nate a searching glance. And here I was telling Doc not to spread rumors. Nate fought the urge to smile, to preen, to high-five. Those were the responses of a proud and loving dad. Still, he wouldn't lie about being a father. Let Doc run with the news. It's true. Congratulations. I think I've still got some cigars from when May was born. Gage slapped Nate soundly on the back. While I've got you here, I'm still learning the emergency codes. What are we responding to? I don't see smoke. Injury. After Gage and Doc, both veterinarians, the closest thing they had to a human doctor in town was Patty, a retired nurse practitioner. She was currently enjoying an Alaskan cruise. The first responders would stabilize and arrange transport to medical services in nearby Cloverdale, if necessary. Nate and Gage reached the end of the driveway and a two-story house sitting on stilts. It was painted a dirty brown and surrounded by towering pines that had probably been saplings when it was built. The town's fire engine was parked in front of the steps leading to the porch, where the home's owner sat and howled his displeasure. No. The last time someone wanted me to be seen by a doctor, I spent days in the hospital. Rutgar was a bear of a man, with gray blonde hair that swept past his shoulders and a long gray blonde beard that swept up dinner crumbs. His gaze roved around the gathered emergency workers. Where's Gage? He can look at my ankle. Although you're bull-headed, you aren't a bull. Gage wound his way through the crowd, followed by Nate, until they reached the two uniformed fire personnel. And I prefer patients who don't talk back. What happened? Nate asked Ben, the fire captain. Rutgar missed the top step, fell and slid to the bottom. Tried to catch himself with his foot on the post down here. Ben turned his back to Rutgar and lowered his voice, although the gathered volunteers had no qualms closing ranks to hear better. He needs an X-ray of his ankle. He says his head hurts and when Mandy tried to get him to stand, he vomited. He might have a concussion. I'll take him to the hospital, Nate offered, despite wanting to get back to Julie and Duke. I can drive him. Flynn joined them. I know you've got things to do. The new dad raised an eyebrow, daring Nate to contradict him. Nate did, nonetheless. Are you sure? What about Becca and Ian? How long can it take? Flynn shrugged. Hours, but Nate wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Rutgar was more demanding than a toddler in the Terrible 2 stage. Okay. I'll send folks back down the hill so you can get your truck in. Nate walked toward the road, stopping at each car to convey the basics, that Rutgar had fallen and needed non-emergency medical care. Slowly, cars began to wend their way back downhill. A classic blue Cadillac convertible swung wide around the switchback, nearly forcing the faded green Buick that carried the town council off the road. Nate flagged down the caddy driver, who nearly ran him over too before stopping in the middle of Rutgar's driveway. Lilac, you aren't supposed to be behind the wheel. Lilac blinked behind her large tortoiseshell sunglasses and flung the end of her maroon paisley scarf over one shoulder before answering coyly, "Is that you, Sheriff?" "If you can't tell it's me," Nate said stiffly, "you shouldn't be driving." Lilac waved a bearing hand. "No one has 20/20 vision anymore. Just those who drive legally," Nate muttered. And then he added in a loud voice in case Lilac hadn't put in her hearing aids, "There's nothing to see here. Go home and park your car in the driveway." Where he could see it on his rounds and know she wasn't being a menace on the roads. Lilac lifted her nose in the air. "Doris says I should be able to drive wherever and whenever I want." Annoyance pounded in Nate's temples and threatened to flatten what little patience he had left. "The agreement you made after nearly killing Chad Healy was you'd only drive in an emergency. There's an emergency here." Lilac let her foot off the brake and the caddy lurched forward. "Stop." Nate slapped a hand on a blue bubble fender. "They're going to be taking Rutgar to the hospital any minute. I need the driveway free of vehicles." He'd cleared it enough to get Flynn's truck in a few minutes before her arrival. Lilac pouted. "I didn't even get to see." "There's nothing to see." And Nate doubted she could make out the details if she stood on Rutgar's steps next to him. Rutgar may have sprained an ankle. No blood. No broken bones. How did he fall? And when? And Lilac pursed her lips. "Never mind. I'll find the juice in the phone tree." She put the car in reverse, and then stared up at Nate with renewed interest. "So, you're a father?" "Yes." He snapped, as if the fact annoyed him, when it was Lilac who'd gotten under his skin. After helping Lilac make a 10-point turn, Nate returned to the house to help load Rutger into Flynn's truck. It took both Nate and Gage to get him moving with a shoulder under each arm. Even then, when the big man staggered, all three men nearly stumbled. "Wait," Rutger said when Nate tried to shut the truck door. "I found it." Ben hurried down the front stairs carrying a small red pillow with a cupcake silk screened on it. Not exactly what one expected a fireman to rescue. Don't judge a man by his pillow. Without opening his eyes, Rutger tucked the pillow beneath his back. "Jessica gave me this." "Jessica, who owns Martin's Bakery?" Nate asked with a straight face. "Recently married?" 40 years or so Rutger's junior. "There's no other Jessica in town," Rutger huffed. "Do you know how hard it is to find a good woman? And then Duffy beat me to the punch. You've got to be quick when you find the one." Nate thought about Julie. She'd make someone the perfect one. She was the kind of woman you went slow with. Not that I planned to fall for Julie. Nate closed the truck door and watched Flynn drive away. Only then did he notice the shot-up cans on the fence posts. It looked like Rutger was holding target practice. Nate hadn't seen cans set up like that in a long time. His mind drifted. Dad had driven far on Nate's 8th birthday. They could have gone to the dirt bike track to try Nate's rifle. That's where Bobby Leaf and his dad went shooting, early in the morning before the motocross people showed up. They could have gone to the dump, because it was Sunday, and it was closed. That's where Ignacio Maldonado went with his dad. Instead, Dad drove. They left Willows far behind them. Dad steered them down back roads and drank beer, muttering to himself about how much he hated his life. The shine Nate had felt upon receiving his birthday gift began to fade. He was older now. He knew how the world worked. You had to hide your emotions from Dad, the fear, the sadness, the tears, smiles and laughter. Especially the smiles and laughter. You had to be good and quiet and sit in the corner where no one noticed you, Dad particularly. When Dad drank too many beers, he passed out. Or he shouted. Hurtful words his 3rd-grade teacher would have said about his father's language. "Let it slide off," Mom would say after a particularly bad day. Mom, Molly and Nate had to take Dad's words in silence, or he'd slap someone, usually Mom. And that made Nate feel cowardly. Today, Mom wasn't around to deal with Dad. Today, it was Nate, now a man. Being a man meant Nate had to act like one. He rubbed his cheek where Dad had smacked him a few weeks ago. The sky seemed to darken. 8 didn't seem so old anymore. "I bet you're a good shot," Ben said from behind him, startling Nate out of his reverie. The fireman gestured toward the cans on the fence. Nate made a noncommittal noise and then walked to his truck, still distracted by the past. The spot Dad chose to shoot was isolated, a small grove of eucalyptus trees set away from the road. When they pulled up, Nate's stomach had growled. He'd been so excited, he hadn't eaten his birthday pancakes before they'd left. But hunger wasn't the worst of his problems. Dad had stopped drinking. He wasn't loud, but he wasn't happy either. He kept turning his heavy-lidded stare toward Nate. That stare said something wasn't to his liking. Nate wished he hadn't gotten that rifle. He wished he was back in town, stomach full of pancakes, sitting in Bible study and pretending to pay attention. "Grab those cans." Dad pointed to the 6 empty beer cans at his feet and then across the field. "Set them up on that fallen log." "Yes, sir." Nate hurried to do his father's bidding. He just placed the last one when a shot rang out. Nate could swear a bullet whizzed past his head. His father swore. "Missed." Nate scurried back to his father's side. "Was it a deer? Can I try?" "Ammo is expensive," Dad grumbled, giving Nate that heavy-lidded stare again. "But it's my birthday. And they'd come all this way." Dad squinted at him. "How old are you?" 8. "Same age as you when Grandpa gave you a rifle." Nate knew the story well. He picked up the rifle, the new symbol of his manhood. He reached for the box of ammo on the ground and then hesitated, looking up at Dad. "Can I?" Dad nodded slowly, backing up. He held his gun with 2 hands, ready to lift and fire, the way hunters did when they knew prey was near. Nate loaded 2 shells. He drew the gun up. It was heavier than Matthew's BB gun, heavier still than Tony's video game gun. It took him a moment to find his balance, feet far enough apart to compensate for the weight of the barrel. 5 says I hit that second can. It was a phrase he and his friends used. 5 meaning 5 cents. Sometimes they didn't even have the nickels to back up the bet. Shoot like your life depends on it. Dad's voice wasn't loud, and it wasn't friendly either. Not for a 5. Nate drew a breath and slowly squeezed the trigger. The recoil knocked him back. The gunshot filled his ears and sent blackbirds flying from the trees. I hit it. Did you see? Nate turned to his father, practically bumping into the muzzle of his gun, which he then slowly lowered. He'd expected to see pride on his father's face. He didn't expect to see tears in his eyes. Get in the truck, Dad said thickly. But, Dad, I only shot once. And he'd hit the can. Get in the truck before I change my mind. Chapter 6. I've been watching you from inside the restaurant. The short, stout woman sat down across from Julie at El Rosal after Nate left. You may remember me from last night. My name is Doris Schlotsky and you're a cop. Yes. Julie pushed her mug to the center of the table. She'd been thinking it was time to leave and this was her cue. She dipped her paper napkin in her water glass and began cleaning Duke's hands. You're a cop, Doris repeated as if Julie hadn't spoken. But you're also a mother. She patted Duke on the head almost as an afterthought. It must be hard to be a working mom. Julie didn't feel like a working mom. She and her mother had been sharing the duty of taking care of Duke. Mom worked at a shoe store in the mall and had more regular hours than Julie did. And they had a flexible daycare provider in the mix. There's not much crime in Harmony Valley, Doris went on. You might almost say the job of sheriff is a cakewalk. She'd bet not. No law enforcement job was easy. Duke grinned at their unexpected visitor and said his favorite words in the world. I Duke. The old woman ignored him, glancing furtively over her shoulder and around the outdoor seating area as if she was on an important spy mission and she was a very bad spy. And then Doris stretched her shoulders over the table, lowering her voice. How would you like to be sheriff of Harmony Valley? You mean, work for Nate? That would drive them both crazy. Still leaning forward, Doris shook her head. You were there last night. You know what I mean. Run for the position of sheriff. You're looking for a pawn. That wasn't Julie. But, wouldn't running for the job irk Nate? It was tempting. Oh, so tempting. I'm looking to surprise the town council with a viable alternative. Doris leaned back, sizing her up. I can tell there's no love lost between you and Nate. The title of sheriff would look good on your resume. It's a win-win for both of us. Julie kept her opinion to herself. She wanted full custody of Duke. She wanted the courage to suit up for SWAT again. She didn't want the job of sheriff in a podunky town where the worst lawbreaker was retired and a winner. She met the retired winner's gaze squarely. No, thanks. Think about it for a day or so and let me know. Doris stood and then slunk away, as if she didn't want to be seen with Julie. Julie's cell phone buzzed with a message from Captain Bradford, psych eval in 2 days. Be there. She replied, assuring him she would be and then sat, worrying about the test. I have to pass. There was too much at stake. Her reputation, for one. Yes, she'd pass. She'd push herself through it the same way she'd pushed herself through competing against boys in baseball and men at the police academy, the same way she'd proven she could do anything a man could do on the police force. She'd set the goal in front of her and work for it one step at a time. She wouldn't question. Not when I'm awake anyway. Her nightly dreams made her question. The nightmares made her doubt. All those questions and doubts turned her stomach. I have to pass. She imagined herself back on the force. She imagined the look of respect in her commander's eyes. And while she was visualizing success, she imagined herself having a good night's sleep. A short time later, Julie pushed the stroller up and down Main Street, checking out the businesses and the bakery. That didn't take long. Main Street had become something of a ghost town since Nate had been called away. She let Duke run off his sugar high on the grass in the town square, while she rested on the bench under the oak tree. A petite blonde wearing a cute fuzzy pink jacket pushed her stroller across the road toward them. Her toddler had the same wild blonde curls as her mother but wore pink leggings and sparkly tennis shoes instead of blue jeans and boots. The woman waved. She was about Julie's age and had an infectious smile. Now that the fog's burned off, isn't the view of Parish Hill beautiful? It's so clear, you can see the granite face. She pointed to the eastern skyline. Julie'd had a glimpse of it before, through the fog. Now the mountain that rose above the treetops was strong and sturdy. Like me. Like I used to be. I'll never pass that test. Julie needed to stop talking to herself. Do you want to come to the play park with us? The blonde asked, stopping at the corner. Duke slammed into Julie's legs, wrapping his arms around them. Yes. Julie was up for any activity that tired her nephew out. She strapped him in the stroller and joined the pair, walking behind them on the sidewalk. I'm Shelby, the woman said over her shoulder, keeping up a pace designed to burn calories in a healthy individual. And this is May. Julie reciprocated the introductions. Little May leaned around her stroller to sneak shy glances at Duke. Duke was drinking from his sippy cup, oblivious. May, Julie cast about her memory for why the name rang a bell. Isn't there a boutique on Main Street called May something? Yes. May's Pretty Things. Shelby reached down and fluffed May's blonde curls. May used to own the dress shop in town. I was close to her before she passed. I'm so sorry. Julie's feet felt heavy. She stumbled over an uneven sidewalk crack. It happens to all of us, Shelby said in a resigned voice. She lived a good life and was loved. April had lived a good life and was loved. And I. Julie's wound tingled with each dragging step. I had to take the day off because my caregiver needed to go into Santa Rosa. Shelby grinned over her shoulder. Truthfully, I don't mind a day off. Time goes by so quickly with kids. It seems like yesterday May was a baby. Shelby marched on, boots ringing on pavement, heedless of the fact her speed was draining Julie. There's going to be a legion of toddlers at the play park, since most of us share the same sitter and most of us, although we love our babies, need to run down their batteries before lunch so we get a good nap time. Amen, sister. Mama, want pay. May want pay. May smiled coquettishly at Duke. Boy want pay? 3-word sentences. Other than no mad words, Duke only spoke in 2-word sentences. Mom jealousy lifted Julie's feet with renewed vigor. She had to keep pace with Shelby and Duke had to keep pace with May. Unbidden, a memory of April resurfaced. Come on, Duke, Julie encouraged, down on all fours with her nephew at one of those mommy and baby classes. Crawl. You can do it. That kid over there is crawling and he's younger than you are. Take a breath, Aunt Julie, April said from her chair nearby. She'd been too drained to participate. She wore a knit cap to hide her baldness and a benevolent smile. Kids develop at their own pace. He just needs encouragement. Julie moved one of Duke's chubby fists forward. Duke collapsed on the mat, rolled onto his back and gave her a drooly grin. Enjoy him the way he is today, April said with the wisdom of one who'd studied child development in college. Otherwise, you'll view every mom out there as competition. Mom jealousy will eat you alive. Little May repeated her question. Boy want pay? Duke remained silent, playing hard to get. Julie had to prompt him. Duke, do you want to play? He nodded, a man of few words like his father. They turned a corner and spotted the playground. The legion turned out to be 5 toddlers of varying ages, shapes, and sizes. Kids. Duke tried to get out of the stroller, but the lap belt held him back. Juju. Just a minute. We're not there yet. Julie was sweating by the time they reached the playground. It was part of the schoolyard but looked like new with short slides and low towers to climb on. The ground was covered with plastic bark, and everything was painted in bright primary colors, red, yellow, blue, green. It was as colorful as El Rosal. Are you visiting or moving here? Shelby parked her stroller near a bench outside the gate, setting the brake. Visiting. Julie declined to say who. She freed Duke. Duke hugged Julie's leg and then ran to May and hugged her. Fend. Kids. He moved with the exaggerated form of a racewalker to the playground entry, elbows up, booty waddling. Shelby followed May and Duke. Julie hesitated. The only bench was outside the small playground. She should go inside, but she needed the rest. If Julie pushed it, she might faint. And if she fainted, Nate would think she wasn't up to the task of raising Duke. Internal debate over, Julie took a seat. After all, there were 6 moms inside. Better to sit now than collapse later. 30 minutes passed and a blue truck with a star on the door pulled up to the curb. Nate hopped out. He looked like any other dad in the world, if you discounted the military precision with which he moved, the lack of a soft dad body, and the way his appearance made Julie's heart beat faster. Only because I'm afraid he won't sign the papers. The moms greeted Nate by name. Many of the kids waved. Mr. Popularity had arrived. Julie gritted her teeth. Nate didn't want kids. He shouldn't have fans among the toddler set. Nate came to stand next to Julie. When you're done here, we can start your test. I suggest we do it at the jail. Less chance of an unwanted audience. She crossed her arms over her chest and gave a curt nod, indulging in a little self-pity. None of her revenge dreams were coming true. Nate set both hands on the back of the bench. What do I need? A pencil? A calculator? A heart? Julie refused to look at him. Got one of those, he said, adding less cheerfully and in a voice only she could hear. Battered and bruised though it might be. Like he'd ever had his heart broken. Polly's. Somewhere, a cricket is playing a violin, Julie deadpanned. Nate stared down at her, that half grin on his face. But this time it was the more genuine smile he'd flashed at Terrence. I've missed you, Jules. The feeling isn't mutual. That came out more like a tease than a taunt. He will not get in my head. Nay. Duke ran over and pressed his body against the fence as if giving Nate a hug. Me pay. He pointed to the other children moving about the playground. Me fens. You're playing with friends? Nate said in a child-friendly voice, high-pitched and whimsical. That is so cool. Julie envied his easy way with Duke. Of course, he didn't worry if Duke was developing appropriate verbal skills for his age. Or if he was eating right. Or sleeping enough. Nate left Julie and entered the playground through the gate. Who wants a helicopter ride? Immediately, he was swamped by children smiling and raising their hands, begging to be picked up. Nate put them in a line, no small feat, as forming a line of toddlers was more like herding chickens. And then he began to pick them up by their wrists, whirling them around until their feet flew high above the ground and they squealed with delight. Shelby walked over to Julie. Nate is great with kids. I mean, he rarely talks until he gets around them. And then he's a chatterbox. Shelby's tone turned curious, her gaze speculative. Are you dating? No. We used to work together. It seemed like a lifetime ago. I was wondering if he'd finally get to use the wedding dress May left him. Shelby's short, blonde hair fluttered in the breeze. Has he shown it to you? No, Julie choked out, not wanting to know about Nate's wedding dress or why he'd have one. We're not that close. I was only wondering because my grandfather said Nate's girlfriend was in town. Shelby blushed. Sorry. I guess he meant Nate's girl space friend. You should ask to see the dress anyway. May would appreciate it being shown off. Shelby's smile softened. She had that delicate air about her, much as April had. May had a gift. She knew how to match a dress with the right woman. Nate finished giving rides. Toddlers were dropping like flies, sitting in the bark, lying in the bark, stumbling to their mothers and begging to be picked up. They were all worn out. All that is, except Duke. He climbed the short ladder to the slide, while other moms led their kids to the gate. Nate returned to her side. I've got to make my rounds. Come to the jail after lunch. A few of the moms hugged Nate. Goodbye, as if he was a noble knight in shining armor. Boy, had he sold them a bill of goods or what? Julie refused to be conned again. In fact, she felt a sudden urge to run for sheriff. Chapter 7. How did it go at the clinic? Nate stood at Flynn's open passenger door. It was after lunch. Nate was expecting Julie and Duke any moment. He felt jittery, like he'd had too much caffeine. He blamed it on the daddy test and his expectation that he wouldn't pass. Or his ambivalence about wanting to pass. How did it go at the clinic? Flynn looked weary, gesturing toward Rutger. I'll give you one guess. Doctors. What do they know? The large, bearded man sat in the passenger seat, his red cupcake pillow behind his back. His right ankle was taped and swollen. One oversized hand covered both eyes. I want to go home. Flynn shook his head. The doctor said Rutger has a mild concussion and a slightly sprained ankle. His reddish-brown hair stood on end above his forehead. Rutger needs darkness and 24-hour observation. Unfortunately, he refused to stay in the hospital. And Ian's been colicky since I left. If I take Rutger home with me, the old man won't get any rest. If you were thinking of leaving the old man with me, it won't be quiet for an hour or so. Nate glanced up and down the street. I'm expecting someone. The old man will walk home, thank you very much, no matter where you put me. Rutger's voice rose to a roar. Flynn leaned over the steering wheel to make eye contact with Nate. We could get him a room at Leona's at the Lambridge B&B. Leona? Rutger howled. I'd rather go back to the hospital. Sadly, Nate felt a smile work its way up one cheek. I don't think anyone has time to take you there. What kind of men are you? Rutger's voice rumbled through the air like a train on a straight stretch of track. The worst kind. The kind who cares. Nate smiled. Most people in Harmony Valley were good sports and Nate enjoyed interacting with them. I suppose he can hibernate in a cell. No one stays long. Julie would probably administer the test and bolt. If you're good, Rutger, you'll get ice cream later. The jail is the right place to put me? Rutger tried to glare through his fingers, but almost immediately shut his eyes tight. Rock-hard cots. Drafty cells. Bad food. Flynn grinned. Why do I get the feeling he's been in jail before? A breeze tickled the new leaves on the trees flanking Nate's office as if they, too, were enjoying a laugh at Rutger's expense. I tell you what. Nate took pity on the big man. You stay in jail for observation, and I won't make you wear an orange jumpsuit. I'll get you coffee and scones in the morning from Martin's Bakery. This might be a blessing in disguise. If Terrence got lonely tonight, he'd have to share the cell with Rutger. Everybody wants to be a comedian. But Rutger shifted in his seat, turning his knees toward Nate. Lead me to this paradise of which you speak so highly. A door opened at the business next to the sheriff's office. Need any help? Shelby backed a stroller out of the winery's barrel storage facility. In the fall after harvest, the entire street smelled like red wine. This being spring, the air was lightly peppered with the smell of green vegetation. Little May watched them with sleepy eyes from her stroller, blonde hair a tangle. Can you prop open the door to my office, Shelby? Nate guided Rutger's feet toward the wide running board. And then the door to the jail cell. This big guy has a concussion and needs a night of monitoring. Shelby hurried to fulfill his request, speed walking with the stroller. The horror. Rutger made a growling noise. A man of my age reduced to a night in the slammer. Be reasonable, Rutger. Flynn's tone was strained. My wife has been alone with a crying newborn since breakfast. Let's not overdramatize. I need to get home. Everybody take a breath. Nate encouraged Rutger to extend his good foot another few inches. It is what it is. Lower your feet just a little more, Rutger. Squinting, Rutger tried to look down. He groaned. I'm gonna be sick. Close your eyes. Breathe. Nate held the old man in place. Think of the clean taste of apple. A cool drink of water. Flynn came around to stand next to Nate. They each took one of Rutger's arms. How can I think of an apple when you told me about ice cream? Rutger scooted another inch toward the edge of his seat. I hope you have chocolate syrup. Ginger ale is better for upset tummies. Shelby opened Nate's front door and propped it open. I'm going to pull down the blinds, so it'll be dark in here. Good idea. Nate talked Rutger through getting his good foot to the ground. This is where a squad car would come in handy. Lower to the ground. Or a stretcher. You're going to have to lean on us to get inside. The crutches he'd caught sight of in Flynn's truck bed weren't an option if Rutger couldn't open his eyes. A wheelchair would do, Flynn said. Wheelchair? I'm going to put your ugly mugs on my cans at my shooting range. Rutger slid slowly to the ground. That's the thanks I get for taking you to the doctor, Flynn teased. That's the thanks I get for taking you into my home. Nate did the same. Nate and Flynn managed to draw Rutger's long arms over their shoulders. Somehow, they managed to stay upright and take small steps forward. They passed through the doorway, inching past the counter and the swinging half door that separated the jail from visitors. They guided Rutger past Nate's desk, into the jail cell and to bed. Once he was seated, Nate lifted the old man's legs onto the cot.
Oh.
Made it. Rutger sounded better now that he was lying down. Shelby covered him with a blanket she'd found folded on the nearby bench. I better go, she whispered, pointing to little May, who'd fallen asleep in her stroller. My pillow, Rutger said in near panicky tones. Where is it? It helps my back. I'll get it, Flynn said, following Shelby out. Doris appeared in the open doorway, her short hair sticking straight up, her voice a shrill shout. Why are the shades drawn? I can't see inside. What's happening here? I'm a taxpayer and I deserve to know. That voice is torture. Rutger covered his ears. Shut up. Doris huffed but didn't leave. Nate came to stand behind the counter, putting him in the position of authority. Rutger's got a concussion. He needs darkness and quiet. He doesn't have anyone to monitor his condition, so Flynn brought him here. That's right. Nate was throwing Flynn under the bus. Turn off the light. Rutger moaned, totally overplaying it, which Nate appreciated. What if you need the jail cell? Doris was nothing if not persistent. She carried a purse big enough to fit the head of any adversary she defeated. It was tan and had a chihuahua applique on it. I need the jail cell for Rutger, Nate said evenly, struck by the sudden impression that Doris was a worst-case scenario thinker. Was it a mean streak that drove her to try and control her environment? Anxiety? He didn't know. Flynn, the coward, hovered on the safety of the sidewalk, checking his phone. This isn't a hotel. Doris's entire body trembled as she drew herself up. What if you need that cell for a criminal? Nate could only think of one person in Harmony Valley he wanted to throw in jail. She was short and loved little dogs. He slid his glance away from her and chose his words carefully. I've only arrested one person in town in the 3 years I've been here. My point exactly. Doris slung her dog purse higher on her shoulder. The people's tax dollars haven't been put to good use. Or we haven't had any criminals in town, Nate felt compelled to add. She harumphed. A likely story. You probably let them off with warnings. The doctor prescribed peace and quiet, Rutger rumbled from his cot. I'll gladly commit a crime if that will make Doris leave. She'd been pushed too far. Doris narrowed her eyes and took a small step forward. Mark my words. You're going down, Sheriff. Nate cleared his throat. Just to be clear, because threatening an officer of the law is classified as a criminal threat, are you speaking metaphorically or physically? Doris drew back, puffing out her chest as if that made her more intimidating. Polish your resume. You're going to need it. She stomped out the door, giving Flynn a wide berth on her way out. Do women make a habit of threatening you? Rutger asked in a subdued voice. If so, I need to hang out here more often. Nate's inclination was to say no, but Julie might prove otherwise. Why do you ask? I like strong women and I might want to date one. He blew out a breath. Just not that one. Julie wasn't dreaming of anything. The nothingness was blissful. And then there was a knock on the door. Miss Smith. Leona's cold voice. She sounded like she was in the room. Shh. Julie sat up groggily, squinting against the bright afternoon sunlight coming through the window. The baby's sleeping. The baby wasn't sleeping. Leona stood in the doorway holding Duke's hand. When Duke saw Julie was awake, he bolted free, ran to the bed and extended his arms out to her. She lifted him into her lap. He hid his face against her good shoulder with a fearful, if guilty, juju. Regardless of who was at fault, Mama Bear came out of hibernation with a scowl. What happened? Leona stared down her nose at Julie. And boy, if looks could kill, Julie might not have survived another bullet. Your child was in my kitchen. Oh. She'd slept through Duke leaving the room? Julie was the worst caregiver ever. Still, she managed to muster a weak retort. That wouldn't be a problem if there was a lock on my door. He was looking in my refrigerator. From the disapproving frown on Leona's face, she might just as well have said he'd been looking under her skirt. I'm sorry, Julie said because the situation seemed to require it. Who knew Leona would be so proprietary about her fridge? What if the boy ate something and was allergic? What if he climbed into the refrigerator and suffocated? Leona's agitation was palpable. Where normally she stood still, her hands shook and rolled and crested midair. What if, she left her question unanswered? I bad, Duke said miserably. Duke's admission seemed to calm the older woman. Her sharp features resumed their normal position of cold disdain. Yes, you were bad. I sorry. He buried his head in Julie's good shoulder. He won't wander again. How easily reassurances slipped through Julie's lips. Duke was an explorer by nature. Just last week he'd used her kitchen cupboards as a jungle gym while she was in the shower. Given her raised eyebrows, Leona didn't believe Julie. But she didn't argue. The old battle axe closed the door with a near-silent click. Duke shimmied off her lap and Julie fell back on the bed. Not good, little man, she said. The rascal scooted to the edge of the mattress, turned on his stomach and slipped to the floor. Want go, Juju? Okay. We'll go see Nate. And administer phase 1 of the daddy test. The daddy test. April had been adamant that Julie administer it, not their mother. This is important, April had said, eyes closed as she lay in bed looking nothing like the April who'd glowed after Nate proposed to her. Where she'd once been optimistic, now there was a desperate air about her. It has to be you. Face to face. Nate will be honest with you. Julie doubted that. April's questions were unorthodox and personal. Nate was the most impersonal man she knew. And yet, he'd surprised her with his treatment of Duke. He may not have embraced fatherhood, but he hadn't rejected Duke outright. He was warm and kind to him, which wasn't helpful when it came to keeping Julie's hatred of Nate alive. Here in Harmony Valley, he was the quiet, sensitive Nate, the man she'd called friend at the academy. They'd tackled the obstacle course on the same day. With her shorter legs, Julie had been struggling to pass under the time limit. You gonna do this thing? Nate had looked down at her with that half smile of his and a challenge in his eyes. You'd like to see me fail, wouldn't you? That was Julie's MO. If she put everyone in the column against her, she didn't let anyone get close enough to make her weak. Nope. I'd like to see you beat me. He gave her a tight grin. Or at least go down trying. The instructor had called them to the starting line. Why would you want to see me succeed? She crouched at the starting line, unable to hide her curiosity when she should have been clearing her head. Because you can take what people here dish out, which means you'd take it on the streets, too. And give back in good measure. She might not have believed Nate if she hadn't noted the warmth and respect in his gaze. In the here and now, Julie removed her sweatshirt and Duke's. The spring day looked warm enough for short sleeves and the beginnings of a tan. Easy-going weather. Forgive, April's voice said. Julie didn't want to hear it. Petty you. Duke stood at the door with his fingers opening and closing as if waiting for her hand to clasp his. They walked downstairs. In no time, they were outside. Duke in his stroller. Julie pushing. But her thoughts weren't on sunshine and flowers. She felt more petty than pretty. She'd felt that way since she'd woken up in the hospital almost a week ago. When Julie woke up after surgery, Mom had been holding Julie's cold hand, Duke asleep in her lap. You could have died. You still look like you could. A tear slid down Mom's cheek. It looked to have been one of many tears. The three of us. That's all we've got left of this family. Sobering thought, that. SWAT, Julie? You transferred to SWAT? Mom's voice had cracked. Does Duke mean so little to you that you'd choose the unit with the highest risk? Do I mean so little to you? No, such a small word. Yet it held a ton of guilt. Julie hadn't told her mother that she'd applied for the assignment. She'd wanted to push past another hurdle. And when she'd tried to explain her choices that day in the hospital room, her throat raw from the breathing tube they'd removed, and raw from the emotion of making her mother cry, Julie had been unable to defend her selfish choice. When are you going to tell Nate about his son? Mom had wiped her eyes with a crumpled tissue, only to have more spill over her cheeks. With our luck, I'll drop dead from a heart attack, you'll get hit by a bus, and it'll take months for them to link Duke to Nate. We can't do that to him. Still unable to speak, Julie had shaken her head. She didn't feel strong enough to face Nate. It's time, her mother had said. As soon as you recover. Promise me. Eventually, she had. The hospital had released Julie 4 days after the shooting. Not one to procrastinate once she'd made up her mind, she went home and packed a bag for Harmony Valley. She'd taken the custody papers April had had her draft months ago out of the fire safe and stared at them. She didn't want to let Nate back into her life, but she knew he wasn't the type of man to deal with a lawyer. He'd want to be told in person. Julie stopped outside the sheriff's office, not ready to face Nate. The shades were drawn over the plate glass window as if it was a business closed for the day. Julie tried the door and was surprised to find it open. Must be my day for visitors. Nate sat at his desk, which was behind the counter separating the office from the jail cell. He'd shed the sleeveless jacket. His gaze was friendly. His attitude relaxed. Julie felt warm. Not uncomfortably warm as she had earlier when they'd been together, but cozy warm, welcome warm. Must be the fact that we're standing in familiar territory, jail. Nay. Duke burst out of the stroller the moment his belt was unbuckled, running for Nate, who held the swinging half door that separated the lobby from the jail proper open for him. Who is it this time? A voice boomed from the cell, although the door stood wide open. It's Julie and my son, Duke. Duke gasped, slowing down, turning toward the jail cell. Who dat? He stopped at the corner of the counter, pointing at the jail cell bars. What dat? Bars. Nate stood, looking strong and rested, every black hair in place. He walked to the cell bars and grabbed hold of one. You can touch it. Duke ran the last few feet to the bars, tentatively stretching out his hand without making contact. Tree? No. It's a bar. A bar made of steel, not wood. Not trees. Nate's kindness for Julie's most precious person touched her. Duke ran a finger over several black bars. Bar. 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 And that's Rutgar. Nate pointed to the large man on the cot. He fell down and hurt himself. He fell down? Julie leaned on the counter, trying to act casual. Is that against the law in this town, too? Yep. Nate's gaze bounced briefly from Duke to her before returning to Duke. In that moment when their eyes met, between one breath and the next, the feeling of welcome expanded in Julie's chest to a feeling of belonging. Of belonging here. With Nate. She rejected the feeling, of course. She didn't belong with Nate or to this town. But the feeling hung on, like the persistent taste of black coffee, lingering on her tongue. Duke shook the bars with both hands, and then tried to squeeze his body between them. Nate gently drew him back. One thing you never want to do is break into prison. Because you'll never get out, Rutgar said good-naturedly. The man was large, both in length and in girth. He barely fit on the cot. He had one leg propped on a small red pillow and a red handkerchief draped over his eyes. His long gray-blonde locks spilled over his shoulder and his gray-blonde beard held up one end of the handkerchief. Come here, boy. What was his name? Duke? As in Marmaduke? Strange name for a boy. He's named after John Wayne, Nate surprised Julie by saying. His mother and I used to enjoy watching the Duke's Western movies. His voice grew as soft as his memory might have been, as tender as Julie's memories of watching those same films with her father. April appreciated an honorable man willing to give his life for what was right. Julie's throat strained to close. Nate had left April. He shouldn't have known why April had named her son Duke. He shouldn't talk about honor as if he had some. Duke entered the cell cautiously. He patted Rutgar's shoulder. "Hi. You've got some big britches to live up to," Rutgar said, his voice as dry as a desert plain. "Wouldn't catch the Duke stealing a girl's lunch money at school. You might catch him stealing a kiss though. The ladies love him." There was laughter in Nate's dark brown eyes and a tease at the corner of his mouth. He returned to his chair behind the desk, leaving Duke with Rutgar. "How do you like Harmony Valley's hub of law enforcement, Jules?" "It makes me want to nap." Of course, breathing made Julie want to nap since she'd been shot. She glanced around, taking in the picture on the wall of their class at the academy, keys hanging on a hook to the right of the desk and an empty gun case on the back wall. "What? No weapons?" "Not anymore." He patted his chest in different places. Only those who'd been in law enforcement would know he was telling her he didn't carry concealed in any hidden shirt pockets. "I don't need a gun in Harmony Valley to keep the peace. I've got my taser in my glove box, but I've never used it." Julie was envious of his ability to keep the bad guys at bay with nothing more than a bolt of electricity. She used to be so proud of her marksmanship. She used to feel comforted carrying a weapon. "I'm ready for your daddy test." Nate indicated Julie sit in a boxy office chair across from him. His desk was tidy. A laptop, a blotter with scribbled notes in black ink, a phone charger, a small lamp and a small wooden bowl filled with smooth stones. She hadn't expected her plan to veer this far off course, to her actually administering April's daddy test. Her heart pounded. She grabbed her backpack, sat and pulled out April's small notebook. But then Julie paused. The last time the notebook had been opened, April had done it. With her thin hands and her shaky penmanship. "Oh, April." Loss speared through her. "Is there a problem?" Nate asked. No. Julie packed her grief away and spread the notebook in her lap. "There are a few questions in this section." "There are sections?" Nate sat back in his chair, stoic yet alert. Everything the academy taught them to be when interrogating subjects. She'd be doing the interrogation today. Anger worked its way beneath the thin layer of her composure. Anger that he'd put her in this position. Anger that she'd been unable to crack his veneer significantly. She embraced the anger and let it bleed through her words. "Yes, there are sections. And the questions. They're more like essay questions than multiple choice." He frowned. "This test was designed by April? I have to write a paper?" "Yes, and no." April wrote the test in this notebook. But she wanted this to be an oral exam. Julie flipped the page to the first section, suppressing a pang of grief at seeing April's looping handwriting, those eyes she dotted with hearts. "Here's the first question. A good father is honest. Honest about his feelings, about the world and about how to be a good man. My father knew that honesty was a double-edged sword. Give 2 examples of honesty in your life, one you experienced with your dad, and one you experienced with someone you loved." "What?" Nate's expression was no longer stoic. His features hardened like the granite face of Parrish Hill. She hadn't seen him like this since their first domestic violence call all those years ago. "You're grading me, Jules?" And his words. Nate's words dropped to a place filled with darkness and danger. "You're grading me on answers to questions like that? You don't have to answer anything." Julie's heart continued its pounding, but it felt more like an urgent, repetitive warning: retreat. 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 "You're asking me about my past." Nate's jaw set in rejection mode. "Are you asking these questions for yourself or for April?" "I'm asking for Duke. And for April." It was one of her last wishes. Julie turned the notebook pages toward him so that he could see April's handwriting. "But April isn't here to listen to my answers." His tone was as hard as his expression. A wall seemed to go up between them. There would be no compromise, no daddy test, no lengthy stays in Harmony Valley. Julie's heart pounded in a different gear, slower, more certain. Nate was going to veto the process. She was that much closer to having Duke all to herself. She'd choose someone from the force to be his guardian, just in case Mom's worst fears came true. "You don't have to answer anything for either one of us." Julie closed the notebook and tucked it into her backpack's zippered pocket. She withdrew a sheaf of papers from another compartment. We can stop this test right here. Right now. By you signing over custody of Duke to me. Chapter 8. When Nate had served overseas, there'd been days when nothing went right. When the wind whipped dirt and grit and hurled it in his face. When bullets flew and rockets exploded, and when the very air seemed to make him want to give in and walk away. Give 2 examples of honesty in your life, one you experienced with your dad, and one you experienced with someone you loved. Nothing was going right. What happens in this family stays in this family. His father's words. Nate stared at Julie, but he didn't see her limp golden hair or her steely gray eyes. He saw his father, leaning over him, shaking a fist in his face. Mom crying softly in the corner. Molly in her arms. Dad's knuckles red from landing blows. Since Nate had turned around last night and seen Julie, his thoughts and emotions were in turmoil. Nothing felt right. Not his past. Not his present. Not his future. The goal of not rejecting Duke outright had been to help Julie gain perspective on the life she'd taken with a bullet, not dig up the skeletons that used to haunt Nate's nights. What was to be gained by taking the daddy test when he didn't plan on being a full-time dad? April was dead and Julie wouldn't think better of him if he answered honestly. What happens in this family stays in this family. Nate stopped staring at Julie and searched his desk for a blue ink pen. And then Duke laughed. More like a giggle. A melodious sound that said, this was a safe place. This town. These 4 walls. Julie. Nate. Duke felt safe here. But those things. Nate could only guarantee they were safe if he had the right to. As sheriff. As a friend. As a father. And to do that, he had to fight for his job, his friendship with Julie, and Duke. Nate's hand came out of the drawer empty. I don't talk about my personal history. Nate's voice sounded gruffer than a military dog with the enemy in his sights. I know. Julie's expression turned smug. It was the face of the smug Walking Dead, but it was smug, nonetheless. Her complexion might not have looked so stark if she'd worn a pastel shirt. She'd chosen a muted gray button-down. Its drab color matched her skin tone. Nate washed a hand over his face. How many questions did you say are in this test? 8 sections. A couple of questions in each section. I'll answer 1 section a day. She wouldn't give Harmony Valley a month, but she could spare 8 days. And maybe that much would help her. It'd be torture for him. Even now, he wanted to put an arm around her and tell her everything would get better. The bad dreams. The guilt over the shooting. The ambivalence and fear about returning to duty. Instead of saying any of those things, Nate laced his fingers together and set his hands on his desk. Let's do this. But, Julie's eyes narrowed. 8 days. Rutger said something to Duke, too soft to catch beyond the deep rumble of his voice. Duke giggled again. Nate nodded, heartened. I have a psych evaluation in 2 days, Julie admitted, not saying no. You won't pass. The therapist would take one look at Julie and see she wasn't ready to return to duty of any kind. Failing would make it harder for Julie to pass the next time. Call and reschedule. Stay here and hide. Julie rubbed her injured shoulder, caught him watching her and frowned. Appear weak? You'd never do that. He ignored the ploy to change the subject. Heal, not hide. 8 days from now you'll have your strength back and your head on straight. You sound like my mother. Now it was Julie's turn to wash a hand over her face. You're going to bankrupt me. The B&B isn't cheap. You can stay with me rent-free. When she still didn't capitulate to his terms, Nate put the pressure on. Those are April's questions. She wanted my answers. And I'll give them to you over the course of 8 days. And Duke? What are your intentions toward him? If he told her he was planning to offer financial help and his last name, she'd demand he sign the custody papers and then bolt. We'll talk after the test. Nate glanced over his shoulder into the jail cell and then back to Julie. Let's go outside. Where Rutger wouldn't hear. The old man might be a recluse, but he was as gossipy as anyone in Harmony Valley, not to mention a member of the phone tree. Nate led Julie to a bench near the curb. The sun was shining and the sky a clear blue. It was that quiet time mid-afternoon when folks were at work, busy visiting friends, home watching television or napping. While she settled on the furthest corner of the bench, Nate cast about his memories for something to fit her questions. My dad was brutally honest, Nate began, keeping his body facing forward, not to her. Was? Julie picked up on his word choice immediately. Is he dead? No, Nate couldn't get that lucky. We don't talk anymore. The garden club had planted flowers beneath a tree a short distance away. A hummingbird flitted around the red buds. So normal. So carefree. His experience with his father was anything but. And yet, Nate had to start somewhere. My dad used to tell me what happens in the family stays in the family. There was an empty shop across the street with Santa, his sleigh and reindeer painted on the window. Santa's colors were faded, and his face had cracked with age. But he, like the myth of Saint Nick, had weathered many a storm. Nate could do the same. Dad felt whatever problems we had with each other would only be complicated if we told anyone else. Like the pastor, the police, or child protective services. Do you think he was right? There was gentle curiosity in Julie's tone, unexpected given the bitterness and blame she used toward him. I think he thought he was right. About teaching his kids to shut up and wipe away tears and lock their feelings away. Sometimes it had helped, mostly it hadn't. And yet, you don't talk about your past, so you must agree with him. He and I rarely agreed on anything. The hummingbird flew away. And the second example? Julie prompted. The only thing that came to mind was Nate's wedding day. It was clear to him from Julie's accusations last night that she didn't know the entire truth. Was that the point of April's test? Did April tell you what happened on our wedding day? You mean what was supposed to be your wedding day? Julie's tone had enough hot sarcasm to propel a steam engine. Only that the wedding was off. Nate stared across the street at Santa and the myth of happily ever afters. She texted me, asking to see me before the ceremony. I thought it was a sign. I'd been having doubts. Joe Messina drove by in his tow truck and waved. The mechanic was also a volunteer firefighter. Nate raised a hand in acknowledgement. Hang on. Julie curled her fingers around Nate's arm, unaware of how her touch made his stomach tie up in knots. April asked you to meet? But when you got to the church, you asked me if you could talk to her. Only because she'd seen him come in. Or more precisely, he'd seen Julie and been stopped in his tracks. She'd worn a plum-colored dress that traced her feminine curves in a way no patrol uniform had ever outlined. Julie's blonde hair had been braided around her head like a crown, and when she'd smiled. He'd had no idea why April wanted to talk to him, but he'd known it wouldn't go well by how hard Julie's appearance impacted him. There was a traffic jam on the highway. I got there closer to the ceremony than I would have liked to. And then you stopped me. Her hand slipped away. So, you went in to see April and... We talked. Nate returned his gaze to Santa. What could he tell Julie about that day? And after she questioned my commitment, I admitted I didn't love April as much as she deserved to be loved. You got that right. Julie's voice trembled with anger. You led her on. You acted like... She said she knew. There was no way to sugarcoat his words the way Santa might have done. Nate needed to look at Julie and let her see the honesty in his eyes. She'd see the pain, too. And the guilt. He turned and let her see. Julie rocked back, as if struck, shaking her head. No. I loved her, Nate reiterated in case Julie had missed that part yesterday. Just not as deeply as a groom should love his bride. I asked April if she still wanted to go through with the wedding and she did not say no. Julie's head shaking had become a slow pendulum swing. She did not. April was crushed when you dumped her. She barely talked to anyone, not even me. Appropriate, given the circumstances. It was her choice whether we got married or not. And she made the right one. No, Julie whispered, complexion draining of what little color she had. No, Nate shook his head. I have to go. I can't. Jules. He reached for her hand. She jerked away, face contorted with pain. April wanted to marry you. She told me that morning she was pregnant. Julie drew a deep breath. Her gaze swept the sidewalk as if searching for answers Nate wouldn't give. She said she loved you. She told me she'd make any sacrifice so her baby would have 2 loving parents. I thought she meant she'd go through any cancer treatment, no matter how heinous, to stay alive. Her gaze landed on Nate with gut-punching intensity. If you loved her, she would have married you. The truth tried to cut its way from his heart to his mouth. Nate swallowed it back. No good ever came from knowing the full truth. I loved her, Jules. I never met anyone so kind and thoughtful, so gentle and open. But it wasn't the absolute be-all end-all sort of love. Nate still wasn't certain he knew what that was. And when it came down to it, April didn't want to settle. Julie's hand went to her throat. Her mouth opened and closed. And then she opened it again and spoke, spitting out the words like buckshot. Then she did it for you. She made things easy on you. She spun away, and then turned back, color high in her cheeks, tears in her eyes. You couldn't have hung in there for her? You knew the likelihood of the tumors returning was almost 100%. You couldn't have made her happy for the time she had left? It would have been wrong. We both knew it. Nate's throat was choked for a different reason. She deserved someone who loved her more than life itself. Julie closed her eyes and swiped her head from right to left. And she got that someone, Nate whispered. In Duke. Julie's expression crumpled. But she bit her lip and squeezed her eyes shut. I don't expect you to forgive me. But Nate wanted her to. He didn't want to admit how much. Julie's eyes flew open, and she started to shout, I could never. No mad words. As if summoned by April in heaven, Duke ran out of the sheriff's office. He wrapped his arms around Julie's. No mad words. You're right, Duke, Julie said slowly. There were still tears in her eyes. No mad words. Nate isn't worth the breath. Come on. We're going home. She took Duke's hand and headed toward the office door and her things. Home. She meant back to Sacramento. Nate pushed to his feet, darting around them to block their path. You made a promise, Jules. I don't care. She'd stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, eyes closed, looking as if she'd topple at any moment. 8 days, Nate insisted, reminding himself why he'd made the bargain. You owe April 8 days. Or you'll never have the answers she sought. I want Nate to pay. Julie's words to April pinballed around her head as she pushed Duke back to the bed and breakfast. Maybe the memory had returned to her because she'd told April she'd wanted justice on multiple occasions. Or maybe because April had made Julie promise to give Nate a chance with Duke when she hadn't told Julie everything. April called off the wedding. Not Nate. Betrayal roiled in her stomach. Forgive. It was hard to go for Nate's jugular when she hadn't known everything that went on between her sister and Nate. Hard when he was so good with Duke. No mad words. How would she honor that for another week? She wished April had never come up with the daddy test. You can't hold a special meeting announcing candidates. Doris was shouting in front of the bakery down the street. If smoke could come out of ears, it would have spewed from Doris's in one angry volcanic eruption. She spotted Julie. I'm not ready. I will not allow it. Agnes, the pixie-sized councilwoman, followed the direction of Doris's gaze. Her expression turned thoughtful. Not wanting to get involved, Julie pushed the stroller faster. She didn't want to be sheriff of Harmony Valley. There were no threats in town, no criminal element, no troublemakers. She refused to count Doris or Leona. They weren't gun-toting domestic abusers or would-be bank robbers that needed to be brought to justice. She wanted to see Nate suffer. She wanted to feel unadulterated hatred when she looked at him. But she couldn't. And she hated herself for it. In that moment, she hated April for it. She'd never have lost her grip on anger if she hadn't promised April to come here. No matter what you think of Nate, April had said, propped up in bed. Her body was losing muscle, even in her cheeks. She was looking less and less like the fighter she'd once been. He's Duke's father. You can't be a part of Duke's life while Nate raises him if you're constantly on his case for what happened between us. Who says Nate's raising him? Despite the venom in her words, Julie gently eased April higher in bed, sliding a pillow beneath her shoulders. You know he doesn't want kids. April touched the scar on her bare scalp where they'd removed the tumor the first time. Men say things they don't mean all the time. Like I love you? You don't understand. April had latched onto Julie's hand. When you're lying on your deathbed, you won't be thinking about how much you made Nate suffer. Wanna bet? Julie would be counting the perps she sent to jail, too. April dug her fingers into Julie's bones. You'll be thinking about the gifts you had in life and the gifts you left behind. She tugged on Julie's arm with more strength than she'd shown in days. You're such a pain in the butt. Julie worked her fingers beneath April's until she clasped her hand. You want forgiveness. I'm more about justice, like Dad. April shook her head. Don't say justice when you mean revenge. In Nate's case, what was the difference? Julie reached the bed and breakfast, winded. She sat on the bottom step and freed Duke from his safety restraint. Run on the grass, little man. While she gathered enough strength to climb the steps to their room. The evening stretched out before her with too many unanswered questions, none of which were part of April's daddy test. Duke ran to the thick green lawn and made a slow-motion flop onto his tummy. He tucked in his arms and rolled back and forth, giggling. Julie's mind drifted back to April and their conversations about the daddy test. No matter what Nate answers, Julie had told April. I won't approve. He's not good enough for Duke. Her sister had shaken her head. You'll see things differently once I'm gone. True that, Julie muttered as Duke ran across the grass. What was she supposed to make of April turning Nate away? Was it pride? Had she regretted it? A large black truck drove slowly around the corner. The windows were down, allowing the worst music ever known to mankind, a crying baby, to reach Julie's ears. The truck slowed and pulled up to the curb in front of the bed and breakfast. Flynn grimaced. Out of sympathy, Julie risked her eardrums and approached the truck. That's some set of lungs. Julie had to utilize her own to be heard. Flynn nodded and shouted back, colic. The baby's car seat was rear-facing and in the back seat. And now he's exhausted and won't sleep, Julie surmised. She'd been there. And Nate hadn't. A slow smile lifted her cheeks. Have you been by the jail? Nate seems like he's good with kids. Evil. Julie was evil. She didn't care. Great idea. Flynn gave her a thumbs up. I need to stay away long enough for my wife to get in a good nap since I was gone most of the day. He waved and drove off. Duke tugged on Julie's hand. Still smiling, Julie looked down. Her smile faded. What pretty flowers, she said with false appreciation of the yellow daffodil bouquet he offered her. Where did you get them? Those are mine. Leona stood in the bed and breakfast doorway, arms crossed. Meant to be enjoyed by everyone. Reggie materialized behind her grandmother. But we can always plant more flowers. Leona rolled her eyes. Duke turned and saw Leona. Petty you. He hurried toward the front porch steps, holding out his bouquet. He wants to give you his pretty flowers. Julie followed, grabbing her backpack and dragging the stroller up the steps without folding it. You mean my pretty flowers? Leona didn't so much huff as breathe fire, although her ire was directed at Julie, not Duke. When was the last time anyone gave you flowers, grandmother? Reggie wore the grin Julie was becoming familiar with, the one that said she was enjoying her grandmother's discomfort. You should accept them. Duke stopped a few feet from Leona and raised the bouquet. Petty you. Thank you, Leona said stiffly, taking the bent-stemmed flowers from Julie's little love. I'll put these in water. Good fend. Duke hugged the elderly woman's leg with little hands that left dirt smudges on her plain green dress. Before Leona realized she'd been sullied, Julie folded the umbrella stroller, took Duke by the hand and led him upstairs. She had to stop at the top and catch her breath. When she looked back down at Leona, she realized a miracle had occurred. Leona stood in the foyer, smiling at the flowers. Chapter 9. Did someone run over a cat? Rutgar startled on the cot, sending his pillow to the floor and jostling his ankle enough that he howled like said feline. What is that noise? A noise Nate could only describe as a caterwaul grew louder. I have no idea. Nate had been perusing the bulletins regarding persons wanted for questioning in the county. He returned Rutgar's pillow beneath the man's swollen ankle, and then went to the door to find out what the ruckus outside was. Before he got there, the volume increased as Flynn entered carrying a crying baby in his arms. Ian has colic. No kidding, Nate replied in his outdoor voice. Julie reminded me you were good with babies. Flynn handed Ian off to Nate and collapsed in Nate's chair behind the desk. He rested his forehead on the blotter. Nobody warned me about colic. Not even my sister. Ian's little face was scrunched and scarlet. His thatch of reddish-brown hair was sweat slicked to his head. And his entire body shook with sobs. I don't know what to do besides walk him. Nate imitated his sister Molly's bouncy baby walk, the one she'd used to settle Camille when she'd been upset. Terrence opened the door, took in the scene and then turned to go. Not so fast. Without stopping his rocking pace, Nate halted the widower in his tracks by shouting above the baby's cries. You raised 5 kids. We need your expertise. You don't need me. But Terrence let the door swing shut, leaving him inside. He still wore the wrinkled clothes he'd grabbed from home last night on their way to jail. But the lost expression he'd been wearing for months? That was rapidly fading. What you need is that baby's mother. She's sleeping. Flynn lifted his head and glanced at Nate's computer screen. Oh, man. Tell me this guy with the tattoo across his forehead isn't on the loose here. They were all yelling now. He's not. Nate rock-stepped to the desk and closed the computer's window with a keystroke. Ian's cries were interrupted by the hiccups. Nate shifted the poor little guy to his shoulder. Terrence, please. Terrence disappeared up the stairs to Nate's apartment. He was probably searching for a beer. Nate hoped he brought back one for everyone. I want to go home. Rutgar sat up too quickly. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he flopped back on the cot, moaning. Nate handed Ian back to Flynn, grabbed the med kit from behind the counter and hurried to Rutgar's side. The old man still had a pulse but was out cold. Nate waved smelling salts beneath his nose. When are we getting a doctor in town? Soon, I hope, Flynn shouted back. Rutgar startled, and then pressed his palms over his eyes. I had a dream, Ian's cries continued to fill the jail, interspersed with hiccups. Someone save me. Rutgar shouted. It wasn't a dream. Terrence returned carrying something that looked like one of Nate's green hand towels. A wet hand towel. He took the baby from Flynn the way you'd expect a father of 5 to, with sure hands. Covering his index finger with the towel, he pressed it to Ian's lips. Ian's cries lessened, and then he began to suckle the wet towel. Silence rang in Nate's ears. No one moved. Why would Ian respond to that and not breastfeed or take a pacifier? Flynn whispered, collapsing into Nate's desk chair. Every baby's different, Terrence said in a muted voice fit for a late-night visit to a nursery. That's why parents need a big arsenal of tricks. Nate pulled out a chair behind the counter for Terrence, unable to stop himself from pointing out, good thing you aren't on walkabout today. We'd still be here with a screaming baby. You'd have managed, Terrence said gruffly, not looking up from the spent baby in his arms. But you'd have managed badly. Slouching in the desk chair, Flynn considered Nate. It must be bittersweet to have missed out on 2 years of your son's life. The panic over colic. The joy over first smiles. First smiles are always gas, son, Terrence murmured. Thanks for crushing my joy, Terrence, Flynn said flatly. Nate felt numb. He'd been upset last night because he hadn't been told Duke existed. He hadn't looked at it from the heart, from the emotional moments and milestones that bound a father to a son. Duke was a great kid. The years stretched out before Nate, playing like a hastily edited movie in his head. Duke playing on the school playground, his legs too long for his torso and his ears still too big. Duke bringing friends home to play video games and raid the refrigerator. Duke dating, graduating, choosing a college or a career path. Getting married. All without Nate. He felt hollow. So hollow. Was this what he wanted? It didn't matter what Nate might want or long for. Duke needed a father who knew how to navigate the waters of childhood. I'm having a hard time imagining you leaving anyone at the altar, Flynn said into the silence. Terrence looked up sharply. Nate could have done without Flynn's sudden interest in his personal life. It's not what you think, Nate began. And then he restarted, I mean, it's kind of what you think. I was dating Julie's sister. We were talking about what we wanted to do in the future. We both said marriage. And all of a sudden, she was hugging me and saying, yes. There's usually a lot of time between becoming engaged and getting married, Terrence pointed out. Plenty of time to stop the wedding, Flynn seconded. Not to be outdone on rubbing it in, Rutger added in his loud voice, you had to have taken her ring shopping, rented a venue, talked to a caterer and a florist, been fitted for a tux. Not to mention you had a thing for Julie. Terrence's blue eyes had apparently seen the truth during those brief few minutes at El Rosal this morning. That must have weighed on your mind, being engaged to the wrong sister. I never said I was in love with Julie. Nate's voice rose to baby-waking volume. I have 5 sons. Terrence looked at Nate like he was a disappointing exhibit in the reptile section of the zoo. I know that lovesick stare when I see it. Whereas Nate had no clue what love looked like. Oh, Flynn said, grinning. That's what that look at breakfast was. Enough. Nate cut them off with a slice of his hand. You've all had your fun. And it's always fun, Rutger said gruffly. Until someone gets their heart broken. They'd been too loud. Ian waved his arms and whimpered. Terrence settled him down with a few soft-spoken words, and then he turned his attention back to Nate. You wanted to do the right thing with Julie's sister. But I'm disappointed you let it get that far. No one but Nate's Uncle Paul had spoken to Nate like that, as if he was worth redeeming. It won't happen again. Terrence nodded. I have to make my rounds. Nate headed for the door, needing space. Can one of you stay with Rutger? I should get Ian home. Flynn stood and took his son. Thanks, Terrence. Hopefully he'll sleep for a couple of hours. He left with Nate's towel. Terrence crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in the chair. I'll stay, but I insist you go see your son and that sweet girl you can't stop staring at while you're out. She was here already, Nate groused. And I have rounds. Rounds. Terrence scoffed. I can tell you what's going on in town. The widows are meeting at El Rosal, discussing floats for this year's spring festival. The bowling team is having coffee at Martin's. Phil smells like they've been doing too many perms. The science experiment at school was supposed to launch a rocket that would then parachute to Earth, but Brad Watts his name aimed it at a tree on accident. This last Terrence put in air quotes. Oh, and Eunice convinced Jessica to make horseradish spice cupcakes. He lowered his chin and his voice. Not for the faint of heart. Jessica likes a man who'll try anything she makes, Rutger said staunchly. Like me. Nate opened the door. I guess I'll swing by the bakery and pick up a cupcake for you, Rutger. Regardless of Terrence's observations, Nate had to see for himself. Nate made his rounds. He stopped to talk to old man Takata, who was sitting on his front porch not smoking a cigar. He'd quit after a health scare a few years ago. Nate stopped by the Messina garage when he noticed there were more cars than usual outside. Joe was having an oil change special. Nate stopped to see Agnes, who'd texted him about needing to talk. When he arrived, Agnes was weeding her flower beds. She pulled off her dirty gloves and dusted off her blue jeans. Her normally lively eyes were framed with concern. I wanted to tell you personally in case you haven't heard. The town council is calling a special meeting tomorrow to announce candidates. We want to deal with this challenge to our power and your position as quickly as possible. I appreciate that. A black rain cloud appeared above Nate. Agnes patted his shoulder. You trust me, don't you? Of course. Most of the time. It was Doris he didn't trust. She was like the Rubik's Cube he'd tried to solve once. The more he tried, the worse it got. Can you tell me why Doris is so unhappy? The wind tousled Agnes's pixie-length gray bangs. Poor Doris. She was never the easiest of girls. At what must be a confused look on Nate's face, Agnes explained, she grew up here, like many of us. She clasped her garden gloves between her thumb and forefinger. The black rain cloud swelled in size, diluting the warmth of the spring sunshine. Agnes, Nate wasn't sure he wanted to ask this question. What were her parents like? Agnes closed her fingers around her gloves, her expression switched to disapproving. They were strict. Stricter than strict. The rain cloud floated above Harmony Valley, somewhere in the vicinity of Doris's house. Looks like she's given her answer, Leona said, still standing in Nate's way. Nothing personal, grandmother, but you know nothing about people. Reggie softened the ruthless remark with a hug that was so unexpected, it widened Leona's eyes and stilled her tongue. Just so you know, Jules, Nate jumped into the void with the most logical of reasons they should have dinner with him. Most places in town roll up the carpet at about 4. I thought I'd make dinner at my place. How sweet. Reggie herded Leona into the foyer. Leona harumphed. A word of warning, Miss Smith. I've never heard anyone say the sheriff is a good cook. That's because I've never cooked for anyone here. But he'd picked up a couple of steaks and potatoes at the grocery store out by the highway, and horseradish spice cupcakes for Rutger from Martin's. What do you say, Jules? Steak and baked potatoes? Cold beer. Julie's gray eyes were cool. We'll get something at El Rosal. You can have El Rosal any night, Reggie said, stepping in front of Leona, who looked as if she had a different comment in mind. It's not every night a man offers to cook for you. Nate gave Reggie a grateful smile. I'm cooking for Rutger, so making extra is no trouble. You can put your feet up and Duke can run around the jail. That should wear him out enough that he'll sleep late in the morning. Julie's eyes sparked with reluctant interest. The key to compromise with Julie, Nate realized, was offering to help with Duke. Keeping his son occupied and wearing him out so that Julie could rest was as appealing to her as a chocolate donut with cream filling. Well, Julie said with all the enthusiasm of a cat faced with a bath. If you burn anything, El Rosal will be our backup. Julie shouldn't have accepted Nate's invitation. Despite the day's revelation about April, he was still the enemy. But here she was, sitting in a chair in his office, feeling as cranky as a hall monitor in a school filled with free passes. Nate should have been the cranky one. She and April had stolen 2 years of Duke's life from him. Instead, in between turning the steaks, Nate was barbecuing in the back alley. He played hide-and-seek with Duke. April would have been ecstatic. Julie should be happy for Duke, too. He was gaining a father. But what if this, too, was short-term? What if, after 8 days, Nate couldn't commit to being a regular presence in Duke's life? Forgive. April, get out of my head. Nate lived above the jail. It was no place to raise a little boy. Not that Julie's apartment was much better. It was a 1-bedroom 4th-floor unit, no playground or park nearby. But she had Mom and her backup caregiver. Nate had no family in town to help. Why does the boy keep hiding under my cot? Rutger wasn't fooling anyone with that put-upon air. The old man was loving the attention from Duke. Juju. Duke ran over and sprawled across her lap. He was done playing. And given her little man hadn't taken a nap today, he'd go to sleep early and sleep late, just as Nate had promised. I think I'm going to sleep instead of eat, Rutger said. Almost immediately, he began to snore. Nate had set his desk as a dinner table. He put plates loaded with food on it. If I'd have known Rutger wasn't going to join us, we could have eaten upstairs. In his apartment. No, thanks. This is fine. She'd set limits. She'd refused a tour of his personal space above them. She'd declined a beer. They ate in near silence, exchanging pleasantries about the weather, their favorite football teams, mutual friends. After cleaning his plate, Duke climbed into Julie's lap and fell asleep as quickly as Rutger had. I never was one for scintillating conversation. Nate gave Julie that tight half-smile. But I've never put so many people to sleep before. I'm so full, I might have to join them. That was the biggest meal she'd eaten since being shot. Go ahead and snooze. I found Terrence napping in that chair when I got back from afternoon rounds. Nate stacked the dishes and carried them upstairs. When he returned, he pulled his chair closer so that he sat next to her. For several minutes, they said nothing. They might just as well have been an old married couple staring at the world from their front porch, not the open door of the local jail. April would have been happy to sit with her thoughts and the man she loved. Julie was unsettled, unsure how she felt about Nate. Since you've been talking about a test to determine what makes a good father, Nate said into the lull. I've been thinking about my dad. Julie stopped rubbing Duke's back and tried to rein in her need to interrogate. Maybe if she knew more about Nate's history, she'd understand why he'd had doubts about April and why April had backed out of the wedding at the last minute. My dad's the reason I chose to go into the army. Nate's words sounded as if they were being forced out past gravel. And then into the police academy. Your father sounds like a good guy. So why didn't Nate talk to him anymore? Why did he look like someone had died when he talked about him? Nate was slow to qualify his statement. So slow, she thought he wasn't going to answer. My dad wasn't any prize. His father wasn't any prize either. Nate stroked Duke's hair tentatively, the way April used to, as if he couldn't believe he existed. I guess on some level, I don't think I'm a prize, not as marriage or father material. Julie did a double take, needing to make sure she was still talking to handsome, successful Nate. Spare me the tale of your insecurities. Jules, You were asked 3 years running to be in a calendar benefiting the Police Widows Fund. He was that good looking. But I didn't. No one on the force had a bad word to say about you. Jules, And you've never been shy or uncertain around women in your life. You see a woman coming and you open doors and pull out chairs and basically act like a prince. Julie was anything but a princess. She intimidated men with her bold attitude. So don't try to excuse your behavior by blaming it on your non-existent insecurities. I wasn't, he said when she stopped for breath. Rutger's steady snore turned into a snort fest before he settled into a regular rhythm again. Julie let her head fall back so she could stare at the ceiling and perhaps receive divine guidance from April. Did her sister really want Nate to have a shot at full-time fatherhood? I realize this is hard on you. Nate's deep, calm voice simultaneously riled and soothed. I'm sorry. You should have said that to April. I did. Everything about him communicated his sincerity, his posture, his tone, the way he didn't squirm when she went on the attack. Uncertainty chilled Julie's veins. She traced the outline of the bandage at her shoulder. It'll heal. Nate claimed her hand. Her hand fit in his. The chill faded. But uncertainty didn't fade. It increased. Nate's hand was strong and sure. He was strong and sure. And the memories, he said softly. The ones that keep you up at night. They'll fade. The air suddenly seemed too thick. Her body too heavy. Her spirit felt defeated because he'd somehow seen her weakness. Instead of denying, she said, "How do you know?" Nate didn't answer. He didn't move. But he met her gaze, his eyes the rich color of dark chocolate. She'd always been a sucker for dark chocolate and for men with jet black hair, broad shoulders and... Some people think if you carry a gun to make a living, you should be able to handle the consequences of using it. His words drew her gaze back, like a moth to a flame. Nate half shrugged, but there was nothing casual about the movement, nothing casual about his viewpoint. Others will tell you counseling will make it better, a psychologist, a minister, a mentor. He stared at their hands. She hadn't realized they were still joined. But I'd tell you. I'd tell you that after taking a death shot, you don't sit in limbo if it haunts you. You try something until you find whatever it is that makes you feel better. She couldn't look away. Because she wanted to believe and Julie was afraid Nate was making her feel better. And that wasn't why she'd come. You aren't the kind of cop who lets things happen to her, Nate continued in that slow, steady cadence. Stop being a victim. April wasn't. He was right. April might have shed tears, but she faced every setback head-on. Jules. Nate's voice. It tried to soothe. It tried to settle. And where it settled was a place deep inside her. What did April do when things became too much for her? Nothing had ever been too much for April until... Julie freed her hand from his, missing his warmth the moment she did so. You mean when April knew she was dying? He nodded, without any indication her change in tone bothered him. Julie was bothered by painful memories she carried like gunshot scars. Memories of her sister in those final months. April's gaunt face, bleached of color. Her gray eyes listless and drained of hope. Her small hands bony and lacking flesh. The more frequent nonsensical ramblings. The rare moments of clarity. The word she'd latched onto, repeating at odd times, rising from the bed to clutch Julie's hand and whisper, "Forgive." The past clamped on Julie's throat, cutting off air and speech. Cutting off the here and now. Cutting like a knife until Julie wanted to curl her body around Duke's and gasp for air. I miss April. If she were still alive, she'd know what to do. She'd know what to say to chase away the nightmares. She'd know how to ease Julie's pain. Jules. Nate's hand found hers again. She hated him for what he'd done to April. She hated that she couldn't remember the image of her sister's healthy face. She hated herself for finding solace in his touch. "Let it out," Nate said softly. "No scab ever healed by you picking at it in the darkness." She cried. Julie held herself very still, blinking back the sting in her nose and the tears that threatened to spill. Sometimes she wanted to cry alone. Sometimes she wanted to cry on my shoulder. Being strong for April had been the hardest thing she'd ever had to do. Until I was shot. It's important to talk. It's important to have someone listen. Nate removed his hand from hers, reached into the bowl on his desk and withdrew a small black rock. "I know I'm the last person you want to talk to. But if the world feels like it's closing in, I'd be there for you." He pressed the stone into her palm. "And if you can't stand the sight of my face, hold on to this stone." It was smooth and warm. The size of a large watch face with an indentation in the middle just the right size for her thumb. There were other rocks in the bowl, other stones worn smooth. "My mother gave that to me when I was a kid." Nate stared out the front door as a car drove slowly past. "It's a worry stone. Rub it when you feel the need to find peace." He continued to stare outside. "I took it to the other side of the world with me. It helped." He'd taken a rock to war. To the killing required of a sharpshooter. Julie rubbed the smooth surface with her thumb. He'd found balance in a rock? Could she? Chapter 10. Nate carried a sleeping Duke across the town square. Julie pushed the empty stroller beside him. Anyone driving by would think they were a family walking home after dinner or visiting friends. Nate couldn't let himself be swayed into thinking this was normal. Duke deserved someone great to raise him. Julie deserved a man who was better than Nate. And Nate deserved. It didn't bear thinking on. Besides, no one drove past. No one saw them and wondered or passed along this sighting using the phone tree. The breeze had died down after dark, just as Julie's anger had cooled down with their conversation. When they reached the Lambridge bed and breakfast, Julie said, "I'll take him from here." Nate walked past her, his arms filled with a weight that wasn't a burden. "I've got him." But for how long? April's questions were designed to make Nate look bad. His past, the one he'd never shared with April, was being dredged up for Julie's review. The whole process was painful and would continue for another week. As they walked up the porch stairs, Reggie played doorman this time. "Welcome back. How was dinner?" "No one complained about my cooking." Nate carried Duke past her and up the stairs with Julie at his heels. "I'll change his diaper." He knew enough about little ones to know they shouldn't go to bed without a dry pair of pants. "I'll do it." "You've done enough." Julie hurried past him to open the door to her room. She put the worry stone on the bedside table. He'd given her that stone the same way his mother had all those years ago, as a peace offering. Had it worked? Julie hadn't thrown the rock at him. She might actually see its value. It was foolish, but deep down, Nate wanted her to see the value in him. He laid Duke on the bed and bid Julie good night. Nate took the long route around to the sheriff's office. Couples and families were inside El Rosal. Gage and Shelby ate at a table with their daughter, May, in a high chair. Arturo was tending bar, laughing when his mother poked her head out of the kitchen to say something to him. Slade and his fiancée, Christina, laughed along with him. Their closeness. Their camaraderie. Their love. It wasn't meant for him. Nate could have friendships, but no one had taught him how to love. He'd dated April. They'd been a couple. But it had been a comfortable thing, like Terrence wearing Robin's slippers. "Who's there?" Rutger asked when Nate entered the sheriff's office. "Just me." Nate turned on a small light on his desk. "How are you feeling?" My ankle hurts more than my head, if that's what you mean. Nate went into the cell and lifted the handkerchief from Rutgar's face. How many fingers am I holding up? All of them, Rutgar said, squinting before snatching the handkerchief back. You have a fine boy. You'll make a good father. Will I? Nate glanced at the 2 fingers he'd waved in front of Rutgar's face. Don't go thinking you're special, Rutgar grumbled. Every man who's ever been told he's going to be a father has the same doubt. You're either thinking how can I be as good of a dad as I had, or how can I be a better dad than I had? Or maybe you're pondering the worst option, which would be you thinking you shouldn't be a dad at all. Which is ridiculous. Nate swallowed thickly. When did you become a mind reader, so wise? Rutgar fingercombed his beard like a prophet who was considering his words carefully. You'd like to think it was when I hit my head today, wouldn't you? That would be more comforting than thinking you'd been a fountain of wisdom all this time and I'd missed it. Nate returned to his desk, running his fingers through the smooth stones in the bowl on top. He'd given Julie the worry stone he associated with the dark thoughts of his childhood. The other stones he'd picked up here and there over the years. A stream in Colorado. A beach in South Carolina. A ruin in Mexico. Perhaps he'd chosen the wrong career path. Perhaps he should have become a baker or a carpenter. Someone who made things that people enjoyed. Perhaps then he'd have been more comfortable with people, more at ease expressing his feelings. Instead, he'd chosen law enforcement. A field that required him to detach from his feelings and compartmentalize his emotions. When faced with his first crisis on the force, a domestic violence call, he'd reacted on instinct. He'd taken all the frustrated emotions from his childhood and channeled them into action in a way he'd been unable to do when faced with the same danger as a kid. Late on the night of his 8th birthday, crisis had arrived with a big bang, shaking Nate's bedroom wall. He'd startled awake. It was cold in the house. His nose stung from it. The smart thing to do would have been to roll over and burrow beneath the covers. He had school in the morning. But something banged against his wall again. And something whimpered in the hallway. They didn't have animals. Mom had said it wouldn't be fair. She'd never explained why. But there was a noise and Nate was a man. Still only 8, but a man nonetheless. Men got out of bed when they heard a noise. They checked doors and windows. He'd seen men do that on TV. Nate crept out of bed, wishing for his gun. Dad had taken it away when they'd returned from shooting. They'd been pulled over on the way home because Dad was speeding. He'd blamed Nate and threatened the whole time to blister his butt. Only when they'd gotten home, Mr. Chilton from next door had been talking to Mom in the front yard. Nate had run inside and begun to do his Sunday chores, dusting and cleaning toilets. Dad had put away the guns, settled on the couch and drunk more beer. Thankfully, nothing more was said about whoopings. The wall shook once more. Another whimper whispered in the air. Nate got up and opened the bedroom door a crack. At the end of the hall, Dad had his hands around Mom's throat, her head against the wall. Blood trickled down one side of Mom's face. Her lip was purple and puffy. Dad had hit Mom before, but nothing like this. Both his parents turned their heads in his direction. Dad's stare had a dangerous gleam, Mom's eyes widened with horror. Nate wanted to run, far and fast, as far as he could go. But his parents stood between him and the front door. What to do? What to do? Nate's body tingled with fear. Dad released Mom and charged toward Nate, releasing a cry of rage. Nate's blood ran cold. And for a moment, he froze. Run. Mom cried. And Nate did. He ran for the master bedroom. He slammed the door behind him and punched the lock. Dad crashed into it a moment later. I owe you, boy. The door handle shook. I owe you a whooping. Nate's legs shook so hard, he almost collapsed. But he didn't. He grabbed the cordless phone, ran into the bathroom and locked himself in. Then he climbed into the bathtub and dialed 911. My dad is trying to kill my mom, Nate said breathlessly when the operator came on the line. The memory of the bullet whizzing by Nate's head returned. He yelped. And my dad is trying to kill me. He huddled in the bathtub, shaking. By the time the police arrived, Dad had kicked in the bedroom door and was working on breaking down the bathroom door. Police. Put your hands up. Not until I've taught this boy a lesson. Dad's words were punctuated by grunts and attacks on the bathroom door. Then Nate heard the slap of bodies and the grunts of a fight. And then the click of handcuffs and the reading of Dad's rights, just like on TV. Finally, a policeman told Nate it was safe to come outside. Nate was shaking so hard he couldn't unlock the door. Some man he was. Mom had hugged him tight, and Molly hadn't made fun of his tears. Later, after a trip to the police station, after a trip to the hospital for Mom, after being taken to a safe house in another county, and after weeks of Mom going through therapy, she pressed the worry stone into Nate's palm. Keep this under your pillow. When you can't sleep at night, rub this stone and know that you saved my life and I love you for it. Had she known he'd been feeling guilty for making that call and sending his father to jail? Or had she known he'd need it even more in the years to come? I'll take my dinner now, Rutger said meekly. Sure. Still, it took Nate a few more minutes to move. He'd given Julie his rock. She had no idea what it meant to him. Julie knew she was in a dream. It didn't matter. She couldn't move. Shadowy shapes stalked her, carrying guns. She couldn't move. But she carried a weapon. She couldn't move. But she was able to fire. To shoot and shoot and shoot until her fingers cramped and her shoulder ached, and her throat cracked from screaming. Stop that. Bony fingers gripped her right shoulder above her stitches. Julie grabbed the arm attached to those fingers, twisted and pulled. Fingers fell away. Pain fell away. A body fell on top of her. A dead body? That wasn't how it had happened. Miss Smith, Leona said in a choked voice. Mississippi Smith. Light from the bed and breakfast hallway illuminated the shadowy figure sprawled across Julie. Leona wore a green velour robe over a white flannel gown. Her streaky gray hair was looped as loosely as a used Brillo pad. Julie's arm was around her thin neck, cutting off her air supply. Julie gasped and released her. What are you doing in here? It was better than asking herself what she'd been doing. Leona scrambled off the bed and to her feet, picking up the white terry slippers that had dropped to the floor during their struggle. You were crying for help. Julie sat up, clutching the neck of the Raiders football jersey she wore as a nightgown. I wasn't. Was I? She had been. Her throat was raw from it. She rolled over to check on Duke. He slept peacefully within the confines of his pillow wall, worn out by his big day. I think the answer to your question is obvious. Leona had the slippers on and was straightening her robe. It isn't safe for the boy here. She hadn't added, with you. But Julie knew she should have. What's going on? Reggie clung to the door frame wearing a fuzzy purple bathrobe and a worried expression. I heard shouts. Julie swallowed. She couldn't argue. And it was a relief, really, to be given a reason to leave town. She wouldn't have to stay the week Nate wanted. She wouldn't have to soften her stance on him. But she also wouldn't have a signature on those custody papers. I'm leaving in the morning. She had a nightmare. Leona pushed her granddaughter to the hallway. Go back to bed, Regina. She waited until Reggie retreated before turning in the doorway. I lost a little boy once. The coldness in Leona's sharp features turned as desolate as a snowy peak in the Sierras. Children are fragile. Be careful with him. And then she closed the door behind her. Fear coursed through Julie's body. Doubts bubbled up. Would it be better for Duke to be in Nate's care? It was selfish to say no. She had to beat the nightmares. Julie picked up the rock Nate had given her. It was cool and smooth in her palm. It was calming. She could almost hear his deep voice reassuring her everything would be all right. She could almost feel his fingers cradling hers. It didn't matter. Julie didn't sleep the rest of the night. Chapter 11. There was nothing like the smell of coffee in the morning when you hadn't slept the night before. Add in the aroma of fresh-baked sugary things, and Julie could believe she was capable of caring for her nephew again. Who needed sleep? It was barely 7 in the morning. There'd been no sign of Nate at El Rosal as she pushed the stroller past. She was glad. He'd take one look at her face, and he'd know something bad had happened last night. Julie wrestled open the door to Martin's bakery and wheeled the stroller inside, breathing deeply. Coffee and sweets. Heaven. Not only did it smell like heaven, but Martin's bakery also looked charming. There were several old wooden tables and chairs in the bakery, most of them mismatched. Framed, yellowed photos on the wall displayed who Julie presumed were previous generations of Martins. Hey! Don't scare the customers. A woman wearing an apron and a cheerful smile behind the register snapped her fingers. But she wasn't snapping at Julie. Julie hadn't realized all eyes had turned her way, or that all conversation had stopped. She recognized the 3 town council women at a table near the counter. A woman with purplish-gray hair sat on the bench seat in the window, pinning together quilt squares. The toddler at her feet was one of the boys Julie and Duke had met at the playground. At a table against the wall, a scarecrow of a man played checkers with an elderly Asian man with a walker. In the back corner, Nate, Rutger and Terrence watched her, coffee cups midair. Nate's gaze catalogued. He frowned. Busted. Nate knew she'd had a bad night. Truthfully, Julie knew looked like she'd been hung on a flagpole during a week-long hurricane. And speaking of knowing, those in the bakery knew whose son Duke was. They looked back and forth from Duke to Nate. And then to Julie, questions in their eyes, smiles on their faces. She gave them her cop expression in return. Polite. Unflappable. Mirthless. Combined with the scary way she looked, they should all give her a wide berth. And space was what she needed given her visit to Harmony Valley so far could be labeled as one big fail after another. Peeps. Return to your regularly scheduled lives. When customers began to converse again, the barista waved Julie toward the display cases. Sugar fix? Coffee fix? Let's start with the necessities. Coffee. Large and black. Julie eyed the sugary options and wished they weren't so large, and each didn't hold so many calories. Want dat? Duke pointed to a large muffin closest to him and imbibed his words with the threat of a toddler tantrum. Dat. Julie read the flavor card. Horseradish spice muffin? It didn't sound kid-friendly, which meant it wouldn't rid her nephew of the morning grumps. It's kind of like, the blonde flashed an infectious smile, carrot cake. Without the carrots. That didn't sound bad. We'll take one of those and a bear claw. Milk for the little guy? Yes. Julie set Duke's sippy cup on the counter.
Yo!
Who? The elderly woman in the window seat, the one with short purplish-gray hair, waved to them. Her hot pink tracksuit was more eye-opening than the mug of hot coffee the barista was pouring. Her window seat was flanked on either side with smaller tables. The toddler Julie had recognized sat near her neon green sneakers, playing with blocks. Join us over here. The boys can play while you drink your coffee. Fend. Duke strained at his stroller seatbelt at the sight of the other boy. I accept. Julie unbuckled him, relieved she had an excuse not to sit with Nate. That's sweet. Hi, Fend. Duke ran to the toys and got to his knees, scooting himself closer to the action with his hands. First time here. The coffee is on me. The blonde loaded their order on a tray. I'm Tracy. Folks have questions about you. She gestured to the room at large. Great. Did they know she'd almost killed Leona in the middle of the night? Julie paid for the pastries and joined the elderly woman at the window seat. She sat down and sipped her coffee. Caffeine took precedence over sugar. We have free Wi-Fi, Tracy called to her. You can read our blog. Horseradish is the new superfood. Eunice set her reading glasses on top of her red and yellow quilt squares in the window seat. And then she fluffed her purplish-gray bangs. That's the title of the blog today. It's about horseradish. It grows on Parish Hill. On my property, Rutger said in a too loud, too grumbly voice. Nate almost grinned with both sides of his face. How odd it must be to live like that, anchoring half his smile as if he didn't deserve a full measure of happiness. Horseradish makes the bakery unique. Tracy might work the counter, but she ruled the room with a knowing glance, a friendly smile and, in Rutger's case, a horseradish spice muffin. No matter where we find it. Or who brings it to us. Yes, well. Horseradish grows wild along the road, too. Eunice blushed and blinked at Julie the way people do when they've been caught with their hand in the horseradish patch. She gestured to the toddlers at their feet. Local vegetation aside, Gregory is a handful. I hardly have a minute of peace until nap time. Duke and Gregory stacked blocks between them. So good-natured. So peaceful. Julie didn't trust it to last. Julie angled her body to Eunice's, putting the colorful old woman, and only the colorful old woman, in her line of sight. Is he your grandchild? Godchild. He's Jessica's. She owns the bakery. Eunice opened her violet-brown eyes wide and then blinked in big swoops of mascara-dredged eyelashes. I thought it was such an honor until the poopy pants got, well, poopier. We all get out of diapers someday, Julie said, mesmerized by the wide-eyed blinking. Eunice smiled and fingered the cotton fabric of her quilt squares. I shouldn't complain. I never had a chance to be a mother. But no matter what I do, his parents are always his favorite. There was truth in Eunice's statement. Julie would always be Juju to Duke. She could never take away the mommy title from April. Her gaze drifted to Nate once more. To the shoulders that could bear many burdens and the steady gaze that never seemed to judge. How would he react to know she'd clutched his worry stone all night long? Inexplicably, having Nate near her now eased the need to hold the worry stone in her hand. But that was a false sense of security. Nate wasn't the type to stick by anyone through thick and thin. And she needed more than a rock or a half-smile to beat the nightmares. And she had to beat them. Or she had to give Duke up. To Nate. Her stomach roiled again. Duke stopped playing with blocks and stood, peering at the plates on the table. He reached for the bare claw. Hey, little man. Julie rearranged the plates so his muffin was within reach. This is yours. Not dat. Duke made a face, apparently not as sold on horseradish as he'd been earlier. He pointed at Julie's bare claw. Want dat? Eunice gasped dramatically. You don't want your horseradish spice muffin? That's based on my mother's recipe. It's very good. If you don't want it, I'll take it. She reached for the plate with a delicate hand, an age-old ploy designed to get Duke to defend his treat. Julie respected the effort even as Duke let the elderly woman take possession of the muffin. That didn't work out the way I'd planned. Eunice returned the muffin to the plate. Nate appeared next to Duke in his blue jeans and blue check shirt, which seemed to be his sheriff uniform. Instead of calling it the terrible twos, they should have called it the fickle twos. He sat on the floor, folding his long legs and eliciting sighs of appreciation from the bakery audience. I have cupcake pops. He handed each boy a stick with a small round cupcake on it covered in dark chocolate frosting. Later, we'll stop by El Rosal for some bacon. Boo. Bacon, Tracy said from behind the counter. Bacon, Duke crooned and leaned his head briefly against Nate's arm, the picture of a strong father-son bond Julie had been certain couldn't possibly exist. Real men eat meat and protein for breakfast, Nate said to Julie with a straight face. Eunice fluffed her hair and fluttered her eyelashes. I've always appreciated a man with an appetite. I suppose real men also eat green vegetables, Julie said, finding it easier to point out Nate's weaknesses than admit her own. Although I didn't see you cooking any last night. We had a vegetable. Nate looked offended, but the effect was ruined by the twitch of a smile on his cheek. Julie had to fight a smile of her own. Potatoes are starch. And starch goes directly to a woman's thighs. I wouldn't know, Nate said primly, giving Duke a playful poke in the belly. Not being a woman. Laughter filled the bakery, but it couldn't fill the shadowy places in Julie's heart. Hey. Fend. Duke leaned into Gregory's space. Pay? Park? And then he turned big soulful eyes to Nate. Nay? Pay? Park? He'd asked Nate, not Julie. She slumped and hid her face in her coffee cup. You want to go play at the park? Nate grinned, nothing half about it. The two sides of his face matched in upturned delight. Julie almost fell over. That full grin. She wasn't sure she'd ever seen it before. It upped him from handsome to gorgeous. He should smile like that all the time. Strike that. If he smiled like that all the time, he'd be irresistible. To women. To her. Deep inside Julie's chest something shifted, something fit. And it fit as easily as her thumb on Nate's worry stone. She slurped her coffee and looked away, refusing to name or acknowledge or think about what that something was. But that grin. It made her wonder. What made Nate so reserved? April couldn't have known, or she wouldn't have created the daddy test, which was designed to make Nate reveal his past. So far, all Julie had learned was that Nate and his father didn't get along. The park, Eunice said wistfully. I love how tired Gregory gets after going to the park. Gregory stood on sturdy jeans-clad legs. I go park. He was a little older than Duke and had the three-word sentences down. Julie felt a twinge of mom jealousy. She wished Duke would leap to his feet and repeat Gregory's sentence. Duke picked his nose. Leaning over to wipe the evidence away with a napkin, Julie wished she wasn't so competitive. I'll take the boys to the town square. Nate's grin became almost angelic as Duke hugged him. Terrence will come, too. That way you and Eunice can finish your coffee. Julie stared into her half-empty coffee mug, feeling the cold nip of loneliness. Nate was blossoming with Duke, while she was withering away inside. How sweet of the sheriff. Eunice leaned toward Julie but didn't lower her voice. That's the sign of a keeper. I'm not fishing, Julie said quickly, unable to so much as glance at Nate for fear he'd still look full-on handsome. Then you aren't living, Eunice said. Another wave of laughter filled the room. Julie was beginning to see the appeal of El Rosal. Conversations weren't as public there. Somebody didn't sleep well last night, Nate said while Eunice went to get Gregory's stroller and sweatshirt from the back, and the boys jumped around enthusiastically. And I don't mean Duke. I don't sleep well in strange beds, Julie lied and immediately felt bad for doing so. We have to go home today. Panic managed to creep into her voice. Nate's smile vanished as he picked up on her angst. He angled closer, lowering his voice. Why? Maybe she's homesick, someone hypothesized. Maybe Leona raised her prices again, someone else suggested. She got kicked out of Leona's, Agnes said, unabashedly eavesdropping from a few tables away. Nate's brows rose. Skepticism didn't make him any less attractive. No, I have an evaluation today. They moved it up. I can't miss it. Julie tried to lie, but the universe was apparently done with her fibbing. She flinched when her phone chirped with a message, one that took away her alibi, as it turned out. She tucked the cell into her pocket. My eval was just postponed until next week. Therefore, you need a place to stay. Nate's face was so near her own that Julie felt his warm breath on her cheek. My offer still stands. Rutgar's going home today. I'll have an extra bed. I'll even let you choose, jail cell or my apartment. Duke would love sleeping in jail. Julie's imagination went a little wild as she pictured Duke growing up here and living with Nate. Her nephew's sleepovers would be the most popular in town. What little boy wouldn't want to play cops and robbers with a real jail cell? Julie couldn't compete with that. Eunice bumped Gregory's stroller against the table leg. I love a man who isn't afraid to proposition a woman in front of others. I should go home. Julie could get her mother to sleep over until the nightmares faded. If they persisted, she'd. You made a promise. Nate brushed a lock of hair from her forehead. You've made promises you didn't keep, Julie countered, breathless from his touch, wishing she felt as righteous as she had when she'd arrived in town. Doris burst into the bakery, her gaze falling on Julie. She wore a red tunic with black chihuahua heads dotted across it. Thank heavens I caught you. I heard you were homeless. I insist you stay with me. Free of charge. Don't do that to yourself, Jules. Nate pulled back, staring Doris down. Even if I locked you in my jail cell, you'd be happier. Sheriff, that's just one reason why you are completely unfit to serve. Doris didn't waddle so much as chop her steps. She parked herself next to Julie and put her hands on her chihuahua-covered hips. Until she'd met Doris, Julie had never realized how big chihuahua fashion really was. The air in this place suddenly turned stale. Rutgar worked his way to Nate's side on his crutches, looking clear-eyed and steady. He spared Doris a disdainful glance. Nate, give these women a break and take those boys for a walk. Nate's gaze pinned Julie, trying to trap her to the promise she'd made to stay in town. Her only hope was that he'd fail the daddy test today. If only she knew exactly what was pass or fail. I'll stay one more night, Julie allowed. With Doris. She'd put Duke in a bedroom and sleep on the couch.
Ha!
Doris smirked at everyone in the bakery, but mostly at Nate. Too quickly, both toddlers were being taken away. Julie sat in the window seat and watched Duke leave her. Her arms felt empty, the warm coffee mug cradled in her hands a poor replacement for a warm, loving boy. I know how you feel. Eunice picked up her glasses and quilt squares. Arms empty. Alone. She patted Julie's thigh, surprising her with her perceptiveness. And then she added, I know how you feel because I'm an old maid, too. I'm not a baby whisperer, Terrence said as he and Nate pushed strollers toward the town square. He'd shaved today and his gray polo shirt looked to have been ironed. Nor do I want to be the town's backup babysitter, much as I like these young gentlemen. Everybody's good at something. Nate's reply was half-hearted. Concern for Julie gnawed at his insides. He'd hated to leave her at the bakery. She looked like death. She wanted to leave Harmony Valley? She'd be asleep at the wheel long before she reached Santa Rosa. If he hadn't had an audience, he'd have taken her off to jail and locked her up so she could sleep. What's Julie good at? Terrence asked. Righting wrongs. Although she couldn't seem to right herself. Bacan, Duke crooned as they passed El Rosal's dining patio, eliciting an echoing sentiment from Gregory. Once we play tag in the park, Nate reassured him, pausing only to order 2 coffees and an order of bacon for their return trip. You didn't go on walkabout last night, did you, Terrence? After seeing Julie to the bed and breakfast, Nate had stayed at the jail, watching over Rutger instead of making his rounds. I was tucked in my bed like a good boy. Terrence sounded as annoyed as Doris often was. They crossed the street onto the grass in the town square. The lone oak tree stood tall in the middle. In a few weeks, the spring festival would be held here. Nate wondered if he'd still be sheriff. His chest constricted. He'd become more attached to the town than he'd realized. Admit that you walked the streets of Harmony Valley last night. Nate turned his attention back to Terrence. You knew I wouldn't be making late-night rounds with Rutger sleeping over. I also knew you wouldn't make your early morning run this morning, Terrence said with mock sadness, mischief in his eyes. How did you get to know me so well? How did I? No one else has seen you strolling around. Nate allowed a half grin. Are you stalking me on my rounds? That would truly be a cry for help if I was. Terrence shrugged. You should be anxious about the meeting tonight. Doris will do anything to make you unemployed. Nate gazed down at Duke's dark unruly hair, at the ears so like his own. He was worried, yes. But there were other more pressing things to be worried about. You're agonizing over Julie's health. Terrence sat on the wrought iron bench beneath the oak tree. You should be. She looks as if your son kept her up all night. Nate knew that wasn't true. Duke looked rested and ready for action. It was the shooting that kept Julie awake. He'd looked the event up on the internet last night. Details had been slim. A domestic violence case, which wouldn't be unusual, except the abuser had been a woman and she'd locked herself in her house with 2 children for hours, threatening to kill them. Terrence looked at Nate as if he was a public defender who hadn't made a solid case against a thief caught red-handed. That woman needs your help. She doesn't want it. She would if you charmed her a little. The old man's expression turned more sympathetic. You have no moves. Did your father never teach you how to woo a woman? No, he'd taught Nate other life lessons. No wooing. Woo-woo. Duke turned the word into a train whistle. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Gregory echoed. The 2 boys shared the same thick dark hair, but Gregory had the sturdy frame of a future football player. The 2 boys giggled and did the train whistle until Nate released them from their strollers and showed them how to fly like an airplane, arms outstretched, mouths making airplane sounds. The boys circled the tree gleefully, negating the need to play tag. Nate sat next to Terrence on the wrought iron bench. Why did you want to be a father? Because I loved Robin so much, I wanted the best of both of us. Terrence was only on the topic for a moment, before returning the conversation back to Julie. If your father didn't tell you how to get a girl, I will. You have to treat a woman right. Flowers. Food. Fun. He gestured toward the boys. The fun is the important part. Nate shook his head. Growing up, there hadn't been much fun in his house. Or romance between his parents. You have to make Julie laugh, Terrence went on. She looks like she could use some laughter. He gave Nate a quick once-over. Now, I know you're not big on words or jokes, but that smile you gave her back at the bakery was a good start. That smile. It had burst out of Nate like a firecracker. That's what Duke did to him. He reached inside Nate with his innocence and his trusting nature, and he found things Nate had buried deep. Logically, Nate knew there was no harm in smiles. Not now. Not like there'd been when he was a child, and showing any kind of happiness around his father had been a risk. But the way he displayed emotion was as deeply entrenched inside him as his early memories of what a father was. Oblivious to Nate's train of thought, Terrence continued reciting his mantra of how to be a man. You have to enjoy silences together and plan for a future. And have kids. Might just as well get that out in the open. It seemed like Terrence was leading up to that. Don't roll your eyes. Terrence gave Nate's shoulder a gentle backhanded swipe with his hand. You could have this. He pointed at Duke. Every day. Doesn't looking at your son fill your heart with joy? Nate was slow to admit it. Terrence lowered his salt and pepper eyebrows. And I thought my youngest son was stubborn. He crossed his arms and increased the stern tone of his lecture. Start with dinner. Maybe a little romantic music. Some impromptu dancing. It felt odd not to have Duke in her arms, not pushing him in his stroller. Could this be my life soon? Julie didn't want to think about it. Juju. Duke shouted from Nate's arms as they crossed the street toward her. Nate pushed the stroller and carried her nephew. She envied his stamina. And then Duke looked at Nate with complete adoration. Bakun. Nate smiled back. No half measure there, although it wasn't the showstopper from the bakery. With the same dark hair color and broad grins, no one could mistake them for anything but father and son. No one could look at the pair and think they didn't belong together. No one could feel the warmth of their smiles and not want to be in their happy circle. Even Julie felt its magnetic pull. Nate glanced up. Their gazes connected. For a moment, it was as if she'd never seen his tight half smile. For a moment, she never wanted to see it again. This was the real Nate. Openly happy and sharing that happiness with her. Her breath caught. She smiled back. She smiled as if she and Nate exchanged cheerful salutations every morning over coffee. And then the power of Nate's grin caught onto that shifting feeling inside of Julie. Her pulse quickened. Unsteady, she had to hold on to the railing around El Rosal's dining patio. He was. She felt. This couldn't be. That smile. Nate was handsome. Obviously, she knew that. She knew he was intelligent and had a good sense of humor, too. She admired his approach to law enforcement and his shooting skill. If she was seeing him for the first time. If they'd just met. She might have considered dating him. Her butt sagged against the railing. She stared at the toes of her sneakers. Date Nate? She couldn't. He wasn't. He'd left April in a lurch. She couldn't look at him and see. A man she might consider a future with. A man she could lean on and lean into. She snuck a glance at Nate again from mere feet away. Broad shoulders. Joyful demeanor. A steady presence. Her heart gave a pounding vote of confidence. Julie demanded a recount, forcing her knees to lock and her legs to hold. She would not make the same mistake April had. She stood tall and smiled at Duke, ignoring Nate completely. Hey, little man. Are you ready to go? No, a grumpy morning. Duke was back after having been spoiled by his father. Want bacon? No, she had to go. There would soon be toddler tears because Julie couldn't sit across from Nate feeling an attraction for him. She needed breathing room or someone to shake some sense into her. Juju. Her nephew's tone was a reprimand. Arturo set a plate of bacon on a table nearby along with 2 mugs of coffee. He received a glare from Julie for his efforts. Didn't faze him. He smiled. I'm out of my element. I'll take Gregory back to the bakery and Eunice. Terrence strolled past. Julie hadn't noticed him beside Nate. She'd only seen Nate. She was a cop. She was supposed to see everything. Julie traced the edge of her shoulder's bandage. "That'll leave you three some time together," Terrence said in falsely innocent matchmaking tones that did nothing to settle Julie's nerves. Time together? As if they were family? As if Nate hadn't broken April's heart? As if he couldn't break hers? Julie dragged in a breath and snuck a glance at Nate. The tight half grin was back. It filled her with relief. "You can ask me another question on the daddy test." Nate didn't move inside the dining patio. He waited on the sidewalk for her to make a decision. Stay or go. There were too many decisions for Julie's tired brain to deal with. And that was it, wasn't it? She was tired. That's why she was looking at Nate as if seeing him as an attractive, available man for the first time. Her exhaustion was coloring her world. Maybe she'd feel this way about any male she looked at too long. Julie glanced at the corner patio table where the mayor sat. He had a wiry frame beneath a red tie-dyed sweatshirt. He smiled at her, creating a network of wrinkles across every inch of his face. He was dateable, in a take-a-grandfather-to-coffee as a nice gesture kind of way. Julie huffed and pulled her gaze away. There had to be someone else at El Rosal she found attractive. Where was Arturo? Come on. Nate left the stroller on the sidewalk and took her left hand. And Julie let herself be led. She let herself take a seat across from him. She let herself look at him. At Nate. She let herself feel a longing she hadn't known existed. It confounded her, this longing. It muted her, this longing. It made her feel feminine and fragile and nothing like the loud brash cop she knew herself to be. 2 days ago, life had seemed so simple. Get Nate's signature and get out of town. He'd know he was in a backup position to care for Duke if anything happened to Julie, but he wouldn't want custody. She hadn't planned on him showing an interest in Duke. She hadn't planned on this feeling of attraction. Her awareness of Nate as a man energized her. It made her heart thud in her chest. It made her feel like she was dancing on the ledge between happiness and heartbreak, so certain she wouldn't break anything. "Jules," Nate said softly. "What?" She blinked at him the way Eunice had blinked at her earlier. "The test?" "Oh, right, the test." She'd been staring at Nate like a lovesick teenager. Blushing, Julie found the small notebook in her backpack, opened it to the appropriate page and stared at April's words, which blurred, but then came into sharp focus. "A good dad is willing to make sacrifices for those he loves. Give an example of how your father sacrificed for you. Then give an example of a time you sacrificed for someone else." Nate stared into his coffee cup for so long Duke had time to eat one whole piece of bacon. Finally, he lifted his gaze to Julie's. There was pain in his eyes and uncertainty in the way his fingers roamed his mug. Last night he'd said he didn't talk to his father anymore. She'd been so lost in the revelation that April had cancelled the wedding that she hadn't registered its significance. "Every question in the test is about your father." Nate's jaw shifted to the side, and he gave a curt nod. She wouldn't feel sorry for him. She locked her fingers around her mug. Nate ran a hand through his hair, over his face, under his chin. "My dad worked long hours so my mom could stay at home." Was that his voice? It sounded so rough, so dark, so pained. "It was nice that he helped your mom stay at home." Nate's lips pressed together. He glanced at Duke, who was busy eating bacon. The shape of his eyes changed, softening to sadness. But it wasn't the pity-me kind of sad. It was the outside-looking-in sad. The resigned-to-loneliness sad. The never-have-that sad. Julie's heart panged and she wished April had never come up with the daddy test. When Nate looked at Julie, the sadness was gone. "I'm assuming you want an honest answer." Despite being curious, she wanted to say no. She'd heard enough heartrending tales while on patrol that she was sure she'd regret hearing Nate's. She nodded her head anyway. "There was nothing nice about my dad. He was manipulative and abusive." Nate's dark gaze flared with anger. His voice sparked with injustice. Letting mom out of the house would have meant she had a chance at a life of her own, that she'd realize what a rotten home life she had, that she'd find happiness. Nate had no visible scars. But his voice. It told of deeper scars. It told of raw and open wounds. It made Julie's nightmares seem trivial by comparison. Nate cleared his throat and continued, no less angry. I suppose the one thing my father did that was a sacrifice was when the police arrested him, he pled guilty. Nate's hard gaze banked sharply across the street. Or maybe he thought by pleading guilty he'd save himself time in county lockup and get out that much quicker. Is that why you didn't want to have kids? Because children of abuse are more likely to abuse their own spouses and children? Julie resisted the urge to drag Duke's high chair closer to her. I could never do the kind of things he did to us. Nate cloaked his anger, locking it behind that tight half-smile. The veneer was back in place. You and April had happy holidays. You played soccer and joined clubs. You had freedom and fun. His gaze drifted back to Duke. When you think of your childhood, what do you remember? That was easy. April. She remembered April. And then came other memories. Family traditions, like baking cookies at the holidays, road trips to my grandparents' house or playing poker with my dad when we went camping. There was more, holding April as a baby and rocking her to sleep, decorating Christmas trees, staying in her pajamas all day on New Year's. But Julie didn't want to rub her normal upbringing into his scars. When I think of my childhood, my stomach turns. The memories are hard. Nate glanced across the street once more. That's why I refuse to imagine myself as a dad. But now you have no choice. The words fell from Julie's lips before she realized what she was saying, that Nate had a right to parent, a right to a say in how Duke was raised, first dibs on custody. But now there's the daddy test. Nate stood. I'll be right back. He walked across the street, cautious but confident. Nay. Duke yelled in a demanding tone, but Nate kept going. A sedan backed up and drove away, revealing a large cardboard box on the sidewalk. Nate circled the box. And then he bent to open it. No, Julie hadn't realized she'd stood and shielded Duke with her body. Juju. Duke pushed at her injured shoulder. She flinched backward. How did the boy always find her tender spot? Nate carried the box back to them. It's kittens. Julie sat with a bone-jarring thud. I thought it was something bad. You've been working in the big city too long. Nate set the box at his feet. It wasn't ticking. It was mewing. He took out his cell phone and called someone named Felix, telling him about the kittens. He'd watched the street. He'd seen something wasn't right. She hadn't seen anything. Exhaustion. She blamed exhaustion. The kittens were crying, a muted sound. What, Dad? Duke leaned over to peer at the box. Nate plucked Duke from his seat, set him in his lap and then gently picked up a small fluff of fur. It was orange and white, its eyes still closed. This is a kitten. A baby cat. Do you know how you have to be with babies? You have to be gentle. Nate cradled the kitten to Duke's chest. Pet it gently so it doesn't break. Duke made lovey noises, touching the kitten with his hands and snuggling it with his face. Julie was struck again by the rightness of the pair, by the vast emptiness in her chest. Because they were father and son. She was just Juju. You wanted to know about a time when I sacrificed for someone else? The breeze ruffled Nate's black hair, but he was otherwise composed. After the wedding, I left the force because I thought it'd be easier on you if I was gone. And just like that, Julie was angry with Nate all over again. Blood rushed in her ears and filled all her empty places. He considered running away after behaving poorly a sacrifice? You left because you were embarrassed. Nate shook his head. Our friends would have had to pick sides. You would have had to be civil to me or look like a fool in front of the department. He was wrong. Annoyingly wrong. She leaned in and lowered her voice. You think I couldn't be civil? Juju.
Shh.
Duke put his finger to his lips. No mad words. Nate arched a brow. He had no need to say a word. Julie gnashed her teeth. She'd proved his point. Chapter 12. Where have you been? Doris stood guard on the top porch step of the bed and breakfast with a well-dressed elderly woman when Julie approached. You didn't come back to Martin's. Julie's already slow stroller pace came to a halt. Birds sang in the big pine tree by the driveway, happy for the spring breeze and the warm sunshine. They sang despite Doris and her vinegary attitude. Birdie. Duke angled his face up until he met Julie's gaze. He grinned. As long as he was fed and rested, Duke smiled at everyone. Julie didn't feel like smiling. How dare Nate say he'd left the force because of her? How dare he imply she couldn't work with him and conduct herself with dignity? She didn't feel like smiling, but she lifted her lips toward Doris anyway, waiting to answer until she was closer. Moving again, Julie reached the bed and breakfast porch steps, her hands shaking so hard it took her 3 tries to release Duke from the stroller. Darn you, Nate. We went to El Rosal. We? At Julie's nod, Doris sharpened her tone even more. As in you and the boy? Or you and the enemy? Doris's attitude was the caustic kind that earned drivers speeding tickets, not warnings. Leona serves coffee and breakfast here, you know. Speak of the devil, Leona opened the door and stared down at them all. Are you expecting to come in? 2 of us are. Julie made for the door, riding the energy of anger, hefting Duke, the backpack and the stroller up the stairs. We need to check out. We're leaving town. She meant it this time. Reggie bounced on her toes behind Leona, spouting an apology. But Doris sputtered and cut her off, flinging her arms about. Julie, you have to listen to what I have to say first. I don't, actually. Julie tried to edge past Leona, but the battle axe wasn't letting her inside or Reggie out. Don't go. Your friend Nate is a horrible lawman. Doris crowded into Julie's space and gestured to her elderly friend. He forbade Lilac to drive around town. Nodding, Lilac slid her big round sunglasses into her short and stylishly streaked silver hair. She looked competent enough. Clear-eyed and steady-handed. I see Nate all over town, working on people's houses. Doris hooked Julie's arm with fingers that dug into flesh. While he's being paid to do police business. That caught Julie's attention. As a side job? He abuses his power. Doris increased the volume, so caught up in the moment she didn't realize she was yelling in Julie's ear. He's holding this town ransom. That's not true, Reggie said, her voice echoing in the empty foyer. Julie exchanged a glance with Leona, while Duke covered his ears. What you believe is up to you, Leona said flatly. Leona doesn't take sides on anything. Lilac tossed a teal crepe scarf over her shoulder. I don't take sides, but I do enjoy a good town shake-up. Leona's words were as hard as the hairspray lacquer on her salt and pepper beehive hairstyle. She was not a happy woman. We need a second candidate for sheriff. Doris scooted between Leona and Julie, preventing her from entering. Julie didn't answer. Duke was getting heavier in her arms. He had his head tucked into the crook of her uninjured shoulder. Soon, he'd feel rested enough to run around some more. She wanted to pack up before he got rambunctious. I see the way you look at that boy. Doris pointed to Duke. You don't want to give him to the sheriff to raise, and I don't blame you. A cute boy like that, why, Lilac smiled with calculated sweetness, moving past Julie to join ranks with Leona and Doris. The sheriff will ruin him. Julie knew she was being played. But the prize of the game tempted. She could keep Duke. She could stay in Harmony Valley and never point a gun again. She thought of her father, standing tall and proud in his highway patrol uniform. He'd approve of her being sheriff. She thought of her mother, holding vigil at Julie's hospital bed. She'd approve of her being sheriff. She thought of April's face when she told them there'd be no wedding. Would April approve? The bear claw turned in her stomach. She refused to imagine how April would feel. She'd come here to make Nate pay. He loved it here. If he lost. Nate and Flynn sat at the back of the church in their usual seats. This time they were flanked by other men in the community. In their pew, every man but Nate held a baby, a toddler, or a child in their lap. Flynn held Ian. Will held Travis. Gage held May. Duffy held Gregory. Slade had his arms curled around Faith and Grace. Nate's arms were empty. He looked over his shoulder toward the door. No Duke. No Julie. He hadn't seen them around town all day. And he'd driven by Doris's house twice. Nate slouched in his seat, visualizing a storm cloud forming over his head. She'll be here, Flynn said. Nate wasn't so sure. The air in the church felt thick, heavy, and heralding a fast-moving storm. The door behind Nate swung open. Nay. Duke stumbled at the end of the church pew. Nate gathered Duke into his lap and suddenly the cloud over his head dissipated. Julie appeared in the aisle, looking SWAT ready in her khaki cargo pants and black utility shirt. "Scoot over," Nate said to the men in his row. The pew creaked and groaned as the dads made room for Julie. She sat slowly, without looking at Nate, giving off a vibe weird enough to get that cloud forming over his head. Her mood, like his rain cloud, was probably a figment of his imagination. "How are your accommodations at Doris's?" "I don't know. I went to Cloverdale for diapers after breakfast, so I haven't been by. We just got back." She was babbling. Julie never babbled. Her rapid-fire words only increased Nate's stress level. "They had a nice park. We had a nice lunch. I took Duke to a Disney movie." And here he thought Julie might be off with Doris plotting to win the sheriff's race. Had Julie slept during the movie? It didn't look like it. "I could have driven you. During your shift?" She frowned, sparing him a glance rimmed with dark circles under her eyes. "My shift is 24/7, he murmured. The mayor called the meeting to order with a bang of his gavel that startled the babies. "This is a special meeting to address the challenge to the public safety decisions the council has made. Rose, please read tonight's agenda." "Reviewing public safety performance and registering candidates for sheriff elections," Rose said. And that was all she said. For fast-talking, tap-dancing Rose, that was an accomplishment. Something was wrong. Nate hunched his shoulders beneath the thick, dark cloud overhead. "Don't worry," Flynn whispered, shifting a fussy Ian to his shoulder. "It's not like anyone else in town is going to run. We conducted an inquiry of sheriffs in other towns our size." Mildred didn't refer to notes. Given the thickness of her glasses, she wouldn't have been able to see them. "Sheriff Nate has given out fewer citations than in those towns." "I told you," Doris interjected from the front row where she sat next to Lilac. "But their demographics are different. Younger populations tend to lead to higher incidences of things like speeding, disturbing the peace, and such. All of which we also have here," Nate pointed out to Flynn under his breath, while Doris huffed. "Not all sheriffs are elected," Mildred was saying. "And satisfaction with the sheriff wasn't based on him being appointed or voted in." Rose drew the microphone closer, her tidy white bun gleaming in the light. "And no sheriff had 100% backing in any community. We didn't follow Robert's rules of order the other night." Agnes took possession of the microphone next. "Based on committee findings, and the fact that we have a termination clause in Sheriff Landry's contract, I move we employ a sheriff who is elected by popular vote, with qualifications the same as for other council positions." Agnes's gaze found Nate in the crowd. She smiled reassuringly. "Election to be held as soon as possible to avoid interfering with the spring festival." "Second." Mildred nodded. There was a smattering of applause. Awakened by the meeting noise, Ian began to whimper. "All in favor?" Mayor Larry said. The entire town council said, "Aye." An election. Anything could happen. Nate forced air in his lungs. Agnes had told him to trust her. In some part of his mind, he'd been thinking the election would go away. He should have known better. Motion passed. The mayor pounded his gavel. "Nate Landry. Are you willing to run for sheriff?" Townspeople turned. Nate stood, bringing Duke to his hip. "I am." Several people smiled at Nate. It was gratifying to know he had some support. "Does anyone else wish to run?" Mayor Larry looked around. The pews shifted and creaked. Some of the tension Nate felt eased. Flynn was right. No one else wanted the job. And then Doris stood from her seat in the front pew and turned around. She looked right at Nate, brows lowered. No. She wasn't looking at Nate. She was looking at. There was a noise next to him. Boots planted firmly on the wood floor. Pew creaking as someone stood. "I do," Julie said. On occasion, when Nate let his guard down, he imagined hearing Julie say those words to an entirely different question. But now. Today. Betrayal sucked at the back of his knees until he had to sit down or risk falling with Duke in his arms. Doris's interest in Julie at breakfast. Julie being unable to meet his gaze when she came in. He discounted her as a candidate because she was wounded and had only just achieved the position of SWAT. She can't run, Rutger boomed from the pew behind Nate. This town's never had a female sheriff. Half the town stood up with a rumble of anger, the female half. Everyone began talking at once. Julie sat back down. Duke scrambled to her lap like a startled puppy in need of reassurance. Nate's rain cloud was back, flashing with lightning. You could have told me, Jules. We could have discussed this. The fighter was back. Julie's chin thrust out. You wouldn't understand. Betrayal gave way to the flush of anger. Did she think he was stupid? I wouldn't understand what a great place this is to raise a kid because you're not planning to give me custody? Or I wouldn't understand that you hate me so much you'd sabotage my career? Or I wouldn't understand how afraid you are to return to active SWAT duty? She blanched. And yet, I still find her attractive. Unbelievable, Nate muttered. Well, this changes things. Flynn stood, smiling apologetically at Julie, not Nate. And then he said to Nate, you're going to need a campaign manager. I'll do it. Rutger banged the back of Nate's pew with his crutches. Printed signs, speeches, kissing babies, making friends and influencing people. It's right up my alley. The black cloud descended, funneling Nate's vision. Rutger, the recluse, was his campaign manager? Nate's run for office was doomed before it ever began. You've got my vote. Lilac came up to Julie, a gauzy teal scarf knotted at her throat. She tugged on the knot as she spared Nate a deadly glance. With you in charge, I will never receive a totally undeserved speeding ticket again. She'd deserved every driving citation she'd been given. She'd practically run Chad Healy down last year and nearly killed Truman Harris's dog the year before. I'm going to work to get you elected, Missy. Clementine Quidoba appeared next. She gave Nate a dirty look. My son's in jail because of the sheriff. A woman might have gone easy on him. Nate supposed it wouldn't help his cause to say he'd caught her son Carl stealing copper from vacant buildings and homes in town. Carl may have gone to prison, but he hadn't made financial restitution for the damage he'd done to the property of others. The elderly women whisked Julie and Duke out of the pew and away from Nate just as the elderly male residents of Harmony Valley crowded toward Nate. They didn't so much want to talk to Nate as to strategize to the group at large. I'm in charge here. Rutger pounded his crutches on the floor, trying to take control. We'll need to use every trick in the book for this. The sheriff is sneaky. He'll be fine. Wilson Hamaker should know sneaky. He'd hid his drinking for years. I'm telling you, Rutger argued, but the other elderly men out-talked him, tossing out ideas in a jumble of indecipherable noise. The men Nate's age made their way out of the other end of the pew with their babies and toddlers. Flynn caught Nate's gaze as he made a break for the door. We'll talk tomorrow. Betrayed by Julie. Abandoned by his friends. Hung out to dry by the town council. How much worse could it be? Who's making signs? Old man Takata banged his walker against the pew. You can put one in my yard. What we should do is have a contest, like we do for the Pumpkin Queen. This came from the mayor, of all people. He'd finally found a cause that made him abandon neutrality. Who can handcuff a perp the fastest, Wilson suggested. Or who does the best traffic stop? Our sheriff should be the best shooter. Rutger got to his feet and leaned on his crutches. We need a shooting competition. What about a chicken capture? Old man Takata got on the outrageous suggestion bandwagon. I've seen the sheriff wrangle chickens. He's very good. These are all fantastic ideas. Mayor Larry beamed. They need to be presented to the town council. The elderly men hurried to the front of the church, presumably to present their ideas to the women surrounding Julie and the town council. Nate couldn't sneak out as Flynn had, not when the gist of the meeting involved his livelihood. He leaned back in the pew, listening to suggestions, but not hearing anything more, not wanting to listen. For better or for worse, he had an election ahead of him. By the time the chaos died down, it had been decided that the brief election season would include a series of contests and events, ending in a vote. It was all looking worse. The barking began with the first car door slam. Doris's. It intensified when Julie closed the SUV door in Doris's driveway. She removed Duke from his car seat in the back. "Are you sure this is okay?" Nothing had felt right since she'd entered the church. She should have celebrated pulling the rug out from under Nate by running against him. But when she'd announced her candidacy, the shocked look on Nate's face hadn't given her any pleasure. "What is wrong with me?" Julie rolled her eyes. She had a long list. The yapping didn't stop. Duke began to bark, too. "Let me put the dogs up." Doris opened the door. More barking ensued. Louder barking. Little dog barking. Little dogs? Chihuahuas, perhaps? This shouldn't have come as a surprise given Doris's wardrobe choices. The next-door neighbor was returning from the town council meeting. He shook his head and hurried inside, muttering something Julie couldn't catch. Julie slung the diaper bag over her good shoulder and picked up Duke in case some little dog saw the toddler as an intruder and nipped at him. This has mistake written all over it. She'd return for the bedroll and duffel bag once she scoped out the situation inside. "The coast is clear." Doris waved to her from the front door. She lived in a small ranch house painted coral with white trim. The shrubs in front were as stunted as Doris. A bass fishing boat sat on a trailer in the street in front of the house, which was technically a violation. Did that account for one of her tickets? Duke was quiet as she carried him inside, wide-eyed. The floors were a dark laminate. A small pink love seat and 2 teal high-back chairs that looked uncomfortable were arranged around a low pine coffee table. There were pictures of dogs on the wall. Framed pictures. Sometimes an extreme close-up. Sometimes a dog posing on a table next to a trophy. So what, if Doris loved dogs? Julie supposed someone who wasn't in law enforcement would think her apartment was odd. She had black and white still photos of lawmen of the West hanging on her living room wall. The barking was muffled now, but no less intense and possibly accounted for another one of Doris's citations. The house smelled of dogs, and not just dog hair.
Ugh.
Responsible aunts only stayed in a place like this as a last resort. Women running for sheriff shouldn't be living a life of last resorts. "I'll put you in the guest room." Doris scurried down the hall. "Have you had dinner?" "Yes." Having lost her way to responsible aunt status sometime in the past 48 hours, Julie followed. The smell was better in the guest room. It had a full-size bed with a blue log cabin quilt on it. Dog crates were stacked along one wall. Dog food bags, bulk packages of potty pads, boxes of dog chews and treats, and folded portable dog pens were stacked in front of the window. If there was a fire, there'd be no escaping through the window. Not to mention if Duke got inquisitive, there'd be an avalanche of dog supplies on top of him. Julie didn't think she could stand to sleep in the living room with that smell. She'd have Duke sleep on the bed, and she'd cram herself on the floor somewhere in case she had a nightmare and latched onto him the way she had Leona. "How many dogs do you have, Doris?" She set Duke on the bed. He began barking again. Doris smiled as if Duke's barking was the cutest thing. "I only have a few breeders and some puppies." It sounded like more than a few. If Julie had to guess, it was a doggy dozen. After showing Julie the kitchen and bathroom, Doris bade them goodnight, claiming she fell into the early-to-bed, early-to-rise camp. Julie brought in the rest of their things and cleared a small space on the floor at the foot of the bed. Duke was already asleep. She dropped some pillows on the floor, lay on Duke's dinosaur bedroll and removed her shoes and socks. For what seemed like hours, she listened to Doris's TV and the frequent chorus of barks, at passing cars, at cat fights, at loud commercials with doorbells from Doris's room. It seemed as if she'd never fall asleep, but Julie must have dozed, because she woke to the memory of gunshots and blood. Her hands were shaking, and it took her a moment to remember where she was, in Doris's guest bedroom. The house was finally silent. She dug in her pocket for Nate's worry stone. Nate had told her to take charge of her life and heal. He'd been nothing but helpful and kind since she'd come to Harmony Valley. And how had she repaid his kindness? With a knife in the back. What would her dad think of that? For nearly 3 years, she'd dreamed of ruining Nate's life. She should feel happy or vindicated or at peace with the world. She felt sickened. Her mouth was dry. She got up, intending to get a drink in the bathroom. She closed the bedroom door behind her. But even roughing it and drinking from the sink didn't quench her thirst or settle the tumultuous feeling in her gut that something wasn't right. She wandered out to the kitchen and found a glass in the cupboard above the sink. Light from the full moon spilled through the kitchen window so she didn't have to turn on the light and risk waking Doris. Nails clacked slowly across the laminate. A shadow approached from the living room. A short shadow. One about 8 inches high with 4 legs and a tail. "Nice doggy," Julie whispered, willing it not to bark. It didn't bark. It lunged and nipped Julie's ankle. Once. Twice. Not hard enough to break the skin, but stinging, angering. "No," Julie said in the growly voice the canine unit used, which set off a round of barking somewhere in the house. She reached for the light switch, turning on the garbage disposal instead. It growled more fiercely than the pint-sized dog that bit her again. She drew back into the corner of the kitchen and shouted this time. "No." The dog latched onto her pants leg and growled. Lights blinded her. Freeze. Doris appeared in the kitchen doorway, her hair wrapped in a pink turban. She wore a blue-checked nightshirt, slippers with chihuahuas embroidered over the toes, and pointed a handgun at Julie. "Oh." She lowered the barrel, but it was still aimed at Julie's feet. Or maybe the dog. "Don't point that gun at me." Julie's fingers flexed for a weapon of her own, making her heart beat like it wanted out of her chest. Having a gun in hand didn't make her safe, not if she was unwilling to pull the trigger. "We can't stay here." Now her responsible Aunt Jean reared its head. "But it's the middle of the night." Doris gestured with the gun as if it was an extension of her hand. "I didn't think you'd get up. That's why I let Bruiser out on patrol." Julie took the gun from Doris and set the safety. She placed it on the white stove, which had a layer of what looked like bacon grease ringing the main burner. "We're leaving." She walked down the hall, dragging a growling furry Klingon attached to her pants leg. "You can't go. You're the perfect candidate for sheriff." Doris followed as close to Julie's heels as she could get without stepping on the dog. "You disarmed me. It wasn't that hard." Julie was truly disgusted with herself. She should have known better than to trust Doris. Since the shooting, she'd been making one bad decision after another. "Do you have a permit for that thing?" That thing being the Glock. "I don't need a permit. I'm not a criminal." There was that holier-than-thou note to her voice that got under Julie's skin. Julie wanted to thunk herself on the head. She'd thrown in her lot with a woman who didn't think the law applied to her. She'd given her word in front of the town that she'd run for sheriff. Everyone who owns a handgun in California needs a permit. "It's just a piece of paper," Doris explained in the same tone of voice Julie had once used to tell her dad her fender bender had resulted in just a scratch. "Besides, it's not like I wave my gun around. I keep it in my purse. That's carrying concealed. 2 violations of the law. You really know your stuff." Doris was either thicker than a layer of snow after a Sierra snowstorm or she thought Julie was. "You're the perfect candidate for sheriff." "So you've said." Nate would have a good laugh over this. Or maybe he'd give her that contained half-smile and not say a word. "Don't leave me." Doris latched onto Julie's hand. "I can't stay. I can't let Bruiser bite Duke." Julie stood at the guest bedroom door and shook her leg, but Bruiser refused to let go. She shook her arm, but Doris refused to let go. "Get your hands off me and take your dog before I tip off Nate and he writes you enough citations to wallpaper your house, not to mention throws you in jail." Nate tapped on the passenger window of Julie's red SUV at 2 a.m. The passenger seat was reclined, and Julie was reclined with it. Duke lay on top of her, covered by his dinosaur bedroll. Neither one of them woke up at his knock. Nate glanced up and down Kennedy Avenue. He couldn't see far. Fog clung to rooftops, blocking streetlights, and chilled his body to the bone. Julie's windows were mostly clouded over, and the SUV's engine was silent. She'd been here a while. He wouldn't have found out she was sleeping in her vehicle if Terrence hadn't called it in. So much for thinking the old man's pajama-themed walkabouts had ended when he'd taken to shaving and ironing again. But that wasn't Nate's immediate problem. His immediate problem was sprawled in her SUV like someone on the run. This wasn't the woman he'd worked with in Sacramento. This woman needed his patience and compassion. Patience and compassion weren't what Nate was feeling. No. It was anger. Anger that Julie had exposed Duke to the elements. He rapped harder on the window. Julie startled, opening her eyes. She clutched Duke when she realized there was a man at her door. "It's me." Nate motioned for her to open the window, holding his temper in check with a thin thread. It was 20 seconds before the window slid down. He'd counted. "You aren't going to win any votes as a homeless sheriff." Nate had to keep this civil, or he'd start to yell. He could feel shouts forming in his chest like cannonballs. "Are you nuts? What are you doing? Didn't you think of Duke at all? Follow me back to the station." His truck was parked in front of her SUV. "We're fine," Julie said inanely, still half asleep and looking halfway short of fine. She had a bad case of bedhead and her sallow complexion in the streetlight looked certifiably corpse-like. He leaned in the window. "We have vagrancy laws in town. It's within my rights to haul you in." He drew a deep breath, noting Duke shivering, noting Julie shivering, noting Julie made no move to move. He marched around the SUV, got in behind the wheel, adjusted the seat from recline and drove them home. To jail. "I put him down in the driver's seat," Julie said in a dazed voice, holding Duke in her arms. "I thought he'd be safe there. With the key in the ignition?" Kudos to Nate for using his indoor voice. "He climbed into my lap." She didn't seem to register the point Nate was making. "I didn't even wake up." Nate wanted to shout, "Because you're half dead." He didn't think yelling would help matters. So, he counted some more. He counted past Madison. Across Harrison. Down Main Street. When he parked in front of the sheriff's office, he came around to her side of the SUV and relieved her of Duke. "I take it things didn't work out with Doris." He held the office door for her, and then he carried Duke up the stairs. "We can sleep down here." Julie still sounded half asleep. "No. You can't sleep in the jail." He didn't trust her not to walk out at sunrise. Nate opened the door at the top of the stairs and carried Duke to the bed in his studio apartment. The sheets were clean since yesterday. "Don't flush when the shower's running or it'll turn cold." She sat on the mattress next to Duke. Only her sit was more like a collapse. "Thank you." She had something clutched in her fist. She set it on the bedside table. It was his mother's worry stone. Nate bit back a curse and pulled up a chair from the kitchen table. He took Julie's hands in his. They were like ice. "What were you thinking? Why didn't you call?" "It was horrible. One of her dogs bit me." Julie's mouth worked as if she was fighting tears. "I should have gone home, but I promised to run for sheriff. And my dad always said you had to honor a promise. And I couldn't call you because I didn't want you to think that I couldn't take care of Duke." He fought the urge to pull her into his arms. "That's the exhaustion talking. I would have respected you if you had called me." She closed her eyes. "I can't seem to do anything right since." "Don't say since the shooting. Don't define your life that way." Nate shook her hands, thought better of it and framed her cold cheeks with his palms. "You aren't to blame for that woman dying." She raised her tear-filled gaze to his. "How would you know? The woman you shot was cornered, afraid and angry. She made a choice. She drew her weapon. She didn't deserve to die. And there it was. The heart of her sleeplessness." Nate grabbed her arms, bringing her to her feet, as well. She could have walked out of that house when the negotiators asked. She could have turned herself in. But she didn't. She held her own children hostage. She was trapped and scared and wanted to hurt someone. She wanted someone to end her pain. Julie's eyes were huge, desperate to believe she wasn't a cold-blooded killer. "Yes, suicide by cop." Nate nodded. "But you protected your unit. You made sure they got home safe to their loved ones." Julie's hands crept up his chest. "She haunts me." Nate glanced at the worry stone next to the bed. "She doesn't deserve to blame you." He drew Julie closer and stroked a hand down her back, breathing her in the same way he'd done with Duke days ago. She smelled of daisies and damp. "You have to take care of yourself. If not for you, for Duke." Julie shuddered. "The nightmares. I can't sleep in the same bed as Duke." Nate drew her closer still. He'd take away her pain and ease her suffering if he could. Julie sighed and relaxed in his arms. Leona checked on me last night during a nightmare and I put her in a chokehold. Now it was Nate who was chilled. He hadn't realized her symptoms from the shooting were that bad. It'll be all right. I'll get his bedroll. Duke can sleep in the chair. Don't leave, she whispered, so faintly he thought he might have imagined it until she stepped free of his embrace, took him by the hand and drew him down on the bed. He'll be safe if you're with us. Just, don't talk. Just, stay with me. Those words. Longed for, dreamed of. Nate couldn't have left Julie if he wanted to. Nate sat on the bed, his back to the wall. Julie sat close, staring at Nate with luminous eyes that had taken on more pain than she was ready to handle. She'd arrived in town with vengeance on her mind, but fear in her heart. She'd always fought for what was right. But she'd lost track of the boundary where right ended and wrong began. Julie took his pillow, placed it in his lap and rested her head on it. Nate ran his hand up and down her back with a slow, light touch. He wanted to bring her into his arms and kiss her fears away. But she didn't want that. She didn't want him. She wanted a guardian to watch over her nephew. Her breathing steadied, deepened. How little it took for her to fall asleep. How little it took for his heart to pang with longing. Chapter 13. Julia awoke to the smell of sausage and a gentle feeling of rejuvenation. She hadn't dreamed, at least, not about the shooting. She dreamed she was dozing on a tropical beach. Rested, relaxed, sun-warmed. Juju, Duke whispered. He crawled into bed next to her and snuggled close. She expected Duke to tug on her arm or demand to be fed. She peeked at him through half-closed lids. He was smiling. Is it morning? Duke never smiled in the morning. Juju. Duke made his silly face, the one that said he was blissfully happy. He held up a half-eaten sausage. Julie opened her eyes more fully and took in the studio apartment. The card table and 2 folding chairs. The recliner facing a wall-mounted television. The small area built into the short hall that led to a tiny bathroom where several blue checked shirts were hanging. The kitchen area where Nate stood cooking breakfast. His dark hair was as rumpled as Duke's every morning. Julie started to smile. And then the memories from the night before came rushing back. The devil dog. The cold SUV. Nate, so angry. Nate, so commanding. Nate, so tender. Julie's breath caught. He'd held her and she'd slept better than any pain pill could induce. She'd felt safe and protected. She'd felt understood and absolved. Because of Nate. Her belly clenched, distressed by the knowledge that she'd failed Duke, that Nate was the reason they were warm and rested and, in Duke's case, fed. Oh, she'd make a fine sheriff, all right. Cue sarcasm. Coffee's ready when you are. Nate's back was to her. He wore blue jeans that hugged his lean frame and a brown, long-sleeved t-shirt. His feet were bare. Julie couldn't remember ever having seen his bare feet. Or maybe she couldn't remember seeing him relaxed enough to go barefoot. She half expected him to turn around and smile at her. He turned around, not smiling, and dished up eggs and sausage on plates. Then he set them on the card table. If you want your morning sugar fix, you'll have to go elsewhere. Real men eat protein for breakfast. So you've said. Julie sat up slowly, testing the soreness in her shoulder. Her shoulder felt better today. There was less ache and more tightness around her stitches. Duke popped up and scrambled to the table. Julie sought refuge in the bathroom. She shut herself in and stared at her reflection in the mirror. She was still pale, but the bags under her eyes were gone. Her hair was wild but could be tamed. She cleaned up and returned to the main apartment, hesitating when she saw something pink in a long plastic bag hanging from a rod in the alcove that led to the bathroom. Is this May's wedding dress? Further inspection revealed it was a pale rose satin gown with a sweetheart neckline and a mermaid silhouette. It was sweet and flirty and sophisticated all at the same time. Yep. That's my wedding dress. Nate stepped into view. The pink in his cheeks matched the soft hue of the dress. I probably should have donated it or something, but May was. She was a character. Her shop used to be next door, where the wine cellar is now. May was convinced that dress would be perfect for the woman I marry. She chose pink for you? A woman would have to be confident in herself to wear such a dress. I think she would have chosen anything out of the ordinary. He plucked at the plastic, separating the bag from the shirts and pants hanging around it. She enjoyed prodding people out of their shells. While Julie mulled the so-called shell Nate was in, she went to the counter and poured herself a cup of coffee. It wasn't until she poured a packet of sweetener in it that she realized the mug said, "Some heroes wear capes. I wear Kevlar." She brought the mug to the table. Nice sentiment on this mug. It was true, once upon a time. Nate sat in the recliner, a travel coffee mug in hand. My sister and I didn't talk for several years. When we reconnected, she gave me that mug. The television was on low and tuned to a cartoon. No wonder Duke was silent. He was watching something that had captured his attention. Wedding dresses. Cartoons. You've gotten soft, Landry. And yet, the furniture in his apartment projected no permanence. Small-town life has a way of changing a person. The half-smile again. The view outside the window was the back of Martin's bakery. About last night, Julie wanted to say she wouldn't impose on Nate, not by sleeping in his bed, not by sleeping in his arms. But her gaze drifted to his broad chest, and she remembered how secure she'd felt last night with him watching over her. She hadn't worried about nightmares or Duke. "I'll sleep downstairs tonight," Nate said, reading at least some of her thoughts. He nodded toward her duffel, backpack and the bag of diapers. "After you eat, you should get April's notebook and ask me another question." She didn't want to. Every time she asked a question, Julie was the one who got upset. He'd knocked her for a loop by telling her April had called off the wedding. And then he'd pissed her off with his so-called sacrifice at work. Granted, she'd been relieved when he'd left the force. Would I have done the same for him? Julie didn't think so. "Let's skip the test today." She rubbed at a crease between her eyebrows. "It makes me feel, dare she admit it? Petty and shallow." "You're neither of those things." Nate didn't hesitate to argue. "You just see the world in black and white. Sometimes I wish I could say the same." Duke finished eating and crawled back into bed, without taking his eyes off the television screen. "The test, Julie," Nate said gently. With a sigh, Julie brought out the notebook, flipping to the third section. "For the record, I don't want to ask you this." Nate rubbed the travel mug slowly between his palms as if it was Aladdin's magic lamp. "For the record, I'm sure I don't want to answer." Their gazes held. There was friendship in his, friendship Julie didn't feel she deserved. She returned her attention to the notebook. A good dad isn't afraid of change or of differences between father and son. As adults, the ability to appreciate each other's differences and strengths draws us to friends and lovers. Give an example of how you and your father were the same and how you were different. Then give an example of differences you appreciate in one of your friends. Nate's brows lowered dangerously. "How my dad and I are the same. I guess in your dad's case that'd be turning a negative into a positive." She was helping him answer? This wasn't how Julie had foreseen the daddy test going. But she didn't stop there. "I suppose you could say your father was determined to do things his way, like you do." "Wrong," Nate muttered, staring out the window. "He was determined to kill someone." The air left Julie's lungs as if she'd been sucker punched. Abuse could take many forms and she'd just assumed Nate's abuse hadn't been physical. Now she wasn't so sure. Moving on. Julie clutched the notebook to keep from doing something foolish, like drawing Nate to his feet and giving him a consoling hug. "What about differences in your friends? Take Flynn for example." The lines around Nate's mouth eased. "Flynn can stare at a computer screen and fiddle with programming code for hours on end. I don't have the patience to sit still that long. I think you have a lot more patience than I do." No joke. "You need patience to work with the elderly." His gaze drifted to Duke. "Or with kids." Julie was feeling woefully unqualified for the job of sheriff and role of aunt when someone called from below. "Nate?" Nate took his boots and socks downstairs to see who'd come calling. The daddy test was dredging up his own personal nightmares. He'd seen the pity in Julie's eyes. She was bound to find a new place to stay by noon. Call him cocky, but she shouldn't move. His care had helped her. Nate. Agnes stood by the door wearing grandma jeans and a white sweater. We brought the schedule for the election. She handed him a sheet of paper with hand-printed dates, times, and events. We? There was no one else downstairs. Rose opened the door for Mildred, who trundled inside with her walker. The town council was now present and accounted for. Once Mildred cleared the door, Rose shuffled off to Buffalo with some kind of tap dance that took her into the jail cell. Nate sat at his desk and put his socks and boots on while he glanced at the list. We're going to debate tonight? About what? The issues. Your qualifications. Mildred lowered the seat on her walker and then sat on it. She peered around the room through her thick lenses, much like a mole when it ventured into the sunlight. Nate tried to make light of the situation. What are we debating? How many citations I gave Doris? That too. Rose held onto a cell bar and did some squats. Plies? Nate perused the list. And then tomorrow night we're doing mock traffic stops? He dropped the paper on the desk, closer to Agnes, who'd taken a seat across from him. This isn't election week. The circus has come to town. Don't put down the circus. Arms raised, Rose spun on her toes as if she wore a tutu and tights instead of loose pants and boots with a low, thick heel. I was a high flyer in one for several months. We know, Agnes said indulgently, before turning her attention back to Nate. Remember that we're allowing our constituents to vote. They also had a say in the events for the week. At his frown, she came around the desk and rubbed his shoulder. It's not all bad. Don't forget the shooting competition the day after next. That'll be exciting. For those of us who can see it, Mildred grumbled, pushing her glasses up her nose. You don't see sharpshooters in the circus, Rose pointed out. Agnes, you said to trust you. Nate kept his voice down so Julie wouldn't hear him. The last thing he needed was for her to think there was a conspiracy going on. Now Nate. Agnes had a way of smiling at a person that made you want to smile back, even when you were disagreeing with each other. There's a method to this madness. Madness. You got that right. His boots hit the ground. It's a dog and pony show. But you'll come through with flying colors. Living up to her look, Mildred reassured him with a smile and a nod just the way Mrs. Claus might have. There was a light tread on the stairs and Julie appeared. Am I interrupting? No, Agnes gave Nate a significant look, followed by a nod of approval, to which he rolled his eyes. You're not interrupting. Rose was so shocked she walked instead of danced out of the cell. You're making our day. Is that Julie? We were wondering where you'd gotten to. Mildred peered at the staircase. Why were you upstairs? She ended her question on a confused note. Nate made Duke breakfast. Julie descended, trying to pull off an innocent countenance among a threesome of gossipers. It'd never work. With the phone tree, Doris would be on her case in an hour. Agnes? Do you still have the phone tree on speed dial? Rose was regaining her composure. She held onto a bar with one hand, and swayed back and forth as if it was her dance partner. Ladies, Nate warned. Don't make this into something it isn't. It is something. Agnes smiled broader than the Cheshire Cat. You're running against each other. And sharing breakfast. Again. Every day this week, from what I've heard, Mildred added. Also smiling. Also not innocently. Do you like pink dresses? Rose said slyly. Because Nate has. Let's get back to the issue at hand. Nate handed Julie the list of election activities before Rose could bring up May's wedding dress. This farce that you call an election. You can't just ask people to vote without knowing who the two candidates are. Agnes may have been small in stature, but she was big on fulfilling agendas. They know who I am, Nate grumbled. But they don't know Julie. Agnes walked up to Julie and hugged her. So much for Agnes being in Nate's corner. Was his resume updated? He didn't think so. Julie tugged at the ends of her button-down and avoided meeting anyone's gaze. I might not run, after all. What? A chorus of shock. Nate wasn't sure who hadn't asked, himself included, but he was the first to say, "Are you sure you want to back out?" Harmony Valley had a way of boosting a person's confidence. And Julie needed that boost more than Nate. You want me to run? Julie's slender brows drew together. Honestly? Nate couldn't have this conversation with distance between them. He came to her side and placed a hand on Julie's uninjured shoulder. No. The peanut gallery chuckled. His answer was certain to be included in the phone tree. But if only one of us can protect Harmony Valley, they've got two good choices. In one sense, Nate meant what he said. In another, he was hopeful Julie would acknowledge this was his turf and drop out. Julie grinned in that all-in way of hers. Glad to hear you approve, Nate, because if I'm going to compete, I'm going to play to win. Nate was simultaneously proud of her and annoyed with himself. Now if he won, he'd feel guilty. Doris barged in, catching the gist of Julie's announcement. From your lips to the heavens above. Of course, Julie's playing to win. Come along, Madam Sheriff, we have a lot to do before the debate tonight. Doris held out her hand as if Julie was a child who'd run away. Julie shook her head. I need to shower and change my clothes. Doris nearly choked on air, her eyes roving the office wildly. But, here? Yes. Julie was more on top of her game than she'd been in days. This is a safe place for Duke. Safer than your house. Doris, Nate interrupted the old lady's apoplexy. What's this I hear about one of your dogs biting someone? His nemesis waved her hand as if shooing off a fly. It was only Julie. Doris, Agnes chastised. The rest of the town council wasn't as direct in their disapproval. Rose mumbled something about heartless busybodies, and Mildred might have said she was crossing Doris off her holiday cookie list. I'm going to have to make record of it, Nate said without any remorse. Just so you know, 3 bites, and that biter has to leave town. Only if you win. Doris huffed out. I'm with Nate, Julie said, staring down at the ankle of her pants, which had a small rip. 3 bites and he's out. Is it wrong to wish 2 more people get bit? Rose tap-danced toward the door. Nate sighed. I'm afraid so. The women of Harmony Valley had congregated in Martin's bakery. Julie sat in the window seat with Eunice, who was no less colorfully dressed today in celery slacks and a violet blouse that deepened the purple in her purple-gray hair. Duke and Gregory played with blocks at their feet. Doris presided over the chattering women in the center of the bakery in black cargo capris and a blue t-shirt with 2 chihuahuas kissing on the front. Presided was probably being kind. No one presided. Everyone was talking over everyone else. Julie heard snatches of conversation, not all of which were pertinent to the election, first woman ever, raise the speed limit, cranberry cake recipe, wrinkle creams. Do you have any idea what they're talking about? Julie leaned over to show Duke how the blocks interlocked. He'd been building a castle that kept falling over. No, Eunice glanced up from the pink quilt squares she was piecing together. No offense, but they're more excited to have an excuse to get together than they are about the election. Same thing happened when the barber shop changed to a beauty parlor. With a squeal of tires, Lilac pulled up to the curb in a classic, old Cadillac convertible. The top was down and she looked chicly windblown in her red scarf and large round shades. That woman should slow down. Eunice frowned. Or not drive at all. Everything she needs is within walking distance of her house. Lilac pushed open her car door. It banged against the silver sedan next to her. Lilac didn't seem to notice. She slammed the door and walked inside with the hip sway of the high-heeled. She made a grand entrance into the bakery, pausing at the door, removing her sunglasses and unwrapping the scarf from her hair. Is that a new dress? Someone asked. It is. Lilac sashayed her way to Doris's side in magenta floral. There was a sale. The crowd erupted again. What sale? How much? How long? Doris scowled at them all and tried to call them to order. They're supposed to be helping me run for sheriff, Julie said, picking at a raspberry scone on the small table to her right. I wouldn't rely on this bunch to help me run for the exit. Eunice stared at Julie over her readers with a minimal amount of extra blinkage. If you want something, you have to work for it yourself. That's what my mama used to say. Wise words. Terrence entered the bakery to a chorus of boos. Really, peeps? Tracy shouted over them all, bringing silence. Love thy neighbor or take your business elsewhere. But he's a man, Lilac said in a scathing tone. A friend of our opponent, Doris added, glaring at Terrence. A paying customer. Tracy waved him to the counter. I need a break. Eunice stood. Gregory, let's go see what fun your mama's cooking in the kitchen. Duke, do you want to come see Jessica? Duke dropped the blocks he'd been fitting together and stood. Me fend. Eunice led the two boys through the swinging doors and into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Terrence had worked his way to the counter and ordered chai tea. Julie must have caught him on a bad day the morning they'd met. Today his clothes were neat. His shirt clean and tucked in. He was clean-shaven. Terrence glanced around the room with interest and a benevolent smile for Julie's supporters, who were whispering and sending him dark looks. Terrence thanked Tracy for his tea and stopped by Julie on his way out. I was worried about you and young Duke. I phoned the sheriff when I saw your SUV last night. His gentle smile matched his gentle voice. You were out late. Julie's shoulders bunched. She hoped he wasn't going to announce she'd slept in her vehicle. That would cost her votes for sure. He sipped his chai and gestured to the window seat. May I? Of course. Terrence settled next to her, bringing the subtle scent of woodsy cologne. I was out late because I've been having problems sleeping. For all his seeming put together, he had bags under his eyes. Sleeplessness. That's been going around. Thankfully, not last night. Heard you were at Nate's later. Terrence kept his voice low. Good man, Nate. He can be, she allowed, noticing she'd shredded her scone to crumbs. She wiped her fingers with a napkin. Good, I mean. Terrence chuckled, setting his chai on the small table to his left and producing a handkerchief from his shirt pocket. We all have it in us to be good. We don't always try as hard as Nate though. There were several reasons Julie couldn't comment, starting with the original reason she'd come to Harmony Valley. Terrence blew his nose, a loud trumpet of a sound. Across the room, Doris seethed, not taking her eyes off Terrence. You hurt Nate with this election, Terrence said for Julie's ears only. He tucked the handkerchief back in his pocket and reached for his tea. Julie was taken aback. Nate told you that? He didn't have to tell me. Terrence cradled his cup with both hands, but his gaze didn't coddle her. I saw it last night at the church. After the announcement, his eyes. He expected better from a dear friend. It was more appealing to focus on the way Nate inspired such loyalty than to dwell on the fact that she wasn't proud of the motives behind her candidacy. Terrence's blue eyes stood out against his brown skin. Soulful eyes, they didn't judge as much as mourn a disappointment. In this case, Julie. Life isn't about grabbing at every opportunity. You have to want something sincerely before you reach for it. His words hit their mark. Julie had to look away. She didn't want the sheriff's job. Not really. She wasn't even sure she wanted to make Nate suffer any more than he already had. I gave these women my word. Chapter 14. This forum will open with a statement of qualifications by each candidate. Mayor Larry wore a muted orange tie-dyed button-down. Formal for him. Nate hadn't dressed up. It was blue jeans and a blue checkered shirt, same as always. Despite the earlier pep talk, nerves bumped around his gut like a bouncy ball in a small room. He wanted to do well, and he wanted Julie to do well. Just not as well as he did. No one wanted to miss the carnival. The church was packed with residents, divided largely by gender, men on the right, women on the left. Mayor Larry stood at the podium where Doris had made her case against Nate the other night, emceeing the event. The town council sat at their usual table opposite Nate and Julie. Duke squirmed from his seat in Julie's lap. We'll begin with our current sheriff. Mayor Larry turned the floor over to Nate. Well, Nate felt the town's eyes upon him. Those bouncy balls bounced faster in his gut. He hadn't thought much about an introduction. He'd never run for anything before. I've been your sheriff for several years. We've weathered a storm or two. We've put out fires together. And I like to think we all know each other. Trust each other. Like each other. His gaze tripped over sour-looking Doris and moved on to Julie, who sat to his left, nearest her supporters. Julie looked transformed. Her hair bounced with life at her shoulders. The dark circles were less pronounced. She didn't breathe as if the next lungful of air might be her last. Harmony Valley was restoring her, body and soul. Sheriff, Mayor Larry prompted. Nate jolted back to the present and the dilemma of what to say. He couldn't talk about fairness. He couldn't talk about his career history. He couldn't talk about the low crime rate. That's about it. Duke was sitting in Julie's lap, pounding his head into her shoulder. 7 o'clock was late for a toddler, too late to be out. She was trying to calm him without making him fuss, but his son was tired and cranky. She jiggled him gently on her knees, but she was fighting a losing battle. The mayor wanted more from Nate. And before you came to Harmony Valley? Bounce, bounce, bounce. I was a sheriff in Willows. Rutger sat in the front row, frowning and shaking his head. He wanted Nate to say more about himself. Terrence nodded his head, encouraging Nate to go on. Mayor Larry gestured toward Nate, wanting more information. They wanted him to share something personal? What happens in the family, stays in the family. His gaze connected with Julie's. Tense shoulders, tense lips. She looked as stressed out as he felt. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Nate tried not to squirm the way Duke was, but there was no getting out of it. And I spent a few years as a patrolman in the Sacramento Police Department. Before that, I served overseas. He refrained from mentioning he'd been a sniper. Doris scribbled on her notepad. Across the aisle on Nate's side of the room, Chad Healy typed on his tablet. He wrote a blog about small-town life in Harmony Valley, mostly gentle satire. He was probably hoping to get a lot of mileage out of the town's short election season. Nate hoped it wasn't at his expense. The mayor hesitated, as if expecting more from Nate. When more didn't come, he sighed and turned to Julie. And your qualifications, Ms. Smith? Duke let out a frustrated cry and bent over backward. He would have fallen if Julie hadn't had a firm grip on his waist. Nate reached for Duke, but Julie gave a minuscule shake of her head. She deftly spun Duke around in her lap and handed him a bribe, a cake pop from the bakery. The women in the audience nodded and whispered to each other, appreciative of Julie's parenting skills. Rutger muttered what sounded like, "I knew it was a trap." Julie drew a breath and began her pitch. I've served with the Sacramento Police Department for years. First as a patrolman, and most recently on the SWAT team. SWAT? Mayor Larry glanced back at the congregation. That's a very violent job. Objection. Doris rocketed to her feet with such fervor the church seemed to shake. Favoritism. This isn't a courtroom, Doris. The mayor waved at her to sit back down. I'm simply stating Ms. Smith serves on an intense unit that uses force. Objection. Refusing to sit, Doris shook her pen at the mayor. You're interpreting her words. No. Mad words. Duke's face crumpled and he threw the cake pop on the floor. The crowd gasped. It's okay, buddy. Nate was out of his seat and had his son in his arms before the gasps faded. He began pacing the altar, much as he'd seen Flynn pace with Ian, patting his back, holding him close. Nobody's going to shout anymore. He sent Doris a stern look. She sat down. Rutger turned his back to the female side of the room and shielded a thumbs up to Nate from the opposition's view. Sheriff Landry, can you sit? Mayor Larry's smile was strained. He was a man of peace and tranquility. The natives were getting restless, and he didn't like it. Your pacing is distracting. You're not the one trying to keep a child happy, Nate said in a tone of voice Duke would approve of. Let him walk. Julie picked up the remains of the cake pop with a tissue. Can we get on with the questions? Let's move on to the issues the town council wanted addressed. Mayor Larry perused a piece of yellow-lined paper. Sheriff Landry, now that the winery tasting room is open, what precautions are being taken to keep drunk drivers off the streets? Objection. Doris took several steps toward the podium, stopping when she noticed Duke's trembling lip and Nate's attempt to calm the toddler down. The winery has a suggested 2-glass limit, she continued in a softer voice. The glass limit was the sheriff's suggestion. Mayor Larry took on the rebuttal for Nate, turning to face the crowd. As was my offering a party bus to and from the winery and Main Street so that downtown businesses might benefit from the winery's tourism. Well, at least the sheriff's suggestion didn't mean he was riding the coattails of others' successes. Doris sat back down. Mr. Mayor, you charge for that bus and then pocket the money. Several women on Julie's side of the room looked like they wanted to shift allegiances. Nate began to breathe easier. Mayor Larry turned back to the candidates and used a tie-dyed handkerchief to blot the sweat from his thin face. The next question is for Ms. Smith. Our town is bordered by a small state highway and a river. In the past, both have been used as a dumping ground for garbage. How would you combat the problem? I'll answer that. Joe Messina, the mechanic who lived and worked near the East Bridge and the river, stood on Nate's side of the room. Since we reopened the garage and set up the permanent outdoor art display, on land donated by Mayor Larry, there hasn't been a dumping problem. If anyone was winning the debate at this point, it might have been Mayor Larry. He knew it, too. His smile eased. Even Duke relaxed, laying his head on Nate's shoulder. His limbs slackened. Perhaps we should move on to questions from the audience, Agnes suggested from the town council table. Me first. Doris raised her hand and then, without waiting to be selected, she blurted. Sheriff Landry, are you aware that our mayor does naked yoga in a public place? Nate stopped pacing and stood in the middle of the altar, choosing his words carefully. I haven't witnessed Mayor Larry doing yoga. Everyone knew about the mayor's preference for yoga down by the river, and most knew he was fully clothed unless they were in the warmer months. Regardless, most of those out walking or jogging before work gave that section of river a wide berth. He's received no citations for public indecency. Doris was trying to box Nate in, and pretty adeptly, too. No one's complained. Mayor Larry spoke without turning. With a smile plumping her cheeks, Doris turned to the assembly. Does anyone disapprove of the mayor's practice? A few women supporting Julie raised their hands. Nate couldn't blame them. I told you it was a trap, Rutgar muttered. Moving on. The mayor's cheeks might have been a bit pink beneath his year-round tan. The next question from the audience is for Ms. Smith. Who has a question for Ms. Smith? Rutgar pounded his cane on the floor. Why are you running for office here? I can't think of any reason other than you want to be on the mommy track. Objection. Doris's voice rattled the rafters. It's the sheriff's child. But she's got custody, Rutgar bellowed back. Julie blanched and Duke stirred, pushing against Nate's shoulder. He surveyed his surroundings. His chin jutted forward the way Julie's did when she got upset and his lower lip began to tremble. Can we keep things civil? Terrence leaned forward to connect his gaze with Doris, who dialed back her tension, and then swiveled his gaze to Rutgar, who crossed his arms and harumphed. Nate resumed pacing, trying to reassure Duke in a whisper that everything would be okay. But Duke was having none of it. The precursor to the toddler's breakdown came in the form of a wail worthy of the siren on the town's fire truck. The question is your reason for running for office. Mayor Larry tried to keep up the pretext of normal, but he had to raise his voice to be heard. Duke began to sob. Julie hesitated, glancing at Duke. She passed a hand over her shoulder and then raised her voice. My father was in law enforcement. Fighting crime is in my blood. Sheriff? Mayor Larry turned to Nate. Same question. I'm here to protect and serve. Nate used his deep voice to project his answer over Duke's sobs. That includes enforcing the law, settling minor disputes and volunteering to help people like Wilson Hamaker when he needed a ramp built to his front door because his toes were amputated. I'm honored to be a part of this community. I really am, but I'm sorry, folks. That's all I've got to say tonight. Nate walked toward the door. It's past my son's bedtime. Doris's mouth dropped open, but she quickly recovered. That's right. Go, Sheriff. We'll just ask my candidate more questions. But Julie was following Nate out. Julie, Doris hissed. Well, I guess this forum is over. Mayor Larry sounded relieved as he closed out the meeting. We'll gather again tomorrow to see how each candidate conducts a traffic stop, and then the day after for the shoot-off at the winery. We'll watch from the road just as we did when the barn was brought down. Bring your binoculars. Nate held the door for. We're not shooting. You're afraid she'll win, Leona said, sitting in the back pew, fingering the pearls at her neck. Strong women often scare men away. Julie slipped out and Nate turned his back on Leona to do the same. He wasn't afraid of losing. He was afraid Julie wasn't ready to shoot again, not physically, not emotionally. And not against him. Julie wasn't a quitter. But Julie wanted to quit the sheriff's race. The debate had been a disaster. She was lucky they hadn't asked her any hard questions, because she hadn't considered what it took to be a good sheriff. Not that anyone in Harmony Valley besides Doris wanted her to be sheriff. Terrence was right. No one knew her well enough. She'd stepped into this mess in a moment of weakness and now she was stuck. Because Julie wasn't a quitter. She lay in Nate's bed watching the moon rise through the window and rubbing her thumb over the worry stone. As soon as Nate returned, she'd moved to the recliner to sleep. Duke had passed out long ago on the bed. Since they'd come to Harmony Valley, Duke was sleeping better, perhaps because he wasn't getting any naps, perhaps because they were always on the go. She heard Nate come in from his evening rounds. She could tell it was him from the slow, steady pace of his steps. From the moment he'd learned she was running for sheriff, he hadn't treated her any differently. Julie couldn't say she would have done the same. She'd have been defending her turf vehemently. Nate was steady, like the old oak tree in the town square. She'd been wound up tight, but just hearing Nate come in relaxed her. She should move to the recliner. And she would. In a minute. Her eyes closed and something heavy dropped over her legs. Chained. She was chained. Julie bolted upright, hands fisted, prepared to fight. Her heart pounded. Her stitches throbbed. Without waking up, Duke had rolled on her legs. Julie froze. She could have kicked him. She could have swung a fist. She could have hurt April's precious little boy. Her pulse raced but couldn't outrace fear. Nate. She needed Nate. She eased her feet free and padded to the open door leading to the stairs, taking the steps slowly and on tiptoe. She'd just looked to see if Nate was still awake. If he wasn't, she'd return to the apartment and try to sleep in the recliner. You don't have to sneak down, Nate said softly. I'm up. The blinds on the plate glass window were down, but open, illuminating the room with light from the street. Bad dream? Nate's voice came from the jail cell. It was magnetic, that voice. Julie drifted to the cell door, anchoring herself by gripping a cool bar lest she drift further and closer to his cot. When she didn't say anything, Nate sat up. Are you okay? In the golden light, there were no hard angles to Nate's face, no tight half-smile, no distance in his eyes. People don't like you, she blurted when what she really wanted to say was, hold me. Are you including yourself in that statement? He asked in a guarded tone. She didn't think she was. The light from the window wasn't illuminating enough. She couldn't see his face. She leaned forward, still holding the bar. Was that what kept you awake? His words navigated the chasm between them carefully. Thinking about my dislike rating? People in town who don't even know me claim to like me. She wasn't used to being a pawn. And that's what's keeping you awake. Since he hadn't phrased his response as a query, she didn't answer him with a correction. Nate leaned back against the wall. When I was a kid, before I turned 8, I saw the world differently. I trusted everyone. I believed what they told me about Santa Claus. Duke had noticed Santa painted on an empty storefront across the street. The jolly old man was cracked and faded, but his smile still had the power to charm a toddler. Julie gripped the cool metal tighter, because she suspected Nate's experience with Santa wasn't as golden as hers had been or even the one she hoped to provide to Duke. My faith in Mr. Claus was one-dimensional, because that's all you can handle as a kid. He was a magical man bringing me toys. At least sometimes. Nate tilted his head toward the ceiling. Then I learned that Santa wasn't real, that it was my mom. And I felt betrayed. Lied to. At least until I was mature enough to realize she'd done it out of love. He paused, as if that was the important message he wanted to give. Julie breathed easier. That hadn't been a devastating revelation. But he kept talking. The sheriff's race isn't keeping you up. You're still feeling betrayed by the law enforcement system and feeling guilty for pulling the trigger. Her breath caught. She didn't want to have this conversation. And yet, she was afraid she'd be avoiding the topic until the day she died if she didn't bring it out in the open now. Since the day I met you, you've been trying to prove you can fit in as a cop. Nate angled his head her way. How she wished she could see every nuance in his expression. You did what you were trained to do, protect others. You don't have to prove anything else to anyone. Julie knew he was right. She knew she'd crossed a bridge the night she had ended a life. She just hadn't known how costly the toll would be. The drive to be a cop is gone. She hadn't realized that either. Her legs gave out and she sank to the cold floor. I can't go back. Not to SWAT. Not to the police force. Not even to being sheriff of Harmony Valley. I can't be a cop anymore, Anne. I think my dad would be crushed. Nate was next to Julie on the floor before she drew her next breath, gathering her in his arms. You're wrong. He'd be proud of you no matter what career you chose. Would he? She'd wondered about that, too. I killed a woman. A mother. Someone's daughter. A defeated sound escaped her throat. She was carrying a gun and her baby and wearing a heart pendant, like the one I got April for Mother's Day. Nate's arms were strong and steadfast around Julie. He wasn't letting her go. She didn't want him to. Jules, could you have lived with yourself any easier if you hadn't pulled the trigger? If she's killed those innocent kids of hers? Or if someone in your unit had died because you'd drawn a picture in your head of what bad looks like and she didn't fit? No, she'd have felt worse. Then you have to let that dark cloud over your head go. His hold on her lessened, only for a moment, so briefly she almost imagined it. In the cold light of day, you'll eventually figure out if you want to stay a cop or not. Or stay in Harmony Valley or not. He was right about all this, too. She took a few deep breaths, but she still held on to him. She held on and she began to wish she didn't have to ask Nate a question for the daddy test tomorrow. Chapter 15. Why do I feel like you never sleep? Julie's voice. The sound of her shifting beneath the covers. The scent of flowery perfume in the air. This was the second night Julie had slept in Nate's bed. Mind blown. Last night, Julie hadn't wanted to sleep alone. She'd held Nate's hand and led him upstairs. He'd dozed in a sitting position on top of the covers once more, her head resting on a pillow in his lap, his hand stroking her back. She'd slept peacefully. He'd risen at dawn, letting her sleep. Juju wake. Duke sat on the kitchen counter, eating a sausage link and watching Nate cook breakfast. And when I say you never sleep, I mean the both of you. There was no mistaking the teasing in Julie's voice. He'd missed that and the way the humor spread to her eyes and her lips. Don't look. If Nate looked, he'd see Julie's sleep-laden eyes and her broad smile. Maybe he'd close the distance between them. Maybe he'd kiss her and never let her go. Don't look. He had to let her go, just as he had to let Duke go. And yet. Don't look. What harm was there in looking? Nate glanced over his shoulder. Julie yawned and ran a hand through golden locks. And then she smiled. At him. Nate's emotions were as scrambled as the eggs in his frying pan. He knew she could never see him as more than a friend, nor should she. Julie deserved the best life had to offer. She deserved to be whole and to be able to sleep without worrying she'd attack someone. She deserved a job that was challenging and satisfying. He turned his back on her. Do you want coffee before or after your shower? Before or after? She interrogated him with the daddy test. Before and after. Julie breezed past Nate toward the bathroom, stopping only to pour herself a cup of coffee. A few minutes later, Duke rested his head on the arm of the recliner and watched cartoons standing up. Julie and Nate sat at the table. She consumed more coffee than she ate eggs. She was going to the bakery later. He was sure of it. How are you feeling today? Nate had to make small talk. Otherwise, the waiting for her to bring out April's notebook would kill him. I'm feeling more like me. Julie set down her coffee cup and poked at her eggs with a fork as if he'd served her fried calamari. She hated seafood. Eat your eggs, Nate said gruffly. You'll live longer. And heal faster. Julie set the fork down, clasped her hands and tucked them under her chin. I don't want to ask you any more of April's questions. Relief allowed him to breathe easier. But Nate had to know. Had he failed already? Why not? The sun coming through the window glinted off her golden hair, beckoning him to touch it. Julie shrugged. What is the test going to change? Hurt, sharp and reckless, raked his insides. I don't need you to ask any more questions. I know I'm not fit to be Duke's father. He leaned forward, hands braced on either side of his paper plate. Forget asking. I'll tell you. Her lips parted, but she didn't say anything. In the military, they told me I had nerves of steel on the shooting range. Something happened to Nate when he trained his gun sight on a target. He should have been nervous. He should have had shaky hands or sweaty palms. He should have had to fight to steady his breathing. They put me through an extra round of psych eval. They thought I didn't feel emotion. They'd finally realized Nate didn't look at shooting emotionally. Duke climbed into the recliner and sighed contentedly. The sun was rising, slanting rays from Julie's bright hair onto her untouched eggs. She looked at him with interest. Normal. It was all so normal. Just not my normal. Should he tell her who he really was inside? Nate started talking before he made up his mind. After my dad went to prison, we moved to my uncle's dairy farm in the Central Valley. They'd lived in a tiny home between the main house and the milk barn. Uncle Paul was convinced once Dad got out, he'd come to find us. He said I had to be the man of the house and be prepared to defend my mother and sister. On Sundays, after we milked the cows and went to church, Uncle Paul and I would head to a gully near the marshes at the rear of the property. He taught me how to shoot. And how to shoot when things went south. Shouting, setting off air horns, clanking an old cowbell until nothing unsettled Nate's aim. I'm worried for you, as a child, Julie said in a voice that wrapped around Nate's heart and tenderly squeezed. Don't stop talking. Nate almost smiled. I could stop. He held out his arms. You can see how the story ends. I survived. Julie frowned. But I can't see here. She reached across the table and tapped his chest, over his heart. Oh. That was as much intelligence as Nate could muster. Her touch, her empathy. Uncle Paul hadn't prepared him for that. She drew back. I want to know what's in your heart. What makes you, you? Those soft gray eyes. They didn't round with pity. Nate was afraid to name the emotion there, afraid he'd misread her interest and try to steal a base and get a grip, Landry. All he had to do to push her away, to ensure she never looked at him like that again or asked him to hold her through the night, was to tell her the truth. He cleared his throat. A couple of years later, I got off the middle school bus and there was my dad, sitting on the front steps of our house having a smoke. I was the first one home. His mother had been at work, waitressing at the coffee shop by the highway. When Mom came home, the first thing she did was check all the hiding places in the house. That's how rattled she was. But she was still working. Molly's elementary school bus wasn't due for another half hour. Poor thing, she still had nightmares and often slept on the floor of Nate's room. Uncle Paul was getting his trailer fixed in town. He was a retired cop who had no qualms about taking on his former brother-in-law. But now, the day had come. Nate had to face his father alone. Julie's gray gaze was riveted on Nate's face. He wet his lips but didn't speak. Dad had flung his cigarette into the hedge and stood. The years in prison hadn't taken the edge off the blades of his father's cheekbones or the sharpness of his black eyes. Nate had been scared. He'd wanted to run. But he'd also been angry, too. And he didn't want to let his family down. "I can see you don't want me here," Dad had said, his voice as sharp as the rest of him. Nate blinked back to the present, to gray eyes that waited for his story to continue. "Dad made me an offer. A shoot-off. If I won, he'd leave and never come back." "Was he a good shot?" Julie's question barely registered above the whisper scale. The sound of a bullet whizzing by Nate's head on his 8th birthday returned. "He could be." "You were what? 12? 13? I was a mature 12. There was a flicker of respect in her eyes. Nate sat taller in his seat. "I got out my rifle. The one he'd been given when he was 8. I led him to the dairy shooting range with shells and a paper target in my hoodie pocket. It was the longest 5 minutes of my life." Uncle Paul had tried to prepare Nate. He'd paid for self-defense classes. He'd shouted what-if scenarios and obscenities at him until Nate's ears buzzed and he learned not to rise to the bait. In the present, Nate had been silent too long. Julie touched his hand. "Did he say anything to you?" "He didn't stop talking. I suppose he wanted to get into my head." He had, but not in the way he'd intended. Nate could still hear his father's voice, loaded with derision and fired with a scattershot approach, looking for any sign of weakness. But every word had an underlying note of uncertainty. "Your mother's going to be happy to see me. Didn't anyone ever tell you a son can't beat his father?" "Somebody's been telling you you're somebody, I see." Finally, we reached the gully, and I tacked up the target. He'd stepped aside so his father could get a look at it. Uncle Paul had printed up photos of Dad with target circles around his face. The bullseye was centered between the eyes. "I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree," Dad had said, eyes narrowed. "I bet you've got no friends. I bet the girls think you're creepy. I saw you get off the bus. No one said a word to you." Having walked to the top of the bank during his father's tirade, Nate knew he had more at stake than bragging rights or scoring points in a video game. No wonder he felt like such an outsider with other kids. Nate found his balance. He found his center. "You need to teach those kids to respect you," Dad had said. "Just like I'm gonna teach your mama to respect me." The ground beneath Nate was soft. The sun glinted off the stagnant water at the bottom of the gully and into his eyes. The wind pushed at his shoulders. Nate didn't care. He lifted his rifle. He breathed. He adjusted. He drew a bead on the dot between his father's eyes and fired. Bullseye. "Dang, you must really hate me." Dad had laughed. Laughed. All of Nate's anger. All of Nate's bitterness. All of Nate's fear. All those gut-churning nights when he'd relive the helpless moments his father had caused. Nate spun and took aim at a live target. Right between the eyes. "I could plant this bullet in your head. I could roll your body to the bottom of this gully and bury you. No one would come looking. Mom and Molly would be safe." His father had raised his hands to his hips. He'd leaned forward. It was then Nate had noticed his knuckles were swollen and bruised. He'd been in a fight. Or he'd stopped by the diner and found Mom. Nate's heart lodged in his throat, but he didn't waver. He held the rifle steady. "You'd kill me?" "Yes, sir." And in that moment, Nate knew it was true. He'd kill to make sure the ones he loved were safe. Dad had rocked back on his heels, something akin to appreciation in his eyes. "I came here to get my revenge, one way or another. But it seems like I've been collecting the big R the whole time I was in prison." Nate had no idea what the big R was. Confusion must have shown on his face. Never underestimate the power of intimidation, boy. Dad's smile created a sickening churn in Nate's belly. If I leave now, you won't know where I'm coming from next or when you'll see me. This'll keep you and your mother on edge the rest of your lives. He'd started back toward the house. The big revenge. He laughed again. I've turned you into me. Nate dropped his arms to his sides, the gun loose in his grip. In the present, Julie squeezed his hands. I lost you for a minute there. What happened? Did you win? He couldn't outshoot me. Not with those swollen knuckles. But I wouldn't call it a win. The truth of who he was welled up inside Nate's throat. I drew a bead on him, Jules. I wanted to kill him. What kind of man does that? Not the kind of man entrusted to raise children. He left, didn't he? Her gaze had become fierce. Her hands left his and sat flat on the table. He left, but my mom and Molly left, too. The sun had risen high enough that his side of the table was thrown in shadow. He wished he'd made this confession in darkness. My mom was horrified. Not proud. Not appreciative. She told me I was lucky to be alive. You were. And that risks like that would get her and Molly killed. She'd been unwilling to see the young warrior her brother had trained. To his mother, he'd always be the boy who'd hid in the bathtub. Julie frowned. That's a bit extreme. She left that weekend. Saying the words out loud didn't make them hurt any less. My mother left me. What? Julie's frown deepened to a scowl. She left without you? Nate nodded. She took Molly and disappeared. But you, Julie rubbed her forehead as if trying to erase her scowl or his painful past. You were just a kid. Nate hadn't been a kid, not when he was 8. Probably not ever. Kids played and laughed with abandon. That's what he wanted for Duke. My Uncle Paul stood by me as they drove away. It's a thankless job, Uncle Paul had said. What is? Nate had sucked back the tears, trying to act like the man Uncle Paul expected him to be. His uncle set a hand on his shoulder. Protecting people. For the next 6 years, Nate had one purpose: stay sharp in case his father returned. He'd kept to himself, making few friends, those who didn't mind his silences, especially when it came to questions about his past or his family. And then he'd enlisted. In the military, he'd discovered there were people who appreciated his talents, who were thankful that he helped keep them alive and safe, who didn't care that he wasn't much of a talker. Julie's hands covered his again. Your mother should never have abandoned you. He flipped his palms up and curled his fingers around her wrists. She was afraid. Having me around didn't make her feel safe. I know she loved me, but that love couldn't stand up to her fear. Julie scowled. What a cop-out. You were a kid. You stood up to that piece of garbage, no offense. None taken. And you did it for love. Julie was in her element. Her eyes blazed. Her cheeks fired with color. If Nate said the word, she'd hunt down his mother and tell her what for. It's in the past, Jules. Let it go. Let it go? Let it. You're not disposable. Julie tugged on Nate's arms as if having him agree with her would somehow make his mother's leaving less painful. You're not. And neither was April, he said gently. I loved her. And she loved both of us. She knew you needed to confront me to move on. As he said the words, he realized they were true. That's why April created the daddy test. You're forgetting one thing. Julie's fingers dug into his skin. You're forgetting Duke. This doesn't end with me understanding you better and you helping me move past the shooting. We have to decide what's right for him. Together. We? After all he'd told her the past few days, she could still say we? Chapter 16. Julie pushed Duke's stroller out of the sheriff's office. You can't just go dark on me when I want to talk about custody. I can. Nate set a brisk pace toward the corner. Go, Juju. After that brief command, Duke slurped on the milk in his sippy cup. Julie obeyed, happy to find she'd regained some of her stamina. She kept up with Nate. The morning was clear and bright. Gentle breeze, gentle birdsong, gentle clouds in the sky. All that gentleness couldn't make up for Nate's father abusing him and his mother abandoning him. But Julie could. Julie wanted to make things right for Nate. And the only way she knew how to help him was to show him how enriching raising a child was. "We're going to parent Duke together." She didn't phrase it as a question, because she didn't want to hear his answer. If they co-parented, she could be Nate's emotional rock, a place he could seek shelter when his memories became too much for him. "You don't have to be afraid you'll be like your father. You're nothing like that man." Nate was 2 strides ahead of her. "Did you hear me?" She had to work to keep annoyance from her voice, if only for Duke's sake. Nate didn't answer. "Truck," Duke said, pointing back to Nate's vehicle. He swiveled his arm to a new target. "Tree." "That's right, little man." At her lowest moment, she'd wanted to drop out of the sheriff's race, but not now. Not when Nate was acting so foolishly. She'd stick with it for the week she'd promised to be here and make him see what she did, that he could be a good father. If only he'd stop walking away from her. "I'm learning to live with the fact that April deserved better than you could give her. And I'm beginning to understand how you think you don't know how to love someone deeply, including your own child." Julie picked up the pace when Nate did, ignoring how each deep breath strained her stitches. "But loving Duke is easy. And you're good at it." Anyone could see he cared for Duke. It was like someone was propping Nate up, pushing him away from her. He walked so tall, he seemed to have added an inch to his height. A blond man jogged past them with a woman riding a bike beside him. "Morning, Nate," the man said, nodding to Julie. Nate grunted. Nate was as tangled and tied up as the strand of holiday lights in Julie's crawl space. "Listen, Einstein." Julie was getting annoyed now. "Love may be risky, but not with Duke. You'll have years to build a foundation of love and respect before he becomes a teenager and tests both of us. Cork it, Jules. You don't know what you're talking about." Nate looked over his shoulder, catching her reflection in the glass of an empty store window. The warmth she'd seen in his eyes just this morning was missing. He looked trapped and panicky. "I'm not going to parent Duke with you." A brick facade broke the connection. Julie nearly stumbled on an uneven crack in the sidewalk. "Not with me?" She almost couldn't say the words. He didn't want to parent with her. Rejection clamped around her throat and gave it a good squeeze. "No. I won't parent with you." Is it because of the election? Because she'd selfishly agreed to run? No. The street was empty and that one word ping-ponged off the buildings. Duke stopped drinking milk and made a disapproving noise. Is it because Duke reminds you of April? Because he'd been able to walk away from her sister? No, Nate's response this time was more contained, as if he, too, realized that he had to be civil to avoid upsetting Duke. He rounded the corner. Julie was hot on his heels when all she wanted to do was drag hers. She was running out of reasons Nate didn't want to talk and out of gas. "Is it because of me?" Nate stopped in the middle of the alley and turned. No, but he couldn't quite meet her gaze and he headed for El Rosal, determined to get there in record time. They reached the back of the restaurant and approached the outdoor dining patio corner that opened to the town square. "Tree," Duke said gleefully, pointing at the lone oak. "It is because of me," Julie said, unable to praise Duke in her sudden misery. "Because of the things I said when I first came here, because I haven't fully recovered, and I'm your competition." Nate's shoulders bunched. Julie swallowed back every lecture Dad had ever given about not being a quitter. "I'll drop out of the race if you want me to, just don't send us away. Duke needs you." But she had a feeling that Nate needed Duke more. Nate stopped, turning slowly. He closed the distance between them, which wasn't much, and came to stand in front of the stroller. "Nay." Duke raised his head and grinned at them in turn. "Juju." Julie mustered a smile. "Even a toddler knows we should do this together." Nate stared at his son and said nothing. But Julie knew what Nate was going to say. He was going to reject them the way he'd rejected April. His parents had stripped him of his self-worth, of his ability to trust and love. "Don't say it." Don't say he couldn't do joint custody with her. Because if he did, then he'd have no qualms saying he didn't want to help raise Duke period. And then she'd have to. She had no idea what she'd have to do. But she'd have to do something. Nate raised his gaze slowly to Julie's. Oh, my word. This man. She ached to be his person. Time slowed. Julie breathed in. She breathed out. She sent up a silent prayer to April. She willed Duke to keep grinning and look adorable. She sucked in her gut, squared her shoulders, and... It is because of you, Nate said, deflating Julie's hopes. But, her voice sounded very small. We used to get along. Nate blew out a deep breath. A week from now, I'm still going to be the sheriff. You'll go back to Sacramento and pass your psych eval. Her head rotated from side to side. And Duke? Nate stared down at his child once more, his detached expression softening. Julie needed to give Nate time so he could think before he blew his chance at a good thing. But she had no idea what to say. Julie. Come to the bakery. Doris waved from down the block. She wore a pair of worn blue jeans, a sweatshirt with chihuahuas prancing through a poppy patch and a scowl for Nate. Julie had never been happier to see Doris in her life. We've got flyers for your campaign, Doris sing-songed, plucking at her spiky, short hair. Flyers? Julie sing-songed back, pushing the stroller past Nate. Nate! Nate! Rutgar waved him over from a table on El Rosal's patio. He sat with Terrence and several elderly gentlemen, including the mayor. We've got some slogans for you. Slogans? Nate said mulishly, trudging behind Julie. We'll continue this conversation tonight, Julie promised, wheeling Duke past El Rosal with the speed of a woman grateful to have dodged an argument. Bacon? Duke said, craning his neck to look as they passed the fenced dining area. Not today, little man. Main Street was the primary thoroughfare through town. Cars drove past. All the parking spaces were nearly full. People hustled in and out of El Rosal and the bakery. I wanted to talk to you alone. Doris met Julie halfway down the sidewalk. Without the rest of the campaign committee. Go for it. Nothing Doris said could be as heavy as what she'd heard this morning from Nate. It's about me. Doris slowed to a crawl. I used to work at the school cafeteria in town. 35 years. That cafeteria was my kingdom. Julie could easily imagine how Doris had wielded her command. And then the mill exploded. Doris downshifted to a pace slower than a reluctant bride. Businesses shut down. The school shut down. And the closest place I could find a position was hours away at a school in Dixon. I'm sorry to hear it. Work changes can be upsetting. Wasn't that an understatement? Doris put a hand on the stroller, bringing it and Julie to a halt. Hey, Duke said, a pout in his voice. He pushed Doris's hand away. Go, Juju. Just a minute, little man. Julie patted his head. If you're good, Tracy has cake pops and hot chocolate. Pop pop pop. Duke bounced in his seat, momentarily placated. It wasn't the same in Dixon, Doris continued. They did things their way. And Doris had been unhappy. Julie nodded. When I retired from the school system and returned home, Sheriff Landry had a new way of doing things. No one used to care that I left my base boat on the street. And I used to have neighbors in their 80s. They couldn't hear if my dogs barked. What you're saying is, Julie felt a crease form in her brow, you want a sheriff who'll look the other way. Doris nodded, smiling the smile of a woman expecting great things. One who'll look at things the way Sheriff Borelli used to. That won't be me. Julie pushed the stroller forward at speed. Doris trotted beside her. But if you win, it'll be because of me. I got you in the race. I deserve preferential treatment. If I win, and that seemed like a long shot, I'm more of a stickler for the law than Nate. Doris hurried ahead and opened the bakery door for Julie. But. No buts. I would have towed your boat to impound by now. And if I was sheriff, I would give out tickets every time I pulled someone over. Julie paused in the doorway. And no one in my town is going to carry concealed without a permit, including you. For the first time since they'd met, Doris was speechless. I became a cop because life should be fair for everyone. No matter their race, their culture, or how difficult their past. Julie slanted her head and hit Doris with a hard glance, one that said she'd read between the lines when Terrence had given her a set down in the bakery the other day. Think about someone other than yourself for once. This election should be about the bigger picture for Harmony Valley, not how life here can be easier for you. Julie's words rang with truth. She was afraid it was a truth she needed to look at about herself. Nate watched Julie give Doris what looked like a dressing down and leave the woman dumbstruck on the sidewalk. Why hadn't Julie tossed him to the curb? He'd confessed he had no qualms about the decisions he'd had to make on the job, while she couldn't sleep at night for doing the same. He'd confessed he'd drawn a weapon on his father. Julie should have been doing the math, adding up his deficits and coming up with an answer. He wasn't father material. Typical Julie. She'd figured Nate needed a champion, and had taken the role upon herself, along with the assumption that she was the unacceptable part of a parenting bargain to Nate, not parenting itself. Nate pulled up a chair next to Rutger, letting his supporters' excitement about slogans flow over him and glide past. Let's get down to business, Rutger interrupted Nate's thoughts. His gray-blonde bushy brows were jumping in excitement. His cane hung off the back of his chair. Here's my slogan. Vote for Nate. He does good things. Nate didn't know what to say. Rutger's slogan was a stinker. How about this? Phil Lambridge's tremulous hands moved more than an orchestra conductor's during a concert. Leona's ex-husband was no longer allowed to cut hair at the barbershop-turned-salon, but he was booked 6 weeks out with color and highlight appointments. Vote for Nate. He's good enough for me. Nate raised his gaze skyward. Phil's slogan wasn't much better than Rutger's. Mine's the winner. When the mayor wasn't being neutral, he was nearly as competitive as Julie. He and his buddies were regular contenders in their bowling league in Cloverdale. He tossed his slim gray ponytail over his shoulder and read, "Vote for Nate."
Cool.
Man. The mayor grinned. Everyone at the table groaned. Nate ruled the mayor out. Although I appreciate the enthusiasm, we don't have time for t-shirts, signs, or slogans. Glass half empty, Rutger muttered. That's no way to win a campaign. Arturo placed a coffee cup in front of Nate and tilted his head, the unspoken question being breakfast. Nate shook his head, but he did consider asking the waiter to spike his coffee. Mine makes the most sense. Terrence sported a grin the likes of which Nate hadn't seen on him since before Robin had died. The headline will say I'm running for sheriff. He slapped the notepad in front of him and sat back. And then we'll have a picture of Nate jogging. Brilliant, right? The assembled gave it a thumbs down. Why don't you just say a vote for Nate is a vote for men? Nate muttered. That's what the election was turning into. Brilliant. Phil tossed his hands in the air. Slogan solved in time for a game of checkers at the bakery. He slumped back in his chair. Shoot. Doris made Tracy put the checkerboard away. Rutger glanced down the street toward the bakery. And the women banned us from Martin's. Nate was dumbfounded. Checkers matches had been an institution at Martin's Bakery since it reopened over a year ago. This is going too far. It's the sign of things to come if you don't win, Terrence warned. Now, pick a slogan. I don't want a slogan. Nate wanted life to go back to the way it was before Doris had shown up in town. He liked slow and predictable. He enjoyed watching out for people he knew by name. But if he turned back the clock that far, he wouldn't have met his son or reconnected with Julie. He wouldn't have helped ease Julie's torment over the shooting. He wouldn't have held her hand or learned the feel of his son in his arms. Those were memories he'd keep forever. You need a slogan, Rutger insisted. The ladies have a slogan and a flyer. They're way ahead of us. Let them pass out paper. Mayor Larry had that competitive gleam in his eye again. We need to think about tonight. The pullover simulation. Terrence nodded, evidently on the same page as the mayor. Each candidate was picking someone in town for their opponent to roleplay a traffic stop. Who are we going to pick for Julie? Oh, ho, ho. Rutger cracked his knuckles. Play nice, fellas. Nate had never realized how conniving the men in town were until this election. Nice? Mayor Larry crossed his arms over his chest. If we play nice, we choose Mildred or Agnes. And we lose. Where's the fun in losing? Rutger demanded, finger-combing his beard. What about me? I can give Julie a run for her money. No, Nate scowled at the big man. We play fair. Let's choose Prescott. Phil stood, swaying like Prescott, who was a happy drunk. Nate steadied Phil with one hand. Prescott is an extreme case. Remember, Julie's a rookie when it comes to Harmony Valley. She's SWAT. Rutger had a hardcore competitive streak that spoke to a similar vein inside. Nate. Julie is as experienced as they come. Remember, Terrence said. This is a war Doris started, not Julie. We're competing against Doris. Doris won't be up there with Prescott. Choosing the town's friendly drunk was the equivalent of stacking the deck in Nate's favor. But Nate didn't overrule them. The flyers had yet to be seen. Julie sat at the table in a bakery with her campaign volunteers. There were fewer today, with only a handful at the main table where Doris held court. The ladies chattered about life and grandkids. They were sweet women, really. And Julie felt guilty because she'd decided out there on the sidewalk, with Nate looking bottled up, distant and hurting, that she was only staying in the race because it meant she and Duke could stay in town with him. She wasn't going to try to win. But she wasn't going to throw the race either. She had her pride, just like Doris had hers. Eunice had crayons and coloring books out today, which wasn't cutting it with the two toddlers. Gregory pushed Duke around the bakery in the stroller. The boys kept stopping by the bakery counter to place pretend orders with Tracy. Or they would have been pretended if Tracy didn't keep giving them miniature chocolate chip cookies. A woman named Georgia sat to Julie's right. She had thin black hair cut in a bob and a broad forehead that was broken by a sharp widow's peak. Can we start, Doris? We're waiting for Lilac, Doris said with little grace. The bakery door flung open, and Lilac made her entrance. I'm here. I hope you didn't start without me. Lilac slid into a seat and unwound the maroon paisley scarf from around her neck. I'm having a bad hair day. Darn humidity. She peered at her reflection in the bakery display case, finger-combing her sophisticated, out-of-fashion curls. Show me your flyers, ladies. Doris wasn't one to hide her anger well. She trembled with it from her fingers to her short spiky hair. She trembled so much the other women at the table had subtly moved their chairs away from her. Julie put her elbows on the table and studied Doris the way she would a suspected felon. I thought you had a flyer. Not yet. There came the dog breeder's familiar superior smile. I wanted the men to think we had a flyer. Isn't Doris clever? Lilac dug in her designer handbag. She unfolded a large sheet and handed it to Julie. I made this last night. Lilac's flyer was a page from a craft scrapbook. Julie recognized the paper type because April had been a scrapbooker. The letters Lilac used were Peel and Press and, although similar in color and size, were reminiscent of ransom notes made by clipping newspapers and magazines because they weren't placed straight. A vote for Julie is a vote for women. Julie read, trying very hard to keep the sarcasm from her voice. A vote for women is a vote for peace. A vote for peace is a vote for a better world. She had to give Lilac a smile because it was a nice sentiment. Sexist, but nice. I like mine better. Georgia held up a lined sheet of notebook paper. Vote for Julie. Only Elliot Ness could do a better job, but it's not the 1930s and he's dead. She leaned closer to Julie to whisper, you do know who Elliot Ness is, don't you? Are you kidding? Julie's smile came much easier. At least Georgia had some originality. You thought I wouldn't know the Untouchables? The movie had been required viewing by her dad, along with every John Wayne film ever made. You just earned my vote all over again. Georgia patted her arm. Those are both too soft. Doris crushed a paper napkin in her palm. We need something with strength and power. We need something to get the men to vote for Julie. Georgia waved her paper in the vicinity of Doris's face. The population is split equally between men and women. It's why the Elliot Ness angle will work. The claws were definitely coming out today and Julie wanted to be long gone before they did any damage. Luckily, Duke had been trying to push Gregory in the stroller but couldn't quite get the larger boy moving. Juju. Duke could say Julie's name with several different tones of voice. This one said, "Help." Julie stood. "Ladies, I'm touched you want to help me, but..." "You don't have to worry about a thing," Doris said, leaning between the tables to clasp Julie's wrist. "Let your campaign team do all the heavy lifting." She lowered her voice. "We get to choose who does the mock traffic stop tonight with Nate. I recommend me." Julie wouldn't wish Doris on her worst enemy, but if she said that out loud, she'd have her worst enemy in Doris. Juju. "I think I should do it." Lilac adjusted her scarf, avoiding looking Doris in the eye. "Because I have so much experience being pulled over by Nate." "I agree." Georgia had a contrary look in her eye and a too innocent smile. "Me, too." "I agree." Doris was being outvoted. That pleased Julie to no end. "I'll go with the majority," Julie said sweetly. "Lilac it is." Chapter 17. Welcome to the second night of sheriff election activities. This time, Mayor Larry had positioned his podium next to the town council so that he faced both candidates and the voters. He wore a lime green tie-dyed t-shirt which reminded Nate of margaritas. A margarita would hit the spot about now. The empty chair between Julie and Nate served as the pretend vehicle they'd be pulling over. Duke sat in Julie's lap once more, staring out at the assembled with tired eyes. Some of the women sat on Nate's side, which was heartening. The crowd in the church was a bit rowdier this evening, anticipating quite the show. The goal for tonight's exhibition is to see how each candidate performs under stress. Mayor Larry winked at Nate. "There will be no interruptions." He gave Julie's campaign manager a stern look. "Doris, that means no objections, no heckling and no offering advice, or you will be removed. This is serious." Nate couldn't resist a commiserating glance toward Julie. "Serious?" "Not hardly." Julie didn't look his way. In fact, she'd avoided Nate all day long. "Here are the rules for tonight's exhibition." The mayor referred to a sheet of paper. "Turns out the 2 volunteers chosen to participate have been pulled over in the past. I'm going to read the scenario that led up to them being pulled over, and then I'll hand it over to each candidate." The mayor set his notes down. "We flipped a coin, and the sheriff will go first. Our volunteer is Lilac." Lilac had dressed for the part in the show. She wore her Sunday best, a flouncy, flowery yellow dress, low white heels and a blue scarf she'd tied over her short gray hair as if she was driving the Cadillac with the top down. She hurried toward the empty chair on stage the same way Nate had seen her cut in line at the Harvest Festival last fall, nose in the air, looking neither left nor right. Nate knew trouble when it was brewing. Lilac was so concerned with appearances she didn't see the step ahead of her. He leaped up and caught her arm as she tripped. "Thank you, Sheriff." Lilac rarely blushed, but her cheeks were rosy now. "You're always such a gentleman." "Oh, Lilac," Doris muttered. The assembled on both sides of the aisle laughed. Nate escorted Lilac to the chair in the middle of the dais. She sat, smoothed her skirts, and then held her hands up as if gripping a steering wheel. Lilac was pulled over for speeding and reckless driving, Mayor Larry told the crowd. "Take it away, Sheriff." Don't forget she also had a hit and run. Nate probably shouldn't have added that to her list of infractions, but it was just too good an opportunity to pass up. Lilac took her public image very seriously and, like Doris, always denied any wrongdoing. Lilac sniffed. "I take back the part about you always being a gentleman." "And, take it away, Sheriff," Mayor Larry said again, brows waggling with uncertainty. Nate took pity on him and got the show on the road. "Let's pretend that you've pulled to the curb, and I've shown up at your window." Lilac tossed both ends of her scarf over her shoulders. "I'm ready." Nate stood next to her, facing the same way, to the audience. License and registration, please. Lilac handed him the imaginary items. Is there a problem, Sheriff? Ma'am, do you know how fast you were going through town? Of course not. Lilac swiveled her head and her shoulders toward him. I never look down. I simply get from here to there. He was grateful she was playing this true to form. It made his job a lot easier. You were going 50 in a 25. Someone on the female side of the audience gasped, as if this was news to her. To his left, Julie frowned, because it was news to her, too. And Lilac? Lilac paused, glancing at Doris. Color crept back into Lilac's cheeks. Your radar gun must be off. I mean, I haven't been in an accident yet. Maybe not an accident with another car, but you hit a dog on the east side of the town square. There were murmurs of disapproval in the crowd. Folks were clearly agitated. Flynn sat in the front row, holding Ian and looking stern. It had been his nephew's dog. Lilac had never been subject to public scrutiny before. She squirmed. Well, the dog didn't die. And she'd eventually paid the vet bills. But she hadn't slowed down since. And you nearly killed Chad Healy when he volunteered his time to clear branches from a public street after a big storm. Missed me by that much, Chad said from his seat behind Flynn, holding up his thumb and forefinger. And you drove away, Nate paused for effect. Almost as if you didn't see him. She needs glasses. Wearing a lime green tracksuit, Eunice got up from her aisle seat on Julie's side and took a seat on Nate's side of the church, as did a few other women. She always was vain about her appearance. There was the pot calling the kettle black. Lilac slumped in her faux driver's seat. I knew I should have been our volunteer. Doris crossed her arms and glared at everyone. Let me remind residents about the rules. Mayor Larry put a finger to his lips. Shh. Nate pretended to flip open his ticket book. You'll be receiving 3 tickets today, which will put your license at risk of revocation unless you go before a judge to plead your case, or you sign up for traffic school. Traffic school? Lilac was as indignant now as she'd been for any of her tickets. Duke appeared at Nate's side. He pointed to Lilac. Time out? The audience laughed. Yes. Nate scooped his son into his arms. Lilac gets a timeout. Nate was going to be hard to beat. He'd handled Lilac with humor and sensitivity. If Julie pulled over a driver who'd hit a dog and nearly run over a man, and then driven off, she'd have very little respect or patience for them. Not that she gave speeders a chance to talk their way out of tickets. In fact, she'd never let anyone off. She'd had one of the highest ticket rates in the department before she transferred to SWAT. And now for our second driver, the mayor was saying. Prescott Driscoll. There was a murmur in the crowd. Pews creaked as people twisted in their seats to look. A man near the back of the church stood and made his way to the front. He was tall and slender, wearing cowboy boots, jeans, a tan chambray shirt and a black leather vest. His sparse gray hair was long and thin, and fell over his equally long and thin face. His footsteps rang in the church ominously. Julie glanced at Nate, who held Duke in his lap. He was looking at the approaching volunteer with something like regret in his eyes. Who had he chosen for her? Prescott plunked himself heavily in the driver's seat, shifted sideways as if leaning on a car door and held the imaginary steering wheel with one hand. Ready. Prescott was pulled over for drunk driving, the mayor said. Drunk driving. The goal of the stop was clear to her. Julie needed just cause to check Prescott's blood alcohol level. Julie slipped on her mirrored sunglasses she'd brought and came to stand next to Prescott the way Nate had done with Lilac. Except Julie kept a hand at her hip where her weapon would be in a live situation. But before she could ask Prescott if he knew why he'd been pulled over, he began talking, enunciating as clearly as if he was performing a play. How are you tonight, officer? He glanced up at her with a smile that had decades of charm behind it. You're looking mighty fine. I'm feeling mighty fine. Julie went with the flow. But was that alcohol on his breath? Had he shown up drunk to a simulation of a drunk driving incident? How are you feeling, sir? I'm so good, I feel like dancing. He got out of the pretend car and did a dance that was part tap, part line dance and part disco. The audience applauded. Julie flushed with the heat of embarrassment. "Sir, you need to stop." She held up one hand, keeping the other on her imaginary gun. "Is she going to shoot him?" a woman asked in a concerned voice. "I suppose you want to give me your tests." Prescott clapped once, and then rubbed his hands together. "I'm ready. Give it your best shot." Julie glared at Nate. "This is not how he acted when you pulled him over." "It is." Nate's mouth slanted toward an apologetic half-grin. It was too late for apologies. Julie was going to make a fool of herself. "Welcome to Harmony Valley," someone in the audience said. Julie had been in tough situations before with the odds stacked against her. She eased her shoulders back and pushed her sunglasses up her nose. She proceeded to put the old man through his paces. Arms out to the side, alternating touching a finger to his nose. The man didn't so much as wobble. She asked him to recite the alphabet backward. He sang it as ordered, quickly, as if he'd had a lot of practice. "Wow," Julie said to Prescott, honestly impressed. "I've never actually seen anyone do that." Doris was practically convulsing with anger in the front row, pressing her lips together in a disapproving flat line. "I'm ready to walk the line." Prescott slapped a hand against his thigh as if keeping time to a beat only he could hear. 5, 6, 7, 8. He started down an imaginary line. Step bump. Step bump bump. He swayed his hips to the side on every bump and yet he kept walking in a straight fashion. Step bump. Step bump bump. He reached the end of the altar, pivoted on his toes and returned the way he'd come. The crowd hooted and cheered. Julie's cheeks were hot. She was going to fail the simulation. She'd lost control of the traffic stop. Prescott had given her no reason to administer a breathalyzer test. She hated losing, but she'd be graceful in defeat. "Well, sir. I've got to admit it. You're a good dancer." Prescott turned to face her, that charming grin splitting his face. "I'm a good drunk, too. I'm drunk now. Aha. I got you." Julie raised her arms as if she were a referee calling a touchdown. His admission meant she could legally collect his blood alcohol level. She faced Nate. "I did it." Nate smiled at Julie the way he'd smiled at Duke the other day in the bakery. Julie's heart bumped. "You did." Prescott leaned closer, washing her in alcohol breath. "Take me in." He turned to the audience at their thunderous applause and took a bow. Duke slid off Nate's lap and came to stand next to Julie. He took a bow, too. Prescott grabbed Julie by her injured shoulder and gave her a bear hug. Julie's breath caught in her throat as pain sliced through her. Her knees buckled. And then Prescott was ripped away, leaving Julie staggering for balance. Never touch an officer of the law without permission. Nate escorted Prescott to the back of the church, holding the man's arm. "Do you need a ride home?" "Nope. I walked." Prescott was unfazed by Nate's reprimand and his removal from the stage. "I walk everywhere now." The audience had grown silent. Nate returned to the front, boots echoing on hardwood. Well, the mayor looked as surprised as everyone else. "That concludes our demonstration. We'd like to thank our candidates and volunteers. Tomorrow, the shooting competition will be held at 10 o'clock at the winery." A subdued crowd began to break up. Pieces of conversation drifted to Julie over the creaking of pews and sound of feet on wood floor. "Did you see how fast the sheriff moved? I never realized how even-tempered the sheriff was. She was getting angry. Even when she wins, we lose." Doris tossed her hands and walked out. "She did fine." Nate swung Duke into his arms. Julie's skin tingled as if she'd been shocked. She didn't often lose or get outmaneuvered. Her knees locked in place. "You chose Prescott. He'd chosen someone who'd humiliate her. Hold that thought until we get home." Nate swung Duke into his arms and walked out, leaving Julie no choice but to follow. He waited until they'd crossed the town square and were alone on the sidewalk approaching the sheriff's office before saying anything more. Someone else suggested Prescott. I could have picked anyone in that church tonight. They're all of the same caliber. Soused? Julie hadn't brought a jacket. The breeze had a chill and it reached to her bones. Or maybe it was how Nate had tried to sabotage her. I mean, they all have unusual characters. Like Prescott. He was a dancer in the chorus of community theater in San Francisco. Nate scanned his surroundings as they walked, tucking Duke's head on his shoulder. They're all argumentative. And innocent in their own minds. Plus, many of them are so independent they refuse to acknowledge they're getting older and are less capable of doing everyday tasks, like driving. 2/3 of the population is over the age of 65. It's not so much about preventing crime as protecting these people from harming themselves or others. Julie had to stop herself from saying she had no interest in working in a retirement home, because she didn't want to argue and she didn't want Nate's stupid job. Maybe if I tell myself that often enough, I'd stop being so sensitive about these stupid events. You'll look back on this and smile one day, Nate teased. He even threw her a bone, a half smile. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll tell my grandkids about the day I pulled over a drunk and he nearly danced his way to freedom. When she put it like that, it didn't sound like such a dastardly deed. See? It stings less already. Nate opened the station door for her, Duke asleep on his shoulder. The sheriff's office was unlocked? How could a town like this even exist? Julie led the way upstairs, aware of Nate behind her, of her morning intentions to co-parent, of this feeling that more than her temper was out of whack. They were out of whack and had been for. Julie couldn't pinpoint when. Tomorrow we should call off the competition, Nate said in a matter-of-fact tone. You aren't ready to shoot, much less shoot a rifle that recoils. Couldn't he show some faith in her? I can push through. They'd probably only fire a handful of shots. Nate caught up to her at the second-floor landing, pleasantly crowding into Julie's space as she struggled with the door to his apartment. What if you freeze in front of all those people? What if the recoil reopens your wound? His concern should have made her less jittery, not more so. Dr. Landry, I'll be fine, Julie reassured him, finally getting the doorknob to turn. She took Duke from him. I don't want to talk about this now. She didn't want to talk about her weaknesses, physical or otherwise. Honestly, she didn't want to talk at all. Nate walked past her to drop his cell phone on the charger. Then we'll talk about it again tomorrow morning in time for me to call it off. Julie let him think what he would. From the kitchen table Nate watched her put Duke to bed. His regard should have been unnerving or make her feel self-conscious. It didn't. His gaze was relaxed and open. She came to stand next to the table, staring into Nate's dark eyes. He understood this town in a way she didn't. He'd noticed the kittens being abandoned. He knew just how to handle the residents. And himself. But he doesn't know how to handle me. Julie took Nate by the hand and slowly pulled him to his feet. She led him downstairs and sat on the bottom step of the sheriff's office, tugging him to join her. Nate was warm next to her. She leaned into that warmth without intending to, lacing their fingers together. You belong here. And so does Duke. Shared custody. No arguments. I get him on weekends. Nate didn't argue. He seemed preoccupied with their joined hands, which made her preoccupied with their joined hands. She'd forgotten how their fingers fit together perfectly. That fit. His warmth. Her sigh. They were comfortable together. She could almost forget who they were and where they'd been and sit here in limbo forever. Well, maybe not forever. She'd never been good at sitting still and keeping silent. I admit, I'm a little envious of your life here. I've always had to bang down the door to belong. You never had to prove anything to me. His voice had the gruff quality of a man who was unsure of himself. Because of Julie? Because she held his hand? She gripped it tighter. I've had to prove myself to you most of all. Why? Nate looked at her out of the corner of his eye. It struck her then. It struck her square in the face. I want to kiss Nate. Using her free hand, Julie turned Nate's face to hers. Stubble scraped her palm. Why do I feel the need to prove myself to you? I never thought about it before. But I think it has something to do with this. And then she followed her instincts and kissed him. Nate didn't fall back against the wall and demand to know what she was doing. Nate didn't push her away. Nate didn't do anything, except kiss her back. Oh. Oh, yes. His arms gathered her close, being careful of her shoulder and the awkwardness of being on the stairs. He was always so kind, so thoughtful of others. He must have recognized the spark between them these past few days. He must have fought it the same way she had. She pressed closer, feeling less alone, less unsure of the future. Jules, Nate murmured against her lips. She leaned back and looked deep into his eyes, searching for a mirror of the feeling that threatened to overwhelm her, that this was the right place and the right time and the right person. She should be thinking of April. She should be thinking Nate was off limits. She couldn't think beyond the feeling that there was a reason their hands fit together so well. And then Julie remembered she was the reason Nate refused to share custody with Duke. I should drop out of the race. No, his hand rested on her hip. But you don't want me to shoot tomorrow. That's right. And you don't want me to win. That's right. There was that relaxed partial smile, the one he gave those he was fond of in town. He cares for me, just as Terrence said. Her heart beat erratically. Julie reminded herself to breathe. But you don't want me to drop out. That's right. Outside, an owl hooted. In the distance, a car honked. I don't get it, Julie said mildly, content to be confused if she was in his arms. What's the point of staying in the race if I'm not shooting? Nate stared at her so long Julie thought he wasn't going to answer. And then he said, you'd leave. You already tossed out the daddy test. Why would you stay if you weren't running for sheriff? I'd stay for you. You are the most infuriating man alive. Nate didn't want her to leave. Julie was tempted to jump up and do a dance inspired by Prescott. And she might have done so if Nate's arms weren't encircling her. She slid her hands around his neck. Kiss me again. Chapter 18. Nate awoke in his recliner thinking about Julie, her tender touch, her gentle kisses, her willingness to quit the race so he could keep his job. Thinking about Julie made him smile. He kept his eyes closed, content. Nothing he'd said about his past deterred her from her conviction that he should raise Duke. In fact, it seemed quite the opposite. Almost as if she had complete faith in him, despite years of resentment and hearing about his childhood. Julie was doggedly determined to do the right thing, to seek out justice, to be as good as anyone else at anything she did. Yet in spite of the competitiveness, she was fiercely protective of April and Duke. And me. That was the most surprising part of all. After everything that had gone down, Julie seemed to like Nate. More than like him. They'd kissed. He'd held her close. Nate wanted to kiss Julie again. He wanted to hold her in his arms. He wanted to wake up to the sound of her voice and go to sleep at night knowing she'd be nearby in the morning. He wanted things he shouldn't want. He wanted more than he'd had with April. He wanted a love like Terrence had had with Robin. He wanted the father-son bond Flynn was making with Ian. He wanted to love Julie and have her love him in return. Was it possible? Or had the kisses last night been something Julie would regret this morning? Nate opened his eyes. The apartment was quiet. Most likely Duke and Julie were still asleep. Nate stretched and looked around the room. Mid-morning sunshine streamed through the windows. The bed and the bedroll were empty and in a jumble a few feet away. The bathroom door was open. There were no whispered voices. No tiptoeing feet on the floorboards. No Julie. No Duke. A note sat on the kitchen table. From the recliner he could just reach it. Julie had scribbled a message. See you at 10. At 10. At the shooting competition. The clock on the microwave read 9 a.m. He'd overslept. Nate never overslept. But he'd had too many long days, too many sleep-deprived nights. It had caught up to him. He bolted out of the chair. Why couldn't it have caught up to him tomorrow? Julie hadn't fired a weapon since she'd been shot. If there was a saddle to climb back on, she'd need a safety harness to prevent being bucked off. They were going to use rifles. She was right-handed. She'd have to put the gun stock against her shoulder. Her wounded shoulder. Rutger was providing them with rifles to shoot. Who knew how powerful they'd be? And if Julie reopened her wound, she'd need medical treatment, which she should get from the doctor who'd sewn her up. Which meant she'd have to return to Sacramento. She and Duke would leave. No more early mornings with his son while Julie slept. No more spoiling Duke with bacon and airplane games. No more little boy filling his arms and his life and his heart. Nate gripped the kitchen counter. He didn't want Julie to go. I loved her. He didn't want Duke to go for the same reason. I loved Duke. Nate wanted to watch his son grow and help him be a better man than Nate had been. He wanted him to know his great-uncle Paul, his Aunt Molly and his cousin Camille. And he wanted Duke to know his grandmother. Nate hadn't seen his mother in years, but Molly kept talking about a reconciliation. Nate sank to the wood floor. He'd let his mother go long ago, but family was important. Knowing where you came from was worth awkward reunions. What happened to my life? Where do I go from here? Nate didn't know. He'd kissed Julie last night, but they hadn't discussed anything. They hadn't talked more about April and all the reasons the wedding had been called off. He quickly showered and changed clothes. Nate? Terrence called from downstairs. And then a louder, Nate, from Rutger. Nate hurried down. He had a lot to sort out in his life, but the first priority was to keep Julie from shooting. Today's the day you seal the deal and win this thing. Rutger stood without a cane. His gray blonde hair looked clean and brushed. And there were no crumbs in his beard. What's wrong? Trust Terrence to notice Nate's agitation. The widower studied Nate's expression like a hawk tracking a possible gopher sighting. Nate saw no reason to lie. I'm thinking about throwing the shooting competition. Unbelievable. Rutger dropped into Nate's desk chair, which groaned almost as loud as the big man himself. I attached myself to a dark horse. Nate told them about Julie's wound. I think I should concede, so she doesn't have to shoot. Why did you have to have a good reason? Rutger buried his head in his oversized hands. I could have argued with you if you had a bad reason. Ignore Rutger. He doesn't like to lose. Terrence put a hand on Nate's shoulder. It was a supportive hand, and he looked at Nate the way a father should look at a son. Have you talked to Julie about this? Briefly. She refused to back out. Terrence sighed and guided Nate into an office chair. Do you know what women hate more than a man who lies to them? No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. Just be quick about it. Nate checked his phone. He didn't have time for one of Terrence's long lectures. Terrence planted one hand on each arm of Nate's chair. Women hate a man who makes decisions without consulting them. Consulting, not telling. Julie's not a cream puff. Rutger lifted his head. She'll most likely slug you either way. Ignore Rutger, Terrence said again, calm when Nate wanted to shout. You have to tell Julie why you don't want her to shoot. There's 40 minutes until the competition starts. Nate nodded, drawing a deep breath. You're right. But Terrence wasn't done. And when I say you have to tell Julie your reasoning, I mean you have to tell her you love her. How did you? Of course. Terrence had seen it before Nate had. No, Nate pushed Terrence's hands off the chair and stood. He couldn't tell Julie how he felt. He wasn't ready. His temples throbbed. If I tell her. He can't even say the words. Rutger stood, towering over both men. Why bother being preventative? I say we bring the first aid kit and let her shoot. We'll win. We'll patch her up. No serious harm, no serious foul. Rutger, Terrence chastised. Nate is a gentleman. And I'm not. Rutger shrugged. I'm okay with that. He came around the desk and dropped his beefy arm on Nate's shoulder. Shoot today, play Romeo tomorrow. He's going to do the right thing. Terrence gave Nate a gentle shove in the back, freeing him from Rutgar's hold. Knowing Julie, she's going to insist upon competing, no matter what Nate says. Terrence pushed Nate toward the door. Come on. We need to get Robin's gun. It's designed for a woman, so it won't have the kick of your weapon. You own a gun? A shaft of fear pierced Nate's chest. Terrence had taken Robin's death hard. What if he'd done more than walk around in flannel pants and bunny slippers? What if he'd... I know what you're thinking. Rutgar joined the shove the sheriff toward the door club. Terrence ain't no fool. He gave me his guns after Robin died. You were shooting Terrence's guns, Nate realized, remembering the bullet-ridden cans at Rutgar's house and the reports of gunfire. You've been using my guns? Terrence's voice simmered with anger. Rutgar shrugged and nudged Nate forward again, none too gently. I cleaned them afterward. I thought you were my friend. Terrence lowered his brows and used his hand to guide Nate toward the door. Friends don't sneak shots with their friends' firearms. I can't do this. Nate dug in his heels and spun away from both men. Not this way. Julie couldn't remember the last time she'd been this happy. She and Duke were finishing off a breakfast of bacon and eggs on the patio of El Rosal. More importantly, Julie was finishing off a mug of strong coffee while Duke tore into a chocolate chip waffle. She'd woken up in the middle of the night just as she was beginning to relive the shooting in a dream. Instead of dipping into the nightmare, she'd opened her eyes and found Nate sleeping in his recliner a few feet away. Duke had climbed into his lap, his head resting on Nate's shoulder. It was official. Nate had passed the daddy test. Nate may not have had an idyllic childhood, but he could provide one for Duke. She could see the two of them together over the years. Nate, the good father. He'd teach Duke how to play sports and shoot. He'd teach Duke how to drive and the intricacies of tying a tie. He'd stand tall and stoic when Duke left for college. And then she saw herself standing next to Nate, her arm looped around his waist, her head nestled against his chest. Peace settled in her heart. This was right. They were right. She had a feeling April would approve. She'd closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep for another few hours. And when Duke whispered her name in the wee hours of the morning, she'd taken him to the bathroom to clean up for the day and let Nate sleep. She was staying in Harmony Valley. She'd find a position on a police force somewhere nearby, Cloverdale or Santa Rosa. She'd go back to patrol. She and Nate would test the relationship waters. Not marriage, because Julie didn't want to make him run off as he had with April. She could hope that a wedding would happen someday, but she wouldn't push. What they had between them held the promise of something special, something worth waiting for. Because I love him. The sun was shining. The coffee was strong. Duke was no longer grumpy in the morning. Her shoulder no longer hurt when she breathed. And when Nate woke up, he'd come find them. Juju, pay? Duke pointed to the town square. We're going for a walk after this. To the winery where they'd be shooting. Rutgar was providing the rifle and ammo. The event would be fun. Julie was competitive, but she knew Nate was a better shot than she was. She planned to enjoy the camaraderie of being with Nate and doing something they both enjoyed. There you are. Doris wore a brown sweater with hundreds of small dancing chihuahuas embroidered on it. How good of a markswoman are you? Are you deadly? Lilac stood next to her friend wearing khaki slacks, a leopard print blouse and a tan safari hat. The ends of her canary yellow chiffon scarf fluttered in the breeze. Of course, she's deadly. Doris had no qualms belittling her friend. She's on the SWAT team. Tough as they come. Julie's stomach turned. While our loser sheriff has likely done nothing more than work the system to his advantage, Doris quipped. It was better if they didn't know the truth about either Julie or Nate. Are you feeling okay? Lilac peered at Julie. You don't look well. She's been spending too much time with the sheriff. Doris tried to stare down her nose at Julie, but she wasn't as good at it as Leona. That'll upset anyone's stomach. Rutgar appeared at the wrought iron fence. He had a rifle case slung over his right shoulder and a square ammo bag crosswise over his body. He stood steadily on 2 feet without crutches. Terrence stood next to him. Neither one of them smiled. Are you competing for sheriff, Rutgar? Lilac put more flirt in her voice than a teenage girl looking for her first date. No, Rutgar looked taken aback. We brought Ms. Smith a rifle. Why? Doris slanted her gaze suspiciously. Why would you help our candidate? Nate asked us to, Rutgar said in a growly voice. We're gentlemen. And then he straightened and grinned at Terrence. Oh. Lilac looked Rutgar up and down. So you are. The gun was my wife's. Terrence went to Duke and began cleaning his little hands with a napkin. It's made specifically for a woman, lighter, more compact and with a top-of-the-line recoil pad. Now the sheriff, Rutgar's voice dropped to smack talk casual. He's a big man. He's bringing a big gun. And it would probably have a big recoil, whereas a gun made specifically for a woman wouldn't. That was thoughtful. Thank you. Julie's shoulder thanked them. Doris wasn't convinced of their sincerity. I smell a rat. If you expect a rat, that's what you'll get every time. That was Leona. She stood at the edge of the sidewalk in a blue dress and pearls, clasping her hands as she'd done the night Julie had checked in. What are you doing here? Lilac asked. My granddaughter wants me to get out more. Leona shrugged her shoulders, looking more untouchable than ever, until she added, and I came to wish Julie luck. You petty, Duke called out to Leona, waving. Nate may have had a half smile, but Leona had an almost smile. When people kept so much bottled inside, any small indication of emotion was like a flower in full bloom. Duke had won the Bride of Frankenstein over. Julie thanked Leona and gathered her things, ignoring the put-out pouts of Doris and Lilac. Do you want me to carry that over, Terrence? She gestured to the gun. Let Rutgar do it. Terrence freed Duke from his high chair and set him in the stroller. Flynn invited Duke to watch the shooting match from the winery's offices. I'd be honored if you'd allow me to take him. I'm feeling spoiled now, Julie said, meaning it. Impulsively, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Terrence's cheek. Hey! Don't forget the gun bearer. Rutgar tapped his cheek. Julie gave him a kiss, as well. Terrence wheeled Duke to the sidewalk where he paused, waiting for Julie to join them. But, we were going to drive Julie over. Lilac hadn't stopped studying Rutgar since he'd arrived. She smiled at him. That's why we tracked Julie down. Do you know? Doris could be a policeman. She has very good investigative skills. I'm walking, thanks. Julie tried to hide a smile. Doris knew breakfast was only served at 2 places in town, El Rosal and Martin's Bakery. It hadn't been that hard to find Julie. I'd rather walk and loosen up my muscles. Julie left money on the table and hurried to join the older men. Good idea, Doris said as if her approval was required. You'll be a better shot when you're loose. Rutgar led the way. Duke gripped his sippy cup and kicked his feet happily, sending an occasional smile at Terrence, who pushed him. Terrence had long legs like Nate, but he tailored his stride to fit Julie's. Quite an accomplishment to earn a spot on a SWAT team. Julie flexed her hands, enjoying being stroller-free, looking forward to the morning's events and the warm look in Nate's eyes when she thanked him for the rifle. Julie caught on. She stopped loosening up and started paying more attention to her escorts. You're preparing me for losing to Nate, so I'll appreciate the job I have back home. You're a smart one. Rutgar adjusted the ammo bag. The campaign ends soon. And I predict Nate will still be sheriff. And then you'll be gone. And I might have to write you. Rutgar is single and constantly on the lookout for a good woman, Terrence teased. He has the particular misfortune of finding women who are on the cusp of committed relationships to other men. It's a curse, the big man muttered. I'm flattered to be letter-worthy. Despite their easy banter, butterflies had begun to take flight in her midsection, heralding the nerves Nate had predicted. You aren't providing me with a defective gun, are you? So suspicious. Terrence chuckled. I fired it last week, Rutgar said, earning a growl from Terrence. The sight is true. At Martin's bakery, Eunice sat in the window seat wearing a bright yellow tracksuit that contrasted nicely with the purple tint in her hair. "There's Julie," she shouted. "It's time." Julie waved as the patrons of Martin's took their last sips of coffee, gathered their jackets or purses and, in some cases, walkers. But Rutger and Terence marched on, and so did she. "Have you ever been married, Julie?" Terence was quite the talker. "No, not even close. I intimidate men." Policemen treated her like one of the guys. And most men outside the force were put off by her. "Maybe you're looking at the wrong men, Julie." Despite Nate's kisses last night, there was something both soothing and curious about Terence's line of conversation. Strong women need strong men at their side. "Like me," Rutger piped up. "Keep walking, Rutger," Terence said, giving Julie a conspiratorial glance. Back to the topic of strong men. Julie took a closer look at Terence's expression. "Are you giving me love advice?" "I'm trying to." He blushed. "Am I doing it wrong?" "I have no experience giving advice to women. I only have sons." "We've got another 10 minutes walk," Rutger said. "You might as well flap your jaws and she might as well listen." Duke's grip on his sippy cup slackened. He might be taking a little snooze. Yes." Terence cleared his throat. "Strong men. They aren't perfect." "I think Nate would be upset to hear you think he's flawed," Julie teased. "We're all flawed, Julie." Terence's humility was endearing, even if she suspected he had an agenda. It's determining if those flaws add to the package or make someone unacceptable. Cars began passing them, going the same direction. Women waved out their windows and called, "Good luck." "Don't listen to Terence," Rutger said without turning back. "Perfect men exist. Take me for example." "He's perfect all right," Terence grinned. "If you like loud, opinionated, rough around the edges. And old. You described me to a T until that last part." Rutger led them over a bridge. "The problem with dating at my age is..." "Oh, here we go." Terence rolled his eyes. "I can't promise what I'll be like 5 or 10 years from now. Will I be broke? Will I look at the woman I date and remember who she is?" "Dating is easier when you're young," Terence agreed. "I'm shocked I finally agree with him." "We agree because we're friends," Rutger said simply. "We're friends because of Nate. I never talked to you much before Robin died." Terence looked over at Julie. "And now we have a new friend, someone who cares for Nate as much as we do. More. Someone who'll forgive him his imperfections because he has a good heart." Julie might have dwelled on Terence's words longer if they hadn't been met at a driveway by Flynn, who led Julie to where she'd be shooting. "So, it comes down to this," Nate said to Julie as they stood off to the side on the winery property. He'd nervously awaited her arrival, pacing. Terence expected him to be honest. But honesty always came at a cost, and the words Nate chose in the next few minutes could very well determine what his life was like over the next few years. Flynn had set up targets 50 yards away where the land sloped gently uphill. He'd chosen a variety of targets, a spinner, a diamond pop-up, soup cans and a traditional paper target on a large tree stump. Someone had provided them with a table with ammunition, a basket of mermaid-shaped sugar cookies and bottles of water. Nate had added a first aid kit and his rifle to the table. Spectators were about a quarter-mile back, lining the road. Julie walked up to Nate, carrying an ammo bag with what had to be Robin's gun slung over her shoulder. She wore brown cargo pants and a tan button-down. Her blonde hair was loose and lively, fluttering in the breeze. She set the ammo on the table and leaned the gun against the edge. She walked toward Nate with that broad smile he loved so much, the one he'd miss if he messed this up. "How about a kiss for luck?" she asked. He held her at arm's length. "How about I get a rain check?" Her smile faded. "A rain check for your good luck kiss?" "A rain check on all of it, the shooting and the kiss." Nate shook his head. "April and your mother wouldn't want you to shoot, not with your wounds so fresh." He didn't like the irate slant to her eyes, but he pressed on. "We can both agree to postpone, or I could concede." "Don't you dare." Julie removed his hands and took a step back. I know I'm not as good a shot as you are, but my supporters expect me to compete. I'm not going to let them down. Don't make a decision based on pride. Think of April, she never took her health for granted. A black rain cloud formed above him, small yet ominous. Think of Duke and how he'd feel if you had to go into the hospital again. April adored you, she said almost absently. Her arms were twined around her stomach. And I can see why. Yes. April adored me. He emphasized the word adore. Are you? Julie paused, a crinkle to her brow. You're saying she didn't love you. That's not true. Her tone was low and unforgiving. She'd most likely thought they were past discussions of April and Nate and love. Terrence wanted Nate to tell the truth. But Nate was botching it before he ever got that far. He was in desperate need of a conversation do-over. Or he could consider this a sign that love wasn't meant for him. Anger numbed his heart, his fingers, and his hope. You want to shoot? Let's shoot. He marched behind the table to retrieve his gun case. She followed, keeping a short distance behind him. And then she was at his side, leaning over his weapon. You're going to shoot with that thing? It's too small for you and held together with duct tape. My father gave me this gun. Nate looked at the rifle he'd been given for his 8th birthday. He'd taken it out of the gun safe that was built into the floor of his apartment, giving it a brief cleaning. He'd been battling nerves while he waited for Julie, but the moment he held that gun, everything inside him calmed. Nate, I'm sorry. Her arm came around his waist. She rested her head on his shoulder. I hadn't realized this election and me being here would bring back all the painful memories of your childhood. We don't have to shoot. The cloud over Nate's head thickened, darkened, flashed with lightning. Maybe she meant to comfort him. Maybe he was projecting pity into her words. And maybe that wasn't anger building in his veins. He had to stop pussyfooting around the truth. This has nothing to do with my father. That came out louder than he wanted, and they weren't the words he'd planned to say. Nate set the rifle down on the table. I mean, this election and how I feel about the circus you and I have been roped into has nothing to do with my past. She tilted her head and studied him. Explain it to me, then. Nate drew a breath. The time had come. I didn't tell you the entire truth about the day April and I were going to be married. Quicker than a fly evaded a fly swatter, Julie was angry again. You said April didn't want to marry you. You said you loved her and that you would have gone through with it. What haven't you told me? She was staring at his mouth. Unaccountably, her voice softened. Did you two make some kind of a deal about the marriage and you reneged? I know one of April's last wishes was to be married. There was no deal. Nate blew out a breath and ran a hand through his hair. She asked me a question. Totally out of the blue. A question about your father? About your time overseas? Julie took a step closer, reaching for him. Come on, Nate. Tell me. He took her hands. He and Julie were positioned as if they were standing in front of a minister. Too bad they stood beneath a thick black cloud only Nate could see, one threatening a downpour of regret. April said I didn't love her the way I should, not the way she deserved. Nate gazed into Julie's eyes, imprinting the soft look into his memory because he knew she was never going to look at him like that again. April said she could tell. And what did you say? Julie's empathy was draining. He could hear the tension building in her voice. Nate wanted to hold on to her compassion. He wanted to build on it, preferably into something close to love. But he had to be honest. I didn't say anything. I knew the day would come when April changed her mind about me. Without meaning to, Nate squeezed Julie's hands as if he couldn't bear to let them go. Why wouldn't it? I've been a sniper for the military. I've shot bad guys at home and abroad. I took aim at my own father. What kind of man does that and deserves to be loved? What kind of man does that and deserves a wife? His throat clogged with failure until he had to force the words out. A son? Julie thrust out her chin, a fighter to the end. But she was fighting the wrong battle. What did April say? She said I loved you more than I loved her. Nate worked his throat until he could swallow. And for that, I had no answer. He'd been broadsided by the accusation. He'd met Julie first. She'd been the more outwardly beautiful of the sisters. She held values and interests closer to Nate's. But he couldn't love her. He didn't know what love was. He'd cared for April, but it was a gentle, protective love. And because he didn't want to hurt her, when April said she loved him, he'd always repeated the words back to her, knowing the words were hollow. Nate felt hollow now. I could answer her today. I could tell her. Don't. Julie looked upon him as if he'd just told her April had died. Her knees buckled. Nate kept her on her feet. Don't, she whispered, staring at his chest. He had to. He had to tell her everything. I had no idea what love was back then. I didn't know if April's statement was true or not. And because I didn't answer, April didn't want to get married. I told her I'd go through with the wedding, but she sent me away. He'd done as April wished and left without a word of explanation to anyone. That means I caused. Julie broke free of Nate's hold, horror etched on her face with pale, ghostly lines. After you left, she told Mom and me, her voice was barely a whisper. And then she turned away. April turned away and... Oh, no. Julie's voice was as taut and off-key as a misplayed violin. She didn't want to see me. In those days afterward, April didn't want to see me. Julie took a step back, and then another. I've never put myself ahead of my sister. I'm sorry. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a sound like a stifled sob. I hate you. He'd been afraid it would come to this. His chest felt as if it was crumpling in on itself. I tried to love her. Don't make this worse. Julie's eyes had filled with tears and her voice was as shaky as a dried-out leaf in a late autumn breeze. There is nothing you can say that will make me feel better. He nodded. Once. Briefly. I'm leaving today. Julie closed her eyes and turned her head. I'm taking Duke. He nodded again, although she still hadn't opened her eyes. He hadn't managed to tell her the entire truth. He hadn't said he loved her. But he'd gotten what he deserved. And that was loneliness. She turned away.
Goodbye,
Landry. She'd gone 2 steps when she stopped and turned back. No, her chin came up. I'm shooting. And if there's any justice in the world, I'll beat you. The black cloud descended. Julie didn't win. She couldn't control her breath or her sobs or her shaking hands. She'd wanted to win so badly. She'd wanted to crush Nate the way he'd crushed her heart. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Julie was twice the fool. First, before she'd ever introduced him to April, she'd thought Nate was her friend. And now, it felt as if someone had ripped her heart out and then reached back in for the rest of her organs. Nate may have shot better, but he didn't win either. She wasn't going to co-parent with him. She wasn't going to hold his hand through the dark memories. And she was most certainly not going to kiss him. Julie walked away as soon as she was done. And she didn't look back. She couldn't look back. April. Julie owed April 1,000 apologies. She should have kept her sister away from Nate. She should have known he was bad news. What kind of man wouldn't let himself smile? Rarely laughed? Didn't talk about his past or his family? Julie knew the answers now and it made it that much harder to watch Nate lock down his emotions, to witness him bracing himself for her hurt and her anger. Do not feel sorry for him. What did I tell you about men and imperfections? Terence asked gently when she entered the winery's tasting room to claim Duke, who'd been sitting on the floor playing with wine corks. How did you? Julie took inventory of the room. Modern tables, elegant bar, discreet video camera in the corner. She walked around the bar and glanced at Flynn's open laptop. On screen, Nate sat on the ground, elbows hooked around his knees, head bowed. Do not feel sorry for him. Julie's hands were still shaking, and she barely trusted herself to speak. You filmed this, she demanded of Flynn. The winery owner grimaced. And broadcast it. Julie slammed the laptop closed and gathered her nephew into her arms. It only went out to Harmony Valley, Flynn said as if that would make a difference. We have some voters who were interested in the contest. Carrying Duke, Julie dragged the stroller out the door. And all those people lining the road? All those people who knew, who'd heard, who'd seen Julie make a fool of herself with Nate. Terrence followed Julie out the door. Let me help you. She whirled on the old man, grateful for a new target. You knew. He shook his head. I knew he loved you. I knew he felt he could never be good enough for you. He was right. Julie shouldered the backpack, wincing when the padded strap rested on her wounded shoulder. The gun's recoil made everything hurt. She wanted to get somewhere safe and check her bandage. No mad words, Duke said half-heartedly as he climbed into the stroller. I can't make any promises. Julie's hands shook so bad Terrence had to strap Duke in. As soon as the belt clicked, Julie propelled the stroller forward. Terrence walked at her side. Nate loves you. I heard him all but say it out there. Everyone heard him almost say it. You had a microphone. She couldn't quell the anger in her voice. You can't choose who you love, Julie. Imagine how much it hurt Nate to be honest with your sister. Imagine his surprise when confronted with an emotion he hadn't yet acknowledged for himself. I don't need to imagine anything. I heard it all. More than she ever wanted to hear. How was she going to tell her mother? What was she going to tell her mother? Nay. Duke twisted in the stroller to look up at Julie. Love Nay. Where Nay? Julie bent over in pain. Duke loved Nate. He loved his dad. She loved Nate, too. She loved that infuriating, internally scarred, honorable man. But her love. It felt like a betrayal to the sister she loved. Love wasn't supposed to make you feel guilty. Let me help you. Terrence guided Julie's body into an upright position with a hand on her uninjured shoulder and another on her back. Nay? Duke twisted right and left, his dark hair spiraling in the air like antennae in a breeze. Nay? Nate went.
Bye. Bye.
Julie choked on the words. Or maybe it was her heart she was choking on. What if April hadn't been so honorable? What if they'd gone through with the marriage? Would Julie have felt differently if Nate came to her as a widower and said he loved her? Would Julie feel the sharp stab of betrayal? What did it matter? April was gone and Julie owed it to her sister to forgive. Julie's steps faltered. She pressed a hand over her bandage, so close to her heart. What if April wasn't just encouraging Julie to forgive Nate? What if she was encouraging Julie to forgive April? For sending her here. For making her promise to administer the daddy test. For knowing that Nate loved her and suspecting that given the right circumstances Julie might love him back. No one is that strong. Julie's breath hitched. April had been that strong. Julie wanted to curl up in a ball and let the pain roll over her. But she had Duke to care for, a career to figure out and a drive on busy freeways to make. She didn't think she could do it. Love was in the way of everything. Terrence didn't say a word until they crossed the bridge, mere blocks from the sheriff's office. You can't drive like this. Think of Duke. I am thinking of Duke. I have to get away. I can't think here. She couldn't honor her sister and forgive Nate in this town. Come to my house, Terrence blurted, cutting off her protests. I won't tell Nate. You can rest. I can watch Duke. And when you're ready, when you're steady, you can leave. I'm not running for sheriff. The old man was just tricky enough to try and entice her to go to the vote tonight. I'm out. Are we clear? Crystal. He took possession of the stroller handles and led her away, leaving Julie alone with her racing, painful thoughts. Terrence's house was a memorial to his wife. There were pictures of her everywhere. Wedding pictures. Anniversary pictures. His wife holding babies. His wife cuddling puppies. Julie slung the backpack off her shoulders and stood in the doorway, uncertain if she wanted to intrude on such overwhelming grief. Duke had no such reservations. He snagged the backpack, ran into the living room, and crawled onto the couch. You know, Terrence stood next to Julie. I hadn't realized until just now that I might have gone overboard with my grieving. She looked at him with raised brows. Terrence laughed. You're right. I'm not ready to take any of the photos down. Julie nodded. She understood love and grief. It was forgiveness she struggled with. Juju. Duke patted the cushion next to him and then dug in the backpack where she kept a few of his favorite books. Read. She sat down, grateful. Duke climbed into her lap and handed her a book. Except it wasn't a book. It was April's notebook with the daddy test. Not this one. Julie tried to reach for another book. No, Duke shook the notebook in her face. Read book me. Hey. That was 3 words. A milestone. Milestones should be celebrated. Julie smiled and hugged Duke and looked around for Nate. Terrence had disappeared somewhere. His wife was the only one to meet her gaze. Everywhere she looked, Robin gazed back. Julie realized she was really looking for Nate. Disappointment clamped down on her chest. But disappointment with who? Let's pick out another book. No, again, Duke shook the notebook as if he was trying to shake all the secrets out of it. Julie relented, opening the notebook and creating a story from scratch. There once was a boy named Duke. Duke clapped his small hands. Who had an Aunt Julie and a dad named Nate. Nay, Duke said in a breathy voice. He flipped a page and lay back against Julie. Love nay. Julie wrapped her arms around him, remembering a conversation she'd had with April months ago. How will I know if Nate passes your test? Julie had asked. He'll answer all your questions, April had said, breathless because breathing was a chore. And although you may not like all his answers, he'll be honest with you. You have to forgive honesty, I think. You think? I know, she'd said with one of those enduring smiles. Read, Juju. Duke flipped another page in the notebook, one she and Nate hadn't gotten to yet. April had written, What will you tell your son about love? The church was crowded for the special meeting called for the election. Mayor Larry kept announcing that people needed to sit on the side of their candidate. Nate was distressed to find his side was overflowing. Spilling your guts out to Julie was brilliant, Rutgar said when Nate reached the front pew. Julie and Duke sat at the front of the church on the altar. He knew she hadn't left town because her red SUV was still parked in front of the jail, but he hadn't seen her all day. She looked like she'd been through boot camp on little sleep. Her eyes were puffy, and her blonde hair was limp, and he wished with all his heart that he could make her feel better. Nate walked over to Mayor Larry and shook his hand. May I? He gestured toward the microphone. Of course. The mayor stepped aside and then seemed to change his mind and stepped back, leaning in close to ask, I'm not going to regret this, am I? No, Nate stood behind the podium and drew a steadying breath. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your support over the past few years. When I came here to Harmony Valley, I was in desperate need of a clean slate, and you gave it to me. The election isn't over, Doris sniped from the front pew. The empty front pew. The election is over, Nate said evenly. Because someone needs a clean slate more than I do. I'm withdrawing my name from consideration as your sheriff. The crowd exploded with noise. Some people moved from Nate's side of the church to Julie's side. Others began to shout at Nate. Rutgar howled aloud.
No.
When he tried to step away from the microphone, Mayor Larry held him fast. Hold on. Hold on. Agnes called for order. I should go. Nate couldn't bring himself to look at Julie. Stay right here. The mayor's grip was unexpectedly strong. The church quieted. Unfortunately, Julie Smith does not qualify for the sheriff's position. Agnes looked like she'd rather be home than broadcasting this announcement via microphone. As we noted at the meeting where we decided to have an election, the sheriff only qualifies for the position if he or she meets the same criteria as any other elected official. According to our bylaws, a candidate must have lived in Harmony Valley for at least 1 year prior to running. The crowd erupted again. Agnes. You knew Julie wasn't qualified all along? Nate used his outdoor voice, and it was picked up by the podium's microphone. He jerked his arm free of Mayor Larry's hold and took a step back, a step closer to Agnes, who he used to trust. You knew and you put Julie through this circus anyway? He wasn't alone in his indignation. You made Nate think his job was at risk? Julie demanded. That is nasty, Agnes. Doris leaped to her feet. Just nasty. We should all remember how nasty Agnes is this fall when she's up for. Mildred dragged the microphone toward herself. We wouldn't have been in this position if not for you, Doris. Not to be excluded, Rose took the microphone next. And now, unless someone else wants to step up, we won't have a sheriff. The crowd had a gut reaction, a loud gut reaction. Duke ran to Nate and hid between his legs. Nay. I know, buddy. Nate leaned closer to the microphone. No mad words, please. The crowd quieted only to have Doris get to her feet and announce, I'll run for sheriff. The crowd burst forth with protests once more. This time it was boos. You don't qualify either, Agnes said, having reclaimed the microphone. We need to talk, Julie shouted beside Nate. He didn't need to be asked twice. Follow me. Nate picked up his son and led Julie out the back door. Duke, do you want nachos or ice cream? Knock cream. Nate pressed a kiss to Duke's forehead. You got it, buddy. Love Nay. Duke flung his arms around Nate's neck. The moment froze in time. The chill to the evening air. The way the oak in the town square was outlined against the night sky. The easy weight of his son in his arms as Duke declared his love. We need to talk, Julie said again, following Nate down the sidewalk. Or maybe you just need to listen. Can you stop? Nope. His son loved him. He'd gladly give him anything he wanted at El Rosal. I'm a man on a mission for knock cream. Knock cream, Duke echoed. El Rosal was empty. Everyone in town was still over at the church arguing about who would be sheriff. Arturo was behind the bar polishing glasses and listening to the loud pop music. Nate asked for an order of nachos and ice cream. And then his joy dissolved somewhat as he realized the only L word that was likely to come up during his conversation with Julie was loathe. You can't leave Harmony Valley, Julie said when they'd been seated in a booth. This town needs you and you need it more than I do. Nate shook his head. You need a safer job if you're going to raise Duke. I don't plan to return to the force. She selected a straw from a jar in the center of the table and unwrapped it, coiling the empty wrapper around her finger. But still. You need Duke. Nate stopped short of saying Julie needed Duke more than he did. He gazed at Duke with his heart in his throat. He was pretty darn sure his father had never looked at him with love in his eyes. These are the custody papers. Julie pulled them from her backpack. She looked at them, looked at Nate, and then she tore them up. A boy needs his father. Nate was speechless. Ice cream was delivered. Nachos were promised next. And still, they didn't speak to each other. Duke ate ice cream and they let it drip everywhere. Words. Nate hadn't spoken out enough in his life. Not when his father walked away. And not when Julie walked away. Jules. Nate took her hand and slid closer. You came here to find justice for April. I'm sorry it didn't work out the way you'd planned. He was sorry he hadn't been good enough for her. But there'd be time enough for self-pity later. Let's be clear. I came here wanting justice for myself. Julie looked at everything but Nate. And yet, she didn't yank her hand from his. April made peace with her feelings the moment she held Duke in her arms. The daddy test wasn't for you. I know that now. It was for me to get to know you. But my sister was a saint. You hurt her and so did I, even if we didn't mean to, even if you and I weren't in love back then. Julie's gaze slid away, along with the strength in her voice. Despite that, April knew what she wanted. She wanted Duke to have two parents. She wanted me to fall in love with you. Julie put the worry stone on the table. It didn't work. Nate reached for it, letting her hand go. Letting her go. Julie covered his hand with both of hers. And finally, she looked him in the eyes. It did work. I just had to be reminded that loving sometimes involves forgiving. How could I not forgive you when April forgave me? Nate didn't dare breathe or speak or move. Was Julie saying she loved him? Was she saying there was hope? Duke used melted ice cream to finger paint the table. Aren't you going to say something? Julie's words were strong and demanding, but there was vulnerability in her eyes. And there were her hands covering his on the table. Nate shook his head, and then he blurted, "Everything I said today turned out wrong. Don't ask me to speak. Don't ask me to say anything. I'll just crush whatever hope there is for us." Okay. A light smile played across Julie's lips. "I'll talk and you listen." He nodded. "I had a long talk with Terrence today. Turns out he's not only a well of wisdom about love," she cleared her throat, casting a bit of doubt on the old man's knowledge. "But he was also a private investigator, which is a career path that helps people obtain justice." "Sometimes," Nate allowed. "No one can guarantee justice. There's the burden of proof. The abilities of the lawyers." "Anne." "Nate." Julie raised her brows. "Are you speaking or being silent?" "Silent." He'd never speak again if Julie gave him a chance to love her. Julie looked like she didn't believe he could stay silent, and the more she smiled at him, the more Nate was inclined to agree with her. He wanted to talk. He needed to say what he was feeling. Duke loved Juju. Duke beat Nate to the punch, dragging his ice cream-covered fingers over his face. Duke loved Nay. "I want to date you, Jules." So much for Nate being silent. "With your intentions being," Julie smiled openly now. If Nate didn't know better, he'd say there was love in her eyes. "My intentions," Nate hesitated. He'd never said those words out loud and meant them with all his heart. "My intentions are love, honor and marriage." Julie beamed at his words and said coyly, "I have to tell you, I'm a little gun-shy." Nate loved it when she made a pun. But until they exchanged vows and signed papers, he wouldn't blame her for doubting him. "We'll go slow. We'll be sure." Julie nodded. And then she nodded toward the window. "The town council just pulled up. I think they're going to beg you to take your job back. They can wait." Nate moved closer to the woman who'd staved off rain clouds. He stroked her cheek with his thumb. "I love you. I will always love you. Love you, Nay." Duke wiped ice cream on his hair. "Love you, Juju." "I love you, little man," Julie said. And then she took Nate's palm and pressed it to her cheek. "I love you too, Nate." The doors to El Rosal flung open. Loud voices rose above the music. They'd be surrounded by townspeople soon. And there was Doris, trying to elbow Agnes aside. Julie knew their private moment was coming to an end. She pressed a quick kiss to Nate's lips, one that promised more to come. "I've been thinking about what kind of wedding I want." "Really?" Nate hadn't gotten past the joy of the moment to logistics. She nodded again. "Nothing too fancy or too formal. Nothing like what he and April had planned." Nate nodded. "Whatever you want." Julie's gaze turned tender. She drew Nate closer. "But I think a bride needs a really great dress." He nodded again, numbly, because having Julie near and talking marriage had truly silenced him this time. The leaders of Harmony Valley approached with conciliatory smiles and determination in their eyes. Julie pressed her cheek to Nate's and whispered in his ear, "How do you feel about a pink wedding dress?" Epilogue. "Are you nervous?" Flynn asked Nate. "You look nervous." "I was nervous when Becca and I eloped." "I'm not nervous." Nate stood on the altar of the church in Harmony Valley. He wore a slim-fit, blue suit with a pink tie. Duke, the ring-bearer, and Flynn, his best man, were similarly dressed. "I just don't want to disappoint anyone." "The only way you could do that is to bolt out the door." Mayor Larry wore a black suit with a pink and white tie-dyed tie. He was going to perform the marriage ceremony. "This groom is here to stay." Nate gave a brisk nod. "You petty." Duke swung Nate's hand. Me petty. He patted his tie. At his feet, the small white pillow sat. The 2 gold wedding rings sat on top, tied with rose-colored ribbons. The aisle of the church had been decorated with white and pink ribbon, as well as white roses. The church was filled with friends and a few family members. Members of Julie's family sat on one side. Nate's sister and niece sat in the front row on the other side with Nate's uncle and mother. Nate and his mother had reconnected over the past few weeks. He told his mother that he understood how fear made her leave him. She told Nate that she understood why he'd drawn such a hard line with his father. I never saw him again, she told Nate while hugging him. And I have you to thank for it. The wedding march began. Terrence held open the door. Those assembled turned to look. And there was Nate's bride. Julie wore a pale rose satin gown with a sweetheart neckline and a mermaid skirt, the dress May had left for Nate in her will. Thank you, May. Julie's blonde hair had been cut in a short, sophisticated bob, held over her ear on one side by a rhinestone-crusted clip. She held a small bouquet of white roses in one hand. She held her mother's arm with her other hand. And her smile when she looked at Nate. Juju petty. Duke ran down the aisle to join his grandmother and favorite Juju. Their friends and family laughed. Duke, Julie, and her mother proceeded down the aisle, moving slowly. It didn't matter to Nate that the ceremony wasn't perfect. It didn't seem to matter to Julie either. She never stopped smiling. Well, when Mayor Larry asked for a moment of silence to pay tribute to April, no one smiled. Nate and Julie stared into each other's eyes, both fighting sudden tears. Mama, Duke murmured, staring at the framed picture of his mother that had been set on a small table near Mayor Larry. We'll always remember Mama, Nate told him, feeling the warmth of the sun coming through a window on his back. All too quickly, Nate was kissing his bride and signing a wedding certificate. There were a flurry of pictures taken at the church, followed by pictures taken at Harmony Valley Vineyards, where the wedding reception was taking place. Finally, just when Nate and Julie had a chance to sit down, folks tapped their champagne glasses with their forks. I guess they want us to kiss again. There was color in Julie's cheeks and a happy glow in her eyes. I won't complain about that. Nate leaned in for a sweet kiss. It seemed as if they'd hardly finished eating their lunch when Flynn told Nate, "It's time for your speech." Nate stood and spent a moment taking in his guests. As most of you know, I'm a man of few words. That elicited smiles and chuckles. But this is an important day for me. Nate paused, gathering his courage. I came to Harmony Valley accepting of the man I thought I was. All the bad self-images he'd arrived with. His gaze caught on Terrence. And over time, many of those ideas I had about myself turned on their head. Nate glanced at Flynn. That I wasn't deserving of friendship. He glanced at his mother and sister Molly, and then at Duke, who sat on his mother's lap. That I wasn't deserving of family. He glanced at Julie. That I wasn't deserving of love. Julie took his hand. He kissed the back of her hand. But over time, this community tested me and then accepted me. Nate's gaze found Doris, who was seated with Lilac. Because even after the hardest fought battles, peace must be made. Doris inclined her head. There was a long way to go between them, but the dog breeder was trying, mostly, to meet Nate halfway. Some people are fortunate enough to be born into a community they call home from day one, Nate continued, emotion threatening to silence him. But he was determined to give this last sentiment voice. And some people drift through life looking for their place. I consider myself the luckiest man today to have found my love, my family, and my community. Right here, in Harmony Valley. Applause filled the winery grounds. So, as Julie and I share one of the happiest days in our lives with you. Nate drew his bride to her feet. I want to assure you, all of you, that I couldn't have found my way home to this day, this woman, this family, or this place of love without you. He kissed Julie. And when he released her, said, "Now, it's your turn, love." Julie raised her champagne glass. Here's to friends and family, love and forgiveness. There were echoes of here, here. Glasses clinked. Champagne was sipped. And a light breeze embraced them. Julie set down her glass. And now, we dance. Juju. Duke ran up to their table. Want cake? Julie grinned. And now, we cut the cake. Nate agreed. Life had taught Nate to roll with the punches and pitfalls and enjoy the routine. But lately, life was teaching Nate that sometimes you had to follow the wishes of your heart, even if the path wasn't one you'd planned to take. Or in this case, Nate and Julie were following the wishes of a little boy very near and dear to their hearts. Thank you, April.